Yulian said, checking her skirt. From where he was sitting, he had a nice viewing angle. "You are the one who was selling your body, bastard." Lulu, who got angry, scolded as she pointed at Yulian. "Where is the police? This man is trying to assault me in broad daylight." She began to scream out of nowhere, "Beach!" Yulian cursed as he quickly grabbed the trusty cardboard and began to run. From experience, he knew no one would believe him. Bam! Yulian, who was not looking straight ahead, bumped into someone and was sent into the ground rolling. Sorry. He automatically apologized as he sat up and looked with shock at the pretty girl who didn't even budge. She was dressed differently and had a mask on her face. Bet he could easily recognize her. It was none other than his little sister, Lily. She glanced at him and then at Lulu, who was still screaming and attracting many pedestrians to come look. Lily sighed. She looked at Yulian, then sighed again before turning to Lulu, who was yelling. Slowly, from behind her back, she took out a retractable baton which she unfolded with one flick from her wrist. It was as if she had done this thousands of times before. She hit Lulu's face without hesitation. "Ah!" Lulu screamed, but a moment later she felt a kick hit her abdomen, sending her flying and crashing into the glass front of a nearby store. Bang! "What?" Yulian wanted to ask. "Don't worry. That slut is still alive," Lily said. To tell the truth, she really did consider killing that beach for a moment there, but in the end, she let her go with only a few broken bones as a favor for Margaret. "Police, help, someone." "Ah!" Lulu, who seemed to have regained her consciousness, began to scream again. "Someone call an ambulance. I am too young to die." Lily sighed, put the baton away, and then grabbed the shocked Yulian from his collar and shoved him into her large black car. Giving Lulu one last look as if she was considering finishing her for good, she climbed into the driver's seat and drove away under the surprised eyes of those who came to watch the fun. There was a police officer nearby, who planned to interfere, but noticing the white shield sticker on the car's back window, he quickly moved away and acted as if he saw nothing. His motto in life was to bully the weak and fear the strong. "Thanks," Yulian said after making sure that his cardboard box was still intact. "Did you remember me from the wedding?" he asked. That was the only time he officially met Lily, so he presumed she thought he was Alice's boyfriend. "I already know who you are, dearest brother," Lily said coldly as she drove the car heading toward the nearest exit. "What?" Yulian asked in shock. "How?" "Sleep for now," Lily said. "We will have a lengthy talk later. We still have a long trip ahead of us," Lily said as Yulian began to feel very sleepy, and collapsed moments later. Looking at him, Lily sighed. She knew many things that Victor didn't. And like him, she couldn't really let her family suffer like what happened in the other timeline. There were many things that needed fixing. Some of them would be taken care of by Victor, while others were things she had to do by herself, like fixing Yulian's future destined class. Wait. She looked through the rear mirror and frowned. Someone was tailing her. It was those Von Krone agents. Damn them. She would definitely kick their sorry asses when she returned to her family. Maybe she would even try that sword she was going to get on them. She already had a name for it. Nut Slicer. Victor shivered a little and opened his eyes, then looked around. He must have fallen asleep. Looking out of the window, he could see that plane had descended into the military-grade airport on the western island in the Von Weiss family archipelago. It was already sunset, but Victor knew that their day was far from over when he spotted the ready-to-take-off helicopter nearby. They seemed to be in a hurry. "Let's go," Theodore said. "We are already late," he added, confirming Victor's guess. "Seriously, father, can't you tell us what this is about?" Mike, who walked out of the other cabinet, asked as he buttoned up his silk shirt to hide the multiple hickeys that were now adorning his muscular chest. "Those flight attendants were wild. I told you it is about the tournament. You will know when you get there," Theodore said. He clearly had no idea, like his sons. Descending from the plane, the family of three hurried to the helicopter as Victor expected. No, not exactly. They were not flown toward the main island as he presumed they would, but toward the south. "Why are we heading towards the mines?" Theodore asked the captain. Sorry, Elder, I don't really know," the pilot replied politely. "I had been tasked with flying you to the Blackstone Island as soon as you arrived. We have been transporting the elite heirs toward the since morning," he added, explaining the situation. "Are we the last ones expected to arrive?" Theodore asked. "No, Elder Young is not here yet. His plane should arrive in half an hour, and I will be back to get him after delivering you," the pilot said. "Good." Theodore nodded. Although he liked to be late, he didn't want to be the last to arrive. The rest of the trip was mostly silent, and it was already dark when they soon arrived at a large island that was barely visible under the moonless night sky. Blackstone Island was one of the main reasons the family settled on this archipelago. Under this island extends a large web of natural caves and tunnels that compose one of the largest known ruins in the world. The Blackstone Ruin, the treasure trove of the von Weiss family. Some say it was a remnant of an ancient S-rank dungeon, while others say that it was a naturally forming ruin or a part of another world. No one really knew, but in those tunnels many rare minerals, gems, and herbs are discovered every year, and they are considered the backbone of the family. There were rumors about a few artifacts and skill books that were found down the tube, but Victor was not privy to that information back then. The only thing he was sure of was that the old family awakening treasure was discovered here. In the other timeline, this place was completely excavated by that young Light Lord bastard after he burnt the von Weiss family down. Victor didn't really know what he found here. Still, he had always suspected that the attack was not just an act of revenge. That guy came here prepared to dig the family up, so maybe there was more to it. Thinking about something, Victor quickly sent Kai and Hilda some instructions before putting his phone away. Ruins were like dungeons. Phones and high-tech gadgets rarely worked inside. He needed to be ready for contingencies. Chapter 380. Bruno. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Margaret sat in her room, a popsicle in her mouth as she typed on her computer. Fook. She cursed. Her revenue from stocks was not as big as she was expecting. Victor was right. Some other time traveler was messing with the timeline. Although they were working very subtly and only making profits on the margins, their effect was getting bigger and bigger, affecting Margaret's predictions. There were a few things that she could figure out though. Firstly, the other side was not a lone person. They were acting through an organization, so it was very hard to pinpoint their origins. They are like a swarm of rats in the stock market, nearly indistinguishable from the average broker. Secondly, they started their actions more than 5 years ago, as there were few things from back then that diverged from Margaret's memories. So, after cursing for another 5 minutes, Margaret finished her herbal tea as she set a few random buy positions before turning the screen off. She pushed her chair back and relaxed, wondering what to do. Victor did give her a few ideas for investment projects, but they were not feasible in the short term. Suddenly her phone rang. It was Lily. "Did you finish cooking, Victor?" Margaret asked immediately. "Not yet." Lily replied. "Do me a favor. Can you get the company's private plane to be at my disposal? Didn't Victor prepare one for you and your sisters?" "It won't work. I need a second one to lose a rat who is tailing me. I didn't expect their surveillance to be this thorough." "Oh, fine. I will tell the men there to be expecting you," Margaret said. Such things were usually handled by Arya, but that girl didn't really understand what the word subtle meant and tended to ask too many unnecessary questions. Margaret, on the other hand, asked nothing. Every girl had the right to keep some secrets. "Thanks," Lily said. "By the way, I met Lulu. You owe me one," she added, then hung up immediately. "Thanks, I guess." "Wait. Didn't she just ask me for a favor?" "Whatever," Margaret said to herself as she sent a message to Arya's secretary to prepare the plan, then threw her phone on her desk and looked at the ceiling. So the idiots were back, and they were already making trouble. She really didn't like her aunt's family, but those guys did take care of her when she was in need, so she was taking care of them in her own way, educating them and taking some revenge in the process. It seemed like sending them to work the mines for a month was not enough to fix their crooked ways. Maybe she should try sending them on a whaling boat instead. Lulu always complained that she was not done enough. Wait. Since Lulu was already in town, Abe would surely be here too. Maybe she would be able to put those two to good use after all. Cracking the popsicle in her mouth, Margaret quickly began to plan her next move. Elder Theodore, young Master Mike, young Master Victor, this way please. As soon as the helicopter landed on the island's port, the family of 3 was invited into an electrical train cart that quickly drove on a golden engraved track toward the entrance of the ruins that were located in the middle of the island. That area was technically within the ruins' boundaries, so engines like the ones used in helicopters didn't work. Even the electrical engines used by the carts that were meant to transport people and materials barely worked. It took them 10 minutes to reach the entrance, which was guarded by a grand 30-foot-long heavy metal gate that can only be operated manually by a group of muscular men. Welcome. A mean-looking man with a bald head and a hooked nose welcomed the group of 3 as soon as they descended from the cart. Manager Tin, it's been a while, Theodore said with a bright smile. It has been a while indeed, Master Theodore. This way please. Tin, who shot Mike and Victor an inspecting glance, quickly began guiding them toward the gate that was open at the moment. Victor just followed quietly as he looked around. This entire island became a giant hold that was swallowed by the ocean the last time he was here, and the family records concerning this place were all ransacked with it. So Victor had no idea what to expect here. Behind the gates, the 3 were welcomed by a huge stone-floored corridor that headed deep into the mountain with a slit inclination downward. It was dimly lit by flickering electrical lights and its stone walls. Those lights seemed to dim as they walked further inside, a proof of the gradual change of world rules. On the ground, more than one metal track was laid above the stone. They should be used to transport ore from the mines inside, but at the moment they were empty. Looking at the small debris left on the ground, Victor casually used his appraisal skill. He wanted to know for real what the materials they extracted from this mine were, as the family documents were not always reliable. As the materials here are mostly otherworldly, his X-ranked appraisal skills should work on them. It is the first time he tried using it like this, semicolon. A rock. Black obsidian, C89%. Black iron, E6%. Dark quartz, F5%. Black gold, a 1%. Sacred iron, SSS 0.0001%. Victor gasped, then began to cough. Young master, the area here is a little dirty because they transport the ores here, so be careful not to cause a lot of dust while walking, Manager Tin advised. Victor just ignored him. His mind was just racing too fast to comprehend things. No wonder that sheet bastard like Lord took this entire mine. It had fucking sacred iron, a material so precious that wars would be fought over small chunks of it. This thing was the exact opposite of hell iron. It not only restricted the use of mana and skills, but it even absorbed their energy, weakening all skills effects. When it was first discovered, it was used as both shields and shackles for players. They even built an entire prison out of it. It was only later, when it was purified enough, that they found out it was possible to create a mana semiconductor by combining it with hell iron. This was just before Victor returned in time though, so he was not sure. Damn it. The family must have known something. That's why they were using mortals to mine this place. If a player were to inhale the dust created here for a long time, their skills would deteriorate. The question was whether the family had a way to extract and purify this material. Probably not. They don't even know what was causing this effect, as sacred iron is notoriously hard to refine without a proper technology. If Victor's guess was correct, they were either using the ores as building materials or extracting just the metals in the ore and using it to create shields. Those will have a tiny amount of the materials, so they will offer some magic resistance. Did something happen here? Theodore asked. Why are there no workers around? He added as he looked around. It was rare to see this place empty like this. There was an accident in the mines, so we had to stop the mining operation temporarily. I am sorry, but I don't have the liberty to discuss it now. I believe the Supreme Elders inside will inform you. Tin quickly said, making Theodore faces change. He knew something. An accident? Did anything like this happen before? Victor wondered. He had no recollection, and Lily would surely have told him if there was anything of importance. The family documents did say something about an old incident though, but it didn't go into much detail. I see. Theodore nodded with a grave face. I hope you are taking care of Luke. Theodore whispered as they walked. making Victor raise one eyebrow. It seemed like Theodore had arranged for someone to take care of his son who was ordered to work the mines as a punishment. Don't worry, Elder. Although he had some tough bones, after a few rounds of education he learned his place. I made sure to take care of him, Tin said with a knowing smirk, making Theodore's smile disappear as she began to glare at Tin. When he told Tin to take care of Luke, he meant to do it literally, not figuratively. Manager Tin, I think you didn't really understand what I told you last time. I meant that you should really take care of Luke's safety. He is my son after all. Theodore, who managed to hold his anger, said finally as they walked a little further in. Theodore had no real power over Manager Tin, who, although technically just a servant, belonged to the Hall of Secrets and had some autonomy in the family. Oh. Manager Tin paused. He said as he turned and bowed to Theodore. I am sorry, Master. I misunderstood you. This slave should die. He began to apologize repeatedly. It is my fault for not making things clear. Let's keep going now. We are already late. Theodore, who didn't want to make a scene, said it was not really good for his image if it was known that he told someone to take special care of Luke. The family's judgment should be carried impartially. Yes, Elder. Elder Tin, who seemed nervous, said as he stood up and turned to continue walking. Strangely enough, he didn't seem sorry, but only Victor could notice that in the darkness. This guy was not an idiot, but a snake. Victor really hated snakes. Name, in abnormal status, slave, F, STR 31, INT 30, luck 4, charm 2, fate, fate's power, E, defined fate, none. How is Luke now? Theodore asked as they walked. The corridors became really dim at the moment. Tin hesitated. He is fine. He broke some rules and we had to lightly punish him a few times, but he seemed to have figured out his place lately, so I think he would be able to continue serving his sentence with ease, Tin said nervously, meaning that he will make sure to help Luke from now on. Good. Theodore said. He didn't intend to leave Luke here for long, as he would make sure to include him in the first batch of awakeners who would be using the mirror once it was introduced. Soon the dim tunnels all of a sudden turned bright. They seemed to have finally entered the effective range of the ruin. Here the tunnels were lit by magical stones that used the mana in the air to work. The walls here didn't contain any sacred iron, confirming Victor's guess that the family must have extracted all the metals from the rocks that they mined here and then recycled to reinforce the tunnels. In fact, this place was no longer looking like a tunnel, but it was more like a giant underground fortress with gates and sentries everywhere. This is as far as I can go with you, Elder. Please make sure to wear your token on your chest at all times, Tin finally said as they reached a gilded gate protected by two burly guards. The words Elder's Meeting Room 3 were engraved in the obsidian that surrounded it. Theodore nodded to Elder Tin, took his token and placed it on his chest, then walked in with his two sons. It was a grand hall that had a dome ceiling, all built from the same black obsidian bricks that shimmered under the magical lights. Inside there were a few tables with refreshments, and around those many of the family elders and elite disciples were standing and waiting while having little conversations. It looked like some sort of social gathering. There were 23 young men with elite disciple badges on their chests, 19 elders, and 4 of the 7 Supreme Elders, including some who had no business here like Supreme Elder Frank, who controlled the family's external affairs, and Supreme Elder Bruce, who controlled the treasury. They must be here to root for their offspring. Victor didn't remember many of those people, but looking at them he could make out some familiar faces. Theodore, come on in, someone said. It was Elder Alfred who was the first to notice the newcomers. He made everyone turn to look at the door with vastly different looks on their faces. Supreme Elder Alfred, nice to meet you here, Theodore said politely, wondering why Alfred was so friendly. He quickly forgot that thought as many family members hurried to greet him and Mike with smiles, while some only nodded from afar. As for Victor, other than his loyal dog, Alfred, who gave him a secret nod, everyone else totally ignored him. As far as the family was concerned, he was just bait created by Anne to fool the other families and maybe to enhance Mike's position in the coming inheritance battle. In fact, he was not completely ignored. Many of the female heirs shot him a hateful glare before they looked away. They all heard the rumors. Victor sighed. Maybe he shouldn't have disguised his charm. If he were to really reveal what he really looked like now, those girls would wet themselves on the spot. He already tried it at the Moon Dungeon. It was super effective. Suddenly, Victor felt someone inspecting him. Looking up, he spotted his great cousin Bill, who was surrounded by some other elite heirs. He was carefully inspecting Victor as if he was expecting him to be suffering from something. Deciding not to provoke this idiot, Victor looked away. "Victor," someone suddenly said, and hurried toward the family of three. It was none other than Zoe. "Cousin, it has been a while," Victor said, making her glare at him hateful, and then turned to Great Theodore. She was still feeling angry after what happened in the Moon Dungeon, where he made her help him scam those poor girls. "Uncle." She bowed to Theodore. "Cousin." She greeted Mike. They got to know each other during the wedding. "Zoe, I hope you have been well." Theodore smiled as he checked the girl. He felt as if she was just like a daughter to him. "Yes, it is all thanks to Uncle's care," she said. She had been staying in Vane City after all, and as someone who didn't have elder support in the family, Theodore had been taking care of her. "Is Alice here?" Theodore asked, looking around. "Yes, she seems to have been arguing with some other elite heir a while ago, and she was taken by some elder to be scolded," she said nervously, pointing in one direction toward one of the smaller doors that seemed to lead to other side rooms. "WHO dares to scold my daughter." Theodore howled, then hurried to make some trouble. If he didn't kick some idiot's asses every once in a while, people would forget to respect him. Mike, who felt he could calm his father down, quickly followed. Victor ignored them and hurried to find the refreshments table to the side, where he began to help himself with some expensive delicacies as he waited. Zoe, who didn't know anyone here and seemed to have nowhere to go, went with him. "Why don't you go make friends with some other elite heirs?" Victor asked her as he fished some salmon sandwiches from the side. "Those were made from really expensive stuff. They are too snobbish and proud for my taste." Zoe spat as she grabbed the sandwich Victor gave her and bit into it. She was beginning to wonder if she could really fit in this place. Unlike Victor and his siblings, most of the others were too proud and doubtful when they talked to her. It was as if she was some servant or something like that. The girl had no idea that those in the family didn't like her because she was from a distant line, and they believed she didn't really share their pure bloodline. And getting to know her held no benefits for anyone, as she had no backer in the family. Her uncle Falcon, despite his reputation, was only a butler after all. "Well, the family is just getting too polarized lately, so you just have to take it easy and treat them as if." Victor began to speak when someone interrupted him. "You are Victor?" Victor turned and looked up. It was a very tall and muscular young man with purple hair and a square face. "No." Victor directly refuted him. This guy must have been coerced here to come to challenge him under the pretense of defending the elite heir's honor. "Oh, sorry," the young man said. His name was Bruno and his class was a Titan Avatar. Among the elite disciples, he was the one with the greatest raw physical power and lowest intelligence. The only reason a musclehead like this guy could become an elite is because he was simply too strong. For the coming tournament, he was the perfect contestant. A perfect tank. Victor never met this guy in his previous life, but he heard about him. He also knew that he died in the tournament. It was a big deal back then because this confident idiot bet something big with the opponent and ended up making the family pay. Name, Bruno von Wise. Level, 42. Class, Titan Avatar, S. Authority, 6. Strength, 358. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 25. Charm, 24. Order, 95. Skills, Temporary Immortality, SSS. Fire Resistance, S. Poison Resistance, S. Damage Resistance, S. Shock Resistance, S. Stun Resistance, AAA. Crush, AAA. Rocking Shout, AAA. Boil Blood, A. Fist Hearts, A. Endurance, A. Instant Death Resistance, B. Dagger Arts, D. Sword Arts, E. Evade, F. Spear Arts, F. Cooking, F. Shadow Hiding, F. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, 61%, unawakened, equipment, defense talisman, S. Death copper knuckles, A. Storage ring, B. Fate, fate's power, C. Defined fate, get killed by Solar of Onastrom, destiny list, 10 order points to unveil. Victor sighed. No matter how strong one is, there is always a way to kill him. He reminded himself to be careful. As Victor appraised Bruno, the latter, who came here to make trouble, began to look around searching for Victor, then after failing, turned to behind him with a questioning look. He was looking at none other than Bill, who pushed him here. The latter, who heard Victor's answer and wanted to kick Bruno's ass but didn't dare to make trouble, could only turn away as if he didn't notice anything. Bill, this one is not Victor, Bruno yelled, making Bill almost curse at him, then turn and slowly head toward his two cousins. Many of the heirs and elders who were not on his team began to look at him with mocking smiles, waiting to see him make a joke out of himself, so he had to act. Cousin Victor, you mustn't really joke with Cousin Bruno, he is a very sensible and righteous man, he said casually as he kept his composter. Ah, are you joking with me? Bruno, who got angry all of a sudden, asked. He didn't like it when the others made jokes about him. He is the one calling you sensible and righteous, not me, Victor quickly said, pointing at Bill. What? How dare you? Bruno turned to face Bill. This guy was as gullible as it was rumored. Before Bill could say anything, one of the side room's doors opened and a distinct sound of high heels on the stone floor sounded in the room, making everyone turn to look, including Bruno, who shrieked immediately as if he saw the scariest thing in the world. The newcomer was none other than Grandma Anne, accompanied by the patriarch Morris, who followed her as a puppy. Behind them, Theodore, Alice, who seemed angry, and an elder who seemed to have just had his ass handed to him, hurried after. We greet the patriarch. Everyone bowed. They were in fact bowing for Anne, but officially it was for the patriarch. Chapter 381, Gate. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Julian woke up. He was strapped to a seat in a plane, right next to Lily, who seemed to be piloting it, flying over many snow-capped mountain tops. Ah, what? He exclaimed. It is still too early for you, Lily, who noticed him, said, then sprayed something on him. The next moment he was asleep again. Are all the elite disciples here? Anne asked. There was no need to pretend and give face to Marcos here. This was the core of the family after all, and everyone knew who was the boss. Other than the ones we know are in dungeons. 5 are missing: Revolt, Pam, Tor, Simon, and Rita. One elder said respectfully. Cassius, where is your granddaughter? Anne turned to one of the supreme elders and asked. She is doing a critical mission for my hall, he replied briefly without batting an eye. The supreme halls had certain autonomy in the family, and Cassius was using this to his advantage. The blood hall which he and Rita belonged to was usually tasked with tracking and keeping tabs on the branch families and the illegitimate descendants, and this required some secret missions, as they might need to investigate distant descendants who belonged to other families and powers. Duke, who Victor killed, was the head of one of the family's assassins' halls. He belonged to the blood hall, and this allowed him to hunt for illegitimate babies to collect their bloodline. Oh. Anne raised one eyebrow. She definitely knew something, but she chose not to speak. What about the others? Revolt and Pam are already 26. As for the others, we were only able to connect to Simon, but he couldn't come as he was acting as an envoy in the True Sun Empire, the elder said. I see. Anne, who wanted to punish someone, was disappointed. Well, I guess it is time to get to business, she said as she watched Theodore, who was arguing with an elder before taking his position next to Victor. Her eyes lingered on Victor. She frowned. Something. His bloodline. It was strange. Anne, Marcos said, alerting her. Is there a problem? Ah, no, Anne said, giving Victor a fleeting look again. He was perfectly normal. Strange. Why did she feel as if he reminded her of a certain man seconds earlier? She shook her head. Now, most of you should already know about the incoming tournament, but for those who have no idea, let me elaborate, she said. In 2 months, right after the start of the new year, the Players Association will hold its centenary tournament. Only those under the age of 25 can participate. I thought it was in a month. Mike asked and then quickly shut up when one of the elders gave him a glare. True. And didn't seem angry. The tournament will start in a month or so, but that is for the lower powers. We will only enter at the last stage. As members of the council, this is our right. After all, this tournament is usually conducted to decide the order of the powers in the world and the new council members depending on the winner's order. She added and watched as everyone nodded. Ah, Elder, what order did we get last time? One docile girl asked. She was an elite heir who awakened 2 years ago. In the last tournament, we managed to secure 5th position. Anne said with a reminiscing look on her face. 5th? Bruno asked, then quickly shrieked when Anne looked at him. Yes, the first was the von Kroner, followed by the Heavenly Sect, the von Richter, the von Zweid then us. Anne said. Ah, the von Kroner and the von Richter? The girl asked. She had never heard of them. Those two families disappeared about 20 years ago, one destroyed, and the others hid away like rats after hearing some crazy prophecy. You only need to know that everything about them was erased and the vacuum in the order their disappearance created allowed the von Rosen and the von Astrom families to climb in to become one of the 10 members of the Players' Council. Anne casually said, if you want to know more about this, I will allow you to enter the 5th level of the library after we finish here. She finished. This time the tournament will be special. It will require 10 members from each power to participate instead of the usual 5. While I can't elaborate on the reason, you must know that getting a good result would be vital for the family's prosperity. Anne said mysteriously. Those of you who will participate will have the chance to gain many merits. She said, making many of the elite heirs a little excited. Merits in the family were hard to collect. They are the currency that the heirs use to compete for positions and resources. With high enough family merits, one might be able to ask for whatever he wants. Victor, for example, used the merits he got from saving Anne and giving her the necklace to get Lily and her sisters. This was the reason he became an elite disciple, as Anne couldn't officially reward him without revealing her status and she didn't like to owe favors. She also thought he was a good pawn to strengthen Mike's bid to be the next heir. Are we here to choose the participants for the tournament? Bill, who wanted to make his presence stronger, asked. Yes and no. Anne said. Now, I was planning to do a normal tournament to choose the participants, but a few days ago there was some trouble here in the mines. So the elders decided to use this chance and conduct the test here. Trouble? Theodore was the one who asked. Yes. Anne sighed. As you have guessed, it is the same as the last time. Did it reopen? Theodore asked. He seemed a little hopeful. We don't know. Anne said, paused a little, then turned to look at the heirs and started telling a story. About 25 years ago, around this mine, many accidents began to happen. Miners were disappearing mysteriously. At first, we thought those guys found another exit and ran away, but it was only a matter of time until the investigative team found the first body, crushed into a puddle of blood, she said. A monster? Someone asked. Yes, our first encounter with it was 1 day later. It was something that we had never seen before and it managed to kill half of the investigators' team before we could subdue it. Ansad then waved his hand, making a huge body appear out of her storage ring and fall to the ground in front of it, working the whole hall. A golem? Bill asked, looking at the huge 20-foot-long disfigured human-shaped pile of black obsidian on the ground. Exactly. It was those obsidian golems that started appearing out of the mine walls, killing everything in their way. There are only 2 known ways to kill them. Either damage their bodies by about 61% or destroy the nucleus that is usually hidden somewhere around its body. Is this one new or old from back then? It was Victor who asked. He had just used his appraisal on it and it only reported the same results he got when he appraised the chunk of rock outside. This thing was just a rock. It is new. Anne nodded. I hunted this guy yesterday, he is still fresh. She added, making many of the heirs begin to look at each other. You want us to defeat them? Bill asked. Oh, let me continue my story first. Anne said. Back then, the head of the Secrets Hall, Ariana, managed to push those things back with the help of her disciples, and after searching the tunnels for 3 months they managed to locate their source. It was a dungeon gate at the deepest level. She said. A dungeon? Zoe was the one who asked this time. Unlike the other elite heirs who seemed a little scared, she wasn't. She had already conquered an S-rank dungeon after all, and had become a little confident. Yes, to be precise, an SSS rank dungeon gate, that not only lets people in, but it also lets monsters out. Ah! Zoe exclaimed. Does it let monsters out? Yes, that gate is strange. It pulsates every once in a while, about once an hour, and when it does that it grabs everything in its vicinity, like when a gate opens for the first time, and when it retracts it leaves behind a monster we call Golem Spirit. This thing drills into the walls to possess the stones and birth golems. And said, we believe that this must be some kind of glitch due to the gate appearing inside of a ruin where the world rules are weak. She explained, not expecting any of the heirs to really understand. Most of them didn't even know what the word ruin really meant. They thought it was just an old dungeon. So, did they conquer it? One guy asked. They tried, but all the teams we sent in didn't return. Some died, but the life jades for many of them are still intact to this very day, in fact. And said, Supreme Elder Ariana was one of them. She was caught in one of the gate pulses and was dragged inside. We haven't heard from her ever since, and now the Secrets Hall is run by High Elder Tulin. And said, pointing to an old nasty-looking woman to the side, Mistress, it is time to replace Ariana. The old woman said, grabbing this chance to talk. There are certain things I can't do without the Supreme Seal. We will talk about this after the tournament. And said dismissively, Victor could tell that there was some fighting on who would appoint the new Supreme Elder. Now, back then we didn't know what to do. The gate was unconscionable, so after some deliberation, one smart guy suggested burying it with stones. The result was a disaster, as not only did the gate push the stones away as it pulsated, some of those obsidian stones turned into golems and started to attack us. Then? Zoe asked. In the end, we managed to create a gate using the metals refined from the obsidian in this mine. They seem to have anti-magic powers and it worked in stopping it. And said. Then, 3 months later the gate just disappeared. And said, shrugging her shoulders. What? Everyone asked. Yes, it just vanished. At first, we thought it was conquered, but the ones who left never returned. The main theory was that the dungeon inside was not conquered, but the gate was closed for some unknown reason. Now we believe that the gate was reopened, but it is not in its original location where we built the metal door, and we haven't found its location yet. So our mission? Bill, who felt that Anne was finished with her story, asked. Simple. From now until the end of the month, all the elite disciples will enter the tunnels to kill the golems and locate the gate. For every golem you kill, you get 1 point, and for locating the gate you get 100. If you ever find the gate, stay more than 100 feet away from it and use a talisman to call for help. And said, the ones who get the most points, will not only get merits of equal value, but will also get one of the seats in the tournament. Can we form teams? Bill asked. Yes, but only one in the team will get all the credit. Anne nodded. Each one of you will get one of the tunnel guards to guide you and act as a witness. This place is a labyrinth, so you have to be careful. What about the elders? Theodore asked. We will act as observers and only intervene in emergencies. It was Marcos who replied. If the young ones couldn't even solve something like this, they are not worth joining the tournament. Oh. Theodore looked at Anne. She nodded. The Elder Council had already made up their mind on this. It seemed like there was more to this contest than announced. This might even relate to the fight for the Patriarch's seat. It seemed like it was a good move to move Elena and Lara away from the archipelago. This place would be a mess. Was he forgetting something? Ah, esteemed grandmother. What about your birthday party? It was Victor who shamelessly asked. Is it time for that? Marcos scolded. It is. Victor replied, looking at his grandmother, who raised one eyebrow and then frowned when she felt Theodore expecting a look on her. She was planning to cancel the party due to the emergency situation. Theodore, follow me to the inner hall, she said finally. She could feel he had something to say. Can Mike and Victor come too? Theodore hesitantly asked. Come on. But this better be important, she said. Theodore nodded. Marcos, explain the golem's anatomy and attack patterns to the kids and tell them what to do. I will be right back, she said as she left. The patriarch just squirted his eyes and then turned to look with a questioning look at Theodore and his sons who hurried after Anne. Chapter 382, Birthday Gifts. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So what is this about? Anne asked as they entered the inner room, which was luxuriously furnished as an office. She didn't even take a seat, but just leaned on the desk and crossed her hands. Well, before Theodore could speak, Victor was the first to take action as he took up a package from his storage ring, then stepped forward and presented it to his grandmother. "Happy birthday, Grandma," he said as he pushed the gilded box into her hands with a bright smile. "This is?" She couldn't help but ask. "It is your birthday gift, of course. I got it from the von Geldstadt auction. I met their patriarch there, and he told me that you would definitely like this," Victor said, winking at her as she opened the box and looked inside of it. "It is blueberry-eating slug. If you use this, Grandpa Macrose will have to work hard to keep his position," he added with a face that was screaming, "Please give me a reward, Victor." Theodore began to scold, but Anne raised her hand, stopping him. She really did consider knocking several of Victor's teeth away, but she just sighed. "Call him using his title. Marcos is the patriarch," she scolded softly as she put the box in her ring. She already read the reports that Victor bought this thing for her birthday, so she was not really surprised. She was not a fool. She completely understood that Victor was hinting to her that he knew about her relationship with Harvey. He might be also testing to know whether Harvey told her that he was cured or not. He wanted a reward for saving her lover, but she was not going to play along. She had already rewarded Victor enough by allowing him to hold that depraved wedding of his and giving him that island. "Is that all?" she asked as she looked at Theodore, who was in a way her favorite son. She really had no time for this. The family had literally become a boiling pot after the loss of the awakening artifact, and the mine incidents were really the last straw. "No, Mike," Theodore said, looking at Mike, who was still shocked by the shameful way Victor talked to Anne. He showed no respect at all. For someone to talk back to Anne like this was something simply beyond Mike's imagination. Only fools and those who gave up on their lives dared to do that. "Mike," Theodore scolded again, waking him up. "Ah, esteemed grandmother. Happy birthday," he said as he stepped forward like a soldier, extending his hands and presenting Anne with a velvet box that had the awakening mirror inside of it. He was really thankful that Victor acted before him. He was very nervous around his grandmother. Anne raised an eyebrow as she took the box from Mike's shaking hands. She could tell that Theodore meant to give her this thing when he asked to talk to her, and she was curious about what it was. She slowly opened it and looked inside to see the ancient-looking mirror. She could immediately tell that this was a very precious artifact from the mana fluctuations around it, but she didn't know what it was for. "This is?" she asked, looking at Mike. She really did scare this grandchild too much when he was a kid, but he was just too cute and she enjoyed bullying him. "Ah, this is an awakening artifact," Mike said as Victor, who was a little surprised, watched him. It seemed like his always confident brother also feared his grandma. "I see." Anne didn't seem impressed. In fact, Mike was not the first to bring her an awakening artifact, but the ones she got were all rubbish, with too harsh limits or conditions like creating only semi-players or having to test the participant in boiling oil to succeed. Mike, who noticed Anne's erection, frowned and looked at his father, but Theodore didn't even look back, but just gestured with his hand. "From which minor sect did you steal this from?" Anne finally asked with a sigh after inspecting the mirror. "None. I got it from the Moon Dungeon," Mike said, following the story Victor fed him. "Oh." She got interested. "Conquered already?" "Yes, we planned to send the reports tomorrow," Theodore explained. "They have agreed to make it so that Mike is the one in the Moon Dungeon and not Victor." "Good. Did you get this baby appraised?" she asked, making Theodore quickly present her with a small booklet, containing the things Victor told them about it and the test results. "Oh, already prepared," Anne said as she began to leaf through it. "I see." "What?" she shouted in shock as she squinted her eyes to make sure she read it right. 10 points of authority, 3 days cooldown, applying to more than one participant using mirrors. "Is this true?" she asked after finishing the booklet and turning to face Theodore. She was breathing heavily. Yes, I witnessed it myself yesterday. We tried it on Mike's twin concubines in Victor's mansion, and it worked perfectly. Theodore replied awkwardly. There are no side effects. Holy shit. Anne yelled in shock. No wonder you wanted to hand it to me privately. She explained. This thing would change everything in the family, from how things are done for the awakening to the order of elite heirs. Now the fight would be on who would get a chance to use it. It was going to be a mess. And you were the one who found it? She finally glanced at Mike after calming down a bit. He stepped back. Don't answer me. I will give the merits to you regardless, she said directly, glancing sideways at Victor, whose perverted smile didn't even budge. Her intuition was telling her that it was definitely this little bastard who got it. She had long figured out ever since he came to visit her the first time. He was the kind who liked to rest in the shade and let others do all the heavy lifting. And she could also tell that he must have some amazing appraisal skills that he was hiding. How would he know about hers and Harvey's poisoning otherwise? Hearing his grandmother, Mike smiled a bit and winked to Victor, who nodded. Did anyone else know about this? She asked. Only Mike's twins and some of Victor's girls. They know to keep their mouths shut. Theodore explained. Good. Keep the news about this a secret for now, and erase any mentions of it in your report. I will reveal everything at the right time after we test it a few times on our own, she said, making her purpose clear. She wanted to build an army of suitable heirs before revealing this to the family. Yes. Thanks, Mother, Theodore said as he bowed down. This was the result he wanted. Anne was clearly on Mike's side. I just want to ask esteemed mother if it would be possible to replace Luke's punishment from being a minor to being a test subject for this. He added. I will consider it. Now make sure to bring any good candidate from your illegitimate children back into the family. We might give them a chance, she said. If there is nothing else, you may leave, she finally said. She had many things to think about, many schemes to cook. Theodore nodded with a smile. He always knew that having many children was not a bad thing. Now his efforts would be paid out. I want to ask about something, Victor suddenly said as Mike and Theodore turned to leave. What? Anne asked. She hoped this was not something stupid. The island you gave me. Why did you choose that specific island? He asked. He had to know. No particular reason, it was just empty and convenient. Is there anything wrong with it? Anne asked. She was just reminded of the island by one of the servants right before the meeting to discuss Victor's presence. He was complaining that the family had too many unused islands and spoke of this one as an example. That's why when she read Alfred's suggestion to give Victor some piece of land as a present, she decided to give it to him. No, I just thought you were hinting at something. Victor quickly in a disappointing manner. Anne really wanted to ask what, but she decided not to. The answer would definitely be something she didn't like to hear. Like what? Theodore asked. Like wanting me to fill it with my harem. Victor quickly replied as if he wanted to say those words out loud. There was nothing like that. Anne spat angrily. You can leave, she added. She was really about to kick Victor's shameless ass for the second time today. Victor nodded in disappointment and then stepped back. He could tell that Anne wasn't lying, and he could tell many things from the way she paused. He decided it was not worth it to pester her more about it. It might have been just a coincidence. No, he didn't really believe in those. Someone must have manipulated things from behind the scenes so that she would give him this. But the main questions were who they were and who they worked for. Walking out of the office, Victor noticed that the elders had already explained the characteristics of the golem to the elites and were now in the process of registering teams. It seemed like only 3 were allowed into each team as many began to group together. Victor couldn't help noticing Bill, who seemed to have been trying to convince Bruno to join his team but failed after an elder scolded them both. The elders wanted Bruno to act by himself so that he would be able to participate in the tournament instead of giving his points to Bill. It seemed like the elite who were meant to join the tournament were already decided, most of them anyway. This test was just a formality or a way to sort out allegiances. Mike, come create a team quickly. Alice, who was standing with Zoe and another girl, waved to Mike. Don't you want to join by yourself? Mike asked. Idiot. I belong to the heavenly sect. I can't participate. Alice scolded. All I can do is support you. she said. "Oh, thanks." Mike nodded. "How about we pair together?" Victor turned to Zoe, who was standing to the side, and asked her. He could easily tell that she was not really welcome in the family, the same in his past life. "Ah, fine." Zoe nodded. She didn't have much of a choice, and she really trusted Victor regarding his skills. The only thing she wondered was why he hid them from the family. "You want to join the tournament?" she asked as they walked together toward the registration desk. "No. You will be the one participating." Victor lied casually. "What? No. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This is good for you. It is a chance to prove yourself and make a name for yourself in the family." Victor said. "I, on the other hand, have no need for such things. My siblings are already protecting my back. So can you do me a favor and try it?" he asked, winking at her as he gave his token to the elder, telling him to appoint Zoe as the team leader. "Ah, okay." Zoe sighed and said as she presented her token. She already owes Victor many favors, and the least she can do is humor him here. She already wanted to spend some time with him to ask him about a few things, but couldn't earlier in his mansion as he was always surrounded by other girls. Now was her chance. "So, are you sure you will stay here?" Vanessa asked Mikhail. They were at the airport. "Yes, I have to meet Crimson Pearl and I got the role of the pimp in the movie. I can't waste this chance," Mikhail replied, looking at his mother and 3 triplet sisters who were leaving. "Fine then," Vanessa said as she turned and sighed for the 124th time today. She was planning to stay for another week, but after that blunder with Victor's father, which she completely remembered but acted as if she didn't, she decided to return home. And to her surprise, both Mina and Mane wanted to go with her, saying it wanted to visit their father's grave and pay respect. "Let's go," Vanessa said. "Mother, the runway for private planes is that way," Mana said, correcting her mother as she dragged her to a VIP lounge to the side. Michael sighed as he watched them go. He was free at last. Now he could indulge to his heart's content without fearing his mother or sister snooping around. Wait. He suddenly noticed something. 2 young girls were heading to the same VIP lounge his mother went to. They were the same 2 girls who slept with Victor at the company the other day. Do prostitutes work internationally now, or do they have clients in the VIP lounge? "Robin, is that you? I knew that a beach like you will show her face sooner or later." A young man suddenly ran out of nowhere to one of the little girls who turned to face him, sighed, then took it as a gun and shot at him. Was he one of her salty old clients? Regardless, the young man fell to the ground shaking as many airport guards hurried toward them. The girl only showed a security personnel a purple business card, then turned and headed to the VIP lounge as the guards moved out of her way respectfully, then grabbed the now unconscious young man and dragged him away mercilessly. Prostitutes are scary these days. Michael sighed. He needed to be careful. He reminded himself. Chapter 383, The Diary. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Did you forget something? Anne asked as Theodore, who walked out with his 2 sons a moment earlier, then returned after getting rid of them. Yes, Theodore said as he took out a leather-bound diary from his ring and gave it to Anne. "This is?" she asked. This son of hers had brought her many surprises today. "It is the diary of our ancestor, Grandmaster Nicholas," Theodore said. "What?" Anne quickly grabbed it and began to inspect it. It felt very old. "Where did you get this from?" she asked as she flipped it open. "What kind of language is that?" She remembered seeing something like that in the library, but she was not sure. Victor found it thrown away in the vault and decided to sneak it away to take a look. He didn't know what it was in the beginning. Not until he started deciphering it. "Oh, he knew how to read this," she exclaimed, then squinted her eyes. "As a merchant, he might have some skills for that." I don't really know, but he said he could, so I decided to leave it with him for a few more days as he seemed to have figured something out," Theodore said. He sent Victor away before presenting this to both protect him and stop him from making unreasonable demands, but Anne didn't flare up as he was expecting her to do. "Oh." Anne raised one eyebrow as she inspected it. "What did he do with it?" she asked. "The bastard created a bloodline purifying pill using a recipe from it and gave it to Lara without my permission." "Oh," Anne frowned as she flipped the diary around. There were some notes scribbled with a pencil to the side, probably Victor's doing. He must have put some real effort into deciphering this. I am surprised he had time to do all this with that harem of his. What did the pill do? Did it work? She asked. Blood-purifying pills, although rare, were nothing special. Ah. Yes. Not only did Lara heal from the after-effects of the wrong training method Rex was teaching her, she is now stronger than a level 10 player. Her bloodline is 100% pure. Theodore said. What? Are you sure? Anne exclaimed in shock for the second time today as she looked up at Theodore and then began to flip through the diary until she found the page of the recipe. Victor's handwriting was all over it, translating the effects and ingredients. Yes, Lara's tests are all in this file, Theodore said, presenting a file to Anne, who quickly took a look at it. Holy shit. Is that little girl still human? She didn't seem to notice any change. She just told me that she felt she had a lot of energy lately and... Theodore hesitated. What? Sometimes when I look at her unprepared I feel a little scared, he confessed. It is as if every cell in my body is begging me to either worship her or run away, he added as she scratched the back of his head. From infancy, he was raised to always be honest with his mother. What? Wait. Did Victor take that pill too? Anne asked as if she thought of something. Victor's aura from earlier. She did feel something strange about it. Ah, I didn't ask him. Theodore frowned. He didn't think of that. I don't think he has awakened his bloodline yet though. No, he already did that. Anne interrupted. Victor was just controlling himself too perfectly. Do you have any of the pills? She asked. Ah, yes. Those are all the ones Victor could make from the trace of the ancestors' blood in the diary. They require unawakened bloodlines to work, Theodore said, giving Anne the pill bottles Victor gave him. The first one contains the original pill. The second one was something Victor's alchemist created by mistake by adding some rust blood to the formula. It seems to boost the bloodline even further, but I am not sure, Theodore said. He hid nothing. Really? Anne exclaimed, then thought for a moment. Lara got one of the second type. Yes, Theodore said. We were lucky enough nothing bad happened to her. He sighed. No wonder Victor kept winking at you earlier and you kept ignoring him, Anne said as she inspected the two pill bottles, opened one of them, and smelled the pills inside. Their scent was like that of Von Wise blood. Yes, he wanted me to present the diary to you so that he would get some kind of reward, Theodore said awkwardly. I wonder sometimes to what heights he would have been able to climb if not for his weak class. He lamented. You should be thankful he got that class. That kid is a fox. I don't even want to imagine what he would do if he had the power to back his ambitions, Anne said. She lied. She had been keeping an eye on Victor lately to figure out his goals, and according to her observations, she could safely imagine him trying to grab all the pretty girls in the world. Ah, I don't think he is that bad, Theodore said in a low voice. Regardless, he stole the diary from the vault and now wants a reward on top of that? Anne sneered. She seemed in a good mood. Although I have been pampering him a lot lately, if those things were to be real, he would deserve to be rewarded. But he should be punished too. She paused. Those rewards and punishments must not attract any attention. She was not going to share this diary with the family for now. I have a good idea about this, but we will discuss it later after I finish reading this diary. Now, listen up. Forget about supervising the mess here with the others. I need you to do something for me, she said after some thinking. Yes, Mother. Theodore nodded. He knew what she planned to do. It was time to create a new fraction of the family, a new group of elite who only answered to her. Abe sighed as he left the hospital room where Lulu was wrapped like a mummy in bed. That beach deserved it, he said to himself. How dare she take all the money we got from toiling in the mines to buy that dress? He added to himself. Now he had to get the money needed for treating her or his mother would really kill him. Suddenly 3 burly men appeared in front of him. They wore black suits, black gloves, black ties, and black sunglasses. What? He asked. You owe us, one of them said, making Abe quickly find out their identity. Old Snake had already agreed to give me another month, Abe replied. Old Snake had become a dead snake, one of the burly men said. Now the company is run by Lady M, And she wants her money. Ah, but that's not the deal, Abe said, causing one of the men to grab him by his collar and lift him up. Deal or not, you either pay or you sleep with the fish today. You have until midnight, the men said, pushing Abe into the wall and then letting him slide into a waiting chair below him before they turned to leave. A small advice: don't try to escape. The man left a final warning as he left with his muscular friends. Sheet. Bastards. Abe cursed as soon as the men turned a corner and left his sight. Did you say something? One of the men seemed to have heard him and returned. No, he said quietly as sweat began to fall from his forehead. The man just inspected him for 1 whole minute before he sighed. He gave Abe one last glare then left. Abe sighed in relief. Cheat. Where was he going to get that kind of money from? It was all Lulu's fault. Damn. If she was still in one piece he would have sold her. Damn it. Who would buy the beach anyway? Should he go and beg Margaret? Never. That beach should rot in hell. Just as he was about to stand up, out of the way, someone suddenly shouted, and in the next moment Abe was pushed back in the chair as a hospital bed with a man burnt to the crisp on it was pushed by him. We are losing him, one nurse said. He will never reach the operating room. Sheet. No, a doctor said as the monitor connected to the bed began to beep. Clear, the doctor said as he used a defibrillator to apply an electric shock to the patient's heart. There was no response. Again. Clear, the doctor said as he charged it again. Bam, bam, bam. Doctor, he is lost, the nurse said. 11.21 call it. The doctor said looking at his watch. He is dead. Do we have his name? Ah, no, he didn't have any IDs. Then how the hell would we be able to identify him? Look at how burnt up he is. The doctor snapped. He must have had a bad day. Ah, I think I saw he had a phone somewhere, the nurse quickly said as she began to look around for the phone. Spontaneously Abe began to look around too, and he saw it. The phone was under the chair in front of him. Just when he was about to tell the nurse, he noticed something. The phone was not ordinary, it was a diamond-studded golden W Phone 9 Max. Abe casually stood up and switched chairs as if to get out of the way of the nurse who was searching for the phone. He sat right over it and hid it with his leg. They must have left it in the room, the nurse said finally after finding nothing. Then get moving. Let's take him to the morgue. It will be their problem after that. I already missed my break for this sheet, the doctor said as the nurse quickly helped him push the bed away. Abe waited until the corridor was empty to reach down and grab the phone. Sheet. It was real. If he were to sell this thing, he might be able to pay off half of the debt. Hey, that is not yours. One thin little girl in a hospital gown who happened to walk out of her room and saw him said, scaring the living sheet out of him. Shut up, Beach. Abe cursed as he grabbed the phone then quickly ran out of the hospital as the little girl began to cry. The moment he left, 2 pretty fashionably dressed young women walked out of a nearby room. One of them hurried to the little girl. Don't cry. The bad guy will get what he deserves. Sister Lynn will kick his butt, the young woman said softly as she hugged the little girl, making her sniff as she resisted crying. Now, eat this and return to your room. Don't make your parents worry, the young woman said as she stood up and rubbed the little girl's head then pushed a candy in her mouth. The little girl nodded and sucked on the sweet candy as she watched the nice older sisters leave after the nasty guy. All of a sudden the candy melted in her mouth. Wait. Why was her body shining now? Why was her tummy no longer hurting? After finishing with the explanations required, the elders told the elite heirs to get moving. They must figure out their own ways. So, what to do now? Zoe asked as she watched the formed team leave one by one. We need to find a guide. The tunnels here are like a maze, Victor said as they left the meeting room and headed to a side chamber with the words guards command over its door. Victor casually stepped in, making the few guards who were resting here stand in attention. You. Victor pointed to an elderly guard after inspecting the 7 or so guards who were resting there. Can you guide us through the tunnels? Victor asked. Name, Alto, level, 0, class, dash. Abnormal status, slave, F. Authority, 1. Strength, 14. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 25. Luck, 19. Charm, 9. Order. 10. Skills. Dashing escape. C. Low presence. D. Assuring smile. F. Fate. Fate's power. C. Defined fate. None. All the guards here were semi-players. What Victor was looking for was someone old enough to not only know the tunnels but also know the old stories that many would have forgotten. Alto, whose skills would make him the only survivor in every dangerous situation, seemed the type who would know a few things. Yes, of course. The elderly guard Alto stood up quickly and hurried toward Victor. A chance to serve an elite heir was very rare, and if he were to be lucky he would be able to escape this place. Might I inquire about your esteemed names? Alto asked as they walked out of the room. I am Victor, this is Zoe. She is the boss this time around, but you will listen to me. Victor explained, making Zoe nod. Alto frowned a little then nodded. Where does the young master want to go? Alto asked. Oh, for now, I want to check on my brother, Luke, who is serving some time here, Victor said after some thinking. Oh, please wait a moment, Alto said as he hurried to a side chamber where he checked a giant book and then returned with a strange expression. Is there anything wrong? Victor asked. Ah, well, did your esteemed brother offend someone? Alto asked worriedly. Not as far as I know. Victor lied. What's the problem? Well, he is assigned to Deep Village. That shithole, excuse my language, is the worst place around here. It is where those slaves who committed grave crimes are sent to, Alto said after hesitating a bit. Oh, if it is just that, it is okay. My father seemed to have arranged for something like that. Luke thrives in such places, Victor said with a devilish smile. Let's go take a look. I have a few things to ask you about along the way, he added as he casually grabbed Zoe's hand and started walking. Chapter 384, The Tunnels. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This place is very desolate, huh? Victor asked as he leisurely passed through the wide empty tunnels with Zoe, who wanted to pull back her hand from his grasp a few times, but each time she managed to pull back, he would find a sneaky way to grab it again. Usually you would be seeing all kinds of carts and workers transporting ores all through these tunnels, but due to the recent attacks, we issued a lockdown order. All miners shall stay in their villages temporarily, and all required mining quotas had been suspended, Alto explained as he tried hard not to mind the romantic drama unfolding between his two companions. Not his business. Oh, how is this exactly managed? Victor asked as he inspected the walls and noted that they were gradually moving deeper underground. He never went down to this place in the past. The mines are composed of 3 main large channels, with 3 to 5 side channels at the end of each. At the end of each of those 13 channels, a mining village was created as a central hub and a resting place for the miners. Although most of those guys are family criminals, they needed a place to sleep and live while they were not working. So my brother is at one of those villages? Victor asked. Ah, not exactly. Alto hesitated. What do you mean? The villages might get overpopulated at times, so we relegated some of the people there to miner outposts. Your brother is at the most desolate one, Alto said slowly. Strangely enough, Victor didn't seem offended, making Zoe, who was listening, frown. She had met that guy Luke once when she first awakened. He seemed like a decent kid. Still, she had a feeling that Victor, who appeared completely stoic, was very glad. How long until we reach the nearest village? Zoe asked. 3 hours, and to the place where young Master Luke is at, we will need 6 more. What? Zoe was shocked. This place is that big? Yes. Alto sighed. Don't worry, we will take a rest on the way there. That's not the problem. Zoe sighed. How many people work here? She asked. About 70,000. I am not sure. Alto said. What? Zoe was shocked. Where did you get all those people? Some of them are family members and servants who committed grave mistakes, others are slaves who the family gets from. Alto didn't explain further. The family has many enemies, and those enemies have families. Victor said. When killing someone we need to pull the roots to avoid future problems. But that's cruel. Zoe, who understood what he meant, said. What about the children? Those of the first generation will be forced to work here for life. After that they are given a chance to work their way out and even redeem themselves and their parents once they are old enough. Alto said, though many never leave this place. He sighed. Zoe frowned. She didn't like this. Victor said nothing. This was the reality of their family. No, all the other powers. They all have dark cruel secrets that they inherited from their ancestors. Systems that they needed to keep their power. They needed many servants and agents, and although they got replacements from the outside every once in a while, the best way was to raise them by themselves. He sighed. The next few minutes were silent. Oh, by the way, are those miners' girls pretty? Victor asked all of a sudden, making Zoe, who was feeling a little down, quickly pinch his hand. Pervert. All the pretty ones got selected young to work for the maids department. Alto told the truth. The ones left here are not bad though. Even the ugliest girls would look pretty in a certain light. And the illumination condition around here is not ideal. He added, speaking of experience. True. Victor nodded, totally ignoring Zoe's pinches as he looked up at and observed the magical gems that illuminated this place. At first, he thought they were an artifact especially created for that purpose, but as they walked further inside, he began to notice many of those gems naturally growing out of the walls. Semicolon. Tri Gem, F. Fragile. Vitality energy conversion, weak. He had never heard of these things before, but they seemed interesting. Being able to work around sacred iron, those light-emitting gems. Doesn't the family mine them? Victor asked after a few minutes of silence, changing the gloomy atmosphere. We tried, but they are very hard to mine as they collapse very quickly and they don't work outside. The family took some samples back in the day, but nothing really came out of it, so no one cares about them nowadays. The villages below were created alongside veins containing them, so it is not only reasonably bright there, but those things seem to keep the miners healthy. Victor frowned. Could those gems be the reason why this palace was unearthed? This place is just too strange. All ruins are in a way though. Now, he really needed to know what the hell was going on. Oh, by the way, what about those golems? In what areas did they appear? Victor finally asked after carefully taking a few samples from one of the gems and putting it in his ring. He would ask Lily and Hannah about it later. Mostly in the lower tunnels, sometimes they crawl up. But we have sentries to take care of them, Alto said. When did this all start? Victor asked. Well, it was about 3 weeks ago, right before the red moon. Alto pondered. I was out on vacation and when I returned it was all hell. What started it? Victor asked, making Alto, who escaped answering this on purpose, pause. I don't know for sure. He said faintly. What do you suspect? Victor asked. I dare not. Alto hesitated. Speak. Victor stopped and scolded in a strange voice, that not only startled Zoe but made her feel as if this command came from some very ancient and dangerous being. Her body shook a little, but this was not compared to Alto, who fell to his legs shaking. It was one of the elders, Alto said, shaking, then relaxed as the feeling of oppression withdrew. He was really scared though. This feeling was something he only felt when he faced the Supreme Elders before. No, this one was scarier. He had underestimated this heir, thinking that he was just another one of those family brats who were sent here as punishment. He should have known better. Elite heirs were never easy. Explain. I don't like going around in circles, Victor calmly said as he watched the man scramble to his feet and take the chance to grab Zoe's hand. She was obviously startled a bit earlier, but Victor did this on purpose so that she would not be defeated if someone used this cheap trick on her in the future. Alto shook. It was High Elder Talon with a few others. Since 2 months ago they began digging in the lower tunnels like crazy. They were searching for artifacts, promising any miners who found one their freedom. Due to this excessive digging, the supports were not probably installed and an accident happened. Oh. Continue. Victor nodded. This was after he destroyed the awakening artifact. A part of the tunnels collapsed, and as we hurried to dig the survivors, those golems appeared. Alto hid nothing. I see. Victor said. Were you here when a similar accident happened in the past? Yes. Alto sighed and said. He knew that it would come to this. Tell me about it in detail. Victor asked as he resumed walking, not forgetting to drag Zoe's hand behind him. Well, I believe the Patriarch should have already informed you. It was about 25 years ago. Lady Ariana was looking to expand the mine after a new load of obsidian was found, and a hidden wall was struck down, revealing a new web of tunnels. Those golems began to show up from there. Back then I worked in the exploration unit. Alto clarified. The golems came from those tunnels? Victor asked. Yes. They just came running at us, materializing out of the obsidian walls. Alto sighed. I remember that I was enthralled back then, thinking that if I killed one I might level up and shed this stupid semi-player status. Too bad it was just a pipe dream. Those golems needed an army to kill and they didn't drop any experience. Alto explained. Too bad. Go on. Victor said stoically. Zoe, who was unknowingly holding his hand, felt him stiff a little though. Monsters not dropping any experience meant one of three things. They either belonged to this world, were magical puppets, or were only a part of something way bigger. It might also be a combination of those things. Those things were hopefully just some old puppets, or else things really got troublesome. He needed to find one quickly and appraise it. Those golems were not easy to fight. You have to find their core and strike it hard to make them collapse. It is usually hidden in a random position in their body with only a small portion of it exposed. So, what happened after you defeated them? Victor asked impatiently. He already knew how to defeat a golem. I didn't defeat any. It was Lady Ariana and Miss Rosette who shined there, striking those guys with strange bolts of light, making them collapse in seconds. Altarim and Kneed. Rosette? Victor paused. He heard that name before. His father told him about her a while back. She was his first wife or something. Yes. What a fine miss. Too bad she disappeared with Lady Ariana. How did that happen? Victor asked. Let me finish the story first, if I may. Alto said, making Victor gesture to him to continue. Well, after the golems in the tunnels were cleared, we discovered that the web of tunnels was larger than we expected and went deeper and deeper underground, nearing dangerously near the island's volcano's magma chamber. We retreated in order to reorganize and prepare a volcano? Zoe interrupted. Yes. This island is situated over a volcano. In fact, those tunnels we are walking through right now were formed around its conduit. Don't worry, this place has never exploded as far as I know, as it has some side channel into the ocean. Alto explained. Now, where was I after you retreated? Victor said as he noticed that the tunnels began to warp down a little and the concentration of black obsidian was increasing. Yes. Then it began. Those golems began to appear everywhere in the lower tunnels, some of them even reached the lowest village. They usually materialize out of the walls, so it was very hard to guard against them. It was a mess. Alto sighed. Later we found out that what created those golems was a thing we called golem spirits. They are like ghosts. No attacks work against them, physical or magical. They go through the walls unimpeded. Then they materialize as a core, forming a golem around them. How did you fight them? Like what happened now? We stopped all mining. We posted guards around the areas with high concentrations of black obsidian and we sent an expedition to the deeps. Alto said. Although I was not a part of that team, I heard what happened. They said down there after searching for 2 months they found a large dungeon gate right over a lack of magma. That gate seemed to pulse, exploding every few hours, throwing out a few golem spirits. Did it allow humans to enter? Victor asked. Yes. They sent a campaign to conquer it, but the guys in it never returned. Half of them were dead within a week, the others seemed to be alive but we had no way of contacting them. Alto said. When the gate pulsed, it drew in everyone in its vicinity, players or not. I was planning to go try my luck like many others. Luckily I didn't. All the weak semi-players who tried it died. Only those powerful players managed to survive. He sighed. Did Lady Ariana was a part of that expedition? Victor asked. No. This happened later, about 6 months or so. The family sent 3 expeditions and no one returned, so it was decided that the gate must be closed somehow to resume the mining operation. The golems were a real pain in the ass, if you excuse my words. So they built a vault around it? Victor asked. Yes. Since the old tunnel walls managed to stop the golems before, the family decided to build two-layered steel and obsidian walls around it. It was easier said than done though. The gate was above a lake of magma as I told you before. They first had to dry a part of the magma below and to separate this from the chamber below. I am not sure what happened next, no one who was there survived, but from what we know, the moment they cut off the magma chamber using a large obsidian rock, the gate expanded greatly then retracted, making the entire tunnel collapse on itself. Everyone who was there was thought to have been killed, but after checking their life jackets, the family began to try to dig them out. But no one was there, not even the gate that vanished. The family thinks that they were all sucked in before the collapse. They included Lady Ariana and her 3 disciples. Alto sighed. Now it is happening again, and no one knows where the damn gate is this time. Victor frowned. A gate expanding? Impossible. A dungeon gate was a product of this world. It followed its rules. The only thing he could think of with similar property was moving dungeons. But those only move around and never expand, not unless cheat. He knew what this was. He just needed to see it with his own eyes to make sure. Abe, who was sitting in a park, shook in shock after he flipped through the phone he found for 2 hours straight. He couldn't believe it. At first, he tried to turn off the phone. But after he couldn't find the power button he decided to try to crack its PIN code. By carefully analyzing the smudges on the smartphone's screen he was sure that the PIN was none other than 0000. And he was right. After that, he started to look around and what he found was beyond his wildest imagination. He knew who the phone's dead owner was. It belonged to a man called John Johns. And he was known by his pen name, Crimson Pearl. Searching through the phone's data, Abe not only found the guy's ID info and data but also the full manuscript for a few novels which were some of his favorites. It had all the unreleased chapters and a few new novels that were a work in progress. Those things were priceless. He had just heard on the news that Crimson Pearl was the writer in the new Dragon Princess movie. The script was here. Damn. This thing would sell for a fortune. But the problem was he only had a few hours to sell these. Where was he going to find a buyer? Suddenly the phone in his hand began ringing with a very lewd voice ringtone, straddling him and the old lady who was sitting on the bench beside him. She looked at him with disgust, then stood up and walked away while muttering something about moral decay. He didn't care. Should he answer it? He was tempted to just turn it off. But the second he read the caller's name he hesitated. The Moneybags was the name he read. He decided to try his luck and answered the phone. Hi, is this Crimson Pearl? He didn't answer. We are from Horizons Media. We know that you don't like to talk a lot and usually only communicate through text messages. But I couldn't help myself wanting to hear your voice in person. The woman who sounded young said in a flattery voice, "We need to tell you that the money for the contract is ready. Are you available to come sign it now?" "Ah, how much was it again?" $100 million. Isn't that the amount we agreed on? Didn't you want it in cash? "Ah, yes," Abe said as his mind began to turn. "Then I will be waiting for you at the headquarters of Horizons Media. I will be there in an hour or two." Abe said then hung up. He was hesitating on what to do. If he were to be discovered he would be in big trouble. Thinking for a moment he opened up the messenger program and began to look through Crimson Pearl's conversations just to make sure. He could see all the conversations he had and from them, he learned a few things. 1. Crimson Pearl was an orphan who had no one. 2. Crimson Pearl was so ashamed of his hobby of writing porn stories that no one knew his real identity. Not even the companies he worked for. He only accepted payments in cash. And Horizons Media was the first time he was planning to go public after their CEO convinced him to write the movie script. 3. Crimson Pearl really believed in psychics and unnatural phenomena. He was a part of many groups that discussed such stupid things as future seeing and astral projections. 4. Crimson Pearl was really into granny porn. The shaking caused Julian to open his eyes and look around. He was in the back of an old truck that traveled through a mountainous dirt road. Lily was sitting next to him talking with some traditionally dressed old woman who was holding a chicken in her hand. She was pointing at Julian and giggling. Lily was humoring her politely. He couldn't understand what they talked about though. It was a foreign language that he had never heard before. "Where are we?" he asked. "Oh, you are awake," Lily said, then smiled, making him notice for the first time that she was not wearing her mask. Holy shit. Can someone be this pretty? Just when he was about to make a comment, he felt something hit the back of his neck and heard the chuckling of the old woman. "Sleep more, my dear brother. We are almost there," was the last thing he heard before he passed away. Chapter 385, Critical Mission. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "So this is the first village?" Victor asked as the tunnel seemed to come to an end, opening up to a huge cave chamber that contained the underground village. It was composed of several streets and buildings made out of black obsidian. The entire area was lit by many light gems that shone from the 150-foot-high tunnel ceiling, making it appear as if it was right before sunset. "Yes." Alto nodded. "It is where the ores get collected before transporting them outside." Victor sighed as he looked around. He was really wondering what happened to this place in his past life. Although he was not 100% sure, he believed that this incident with the gate and the golems never occurred. Not this early anyway. Approaching the village's steel gate, the two muscular guards who were guarding it bowed respectfully while shooting Alto some envious looks after they noticed the badges on Victor and Zoe's chests. "Main family elite heirs. This way, young master," Alto said, guiding Victor through the main street where many miners bowed when he passed by while others chose to escape to the side streets to avoid him. Elite heirs from the main family had a bad reputation here, as they basically can do whatever they want. "Where should we rest?" Victor asked. He was not really tired, but he wanted to take his time and get familiar with this place. "We will be heading to the administrative building. There is a VIP resting room there," Alto said, guiding Victor and Zoe. "I need to make a report about our location." "Good." Victor nodded. "Make sure to get me a recent map of the tunnels and a list of the locations of the last appearances of the golems." He added, he should have got a tunnel from the entrance, but he totally forgot as he was busy watching Lynn and Margaret scam Abe. "I understand." Alto nodded. "Let's go then," Victor said as he casually appraised everyone. While few had low concentrations of bloodline, most people had nothing special. They just seemed unreasonably fit and healthy for people who should be spending their lives in servitude underground. "It must be those gems." Zoe, who was beside him, was also looking around. She seemed to be feeling a little relieved that the people here were not as desolate as she imagined them to be. She could see several big buildings on the main street, like a school and a hospital, a proof that the family was not that bad to those guys. Reaching the fancily built administrative building, Alto excused himself to make a report to the manager here as Victor and Zoe were respectfully guided into a lavish reception room where they were not the first to arrive. On one of the white leather couches in the room were three young men wearing black robes and busy harassing the pretty maids who were serving them. On their chests, two of them proudly hung their family token, which was purple with two black lines going over it diagonally. The last had a silver token instead. The large two are elites from the second branch. The other guy is a second-ranked inner disciple, Victor whispered to Zoe as they casually walked inside. The Von Wise family was composed of one main branch, which was the descendants of Victor's great-grandfather, and 11 side branches which were the children of other ancestors who were powerful enough to establish a branch. Each one of those branches could nominate up to 5 elite heirs. Those guys were equal to the heirs of the main family and had the chance to rise up and become elders, supreme elders, or even fight for the patriarch's seat. Naturally, due to this, the relationship between those branches and the main family was usually very rigid and muddied with family politics. As far as Victor remembered, of the branches only the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 10th had any real power, as they had supreme elders belonging to them. They usually had the capital to fight for the power in the family and turn their branch into the main one. Most of the other branches usually took sides with the big ones. Cassius, for example, Rita's grandfather, belonged to the 3rd branch, which belonged to the Black faction. Frank Titus's father, the head of the external hall and the head of the 1st branch, belonged to the White faction. Zoe, who technically belonged to the main branch, just looked at those guys with a frown as they harassed the maid. She was trying hard to remember who was the backer of the 2nd branch. Uncle Falcon taught her those things before, but at that time she didn't care. Victor, on the other hand, casually appraised the three. Their boss was a level 23 Black Knight. The other two were a level 9 Archer and a level 19 Rogue. They were nothing special. No, wait, that weak-looking Archer guy. His name was familiar. Zack Von Wise. Victor frowned. Wasn't this the guy who caused Mike to get crippled in his previous lifetime? Victor was not sure about how it happened, but according to the report he read, Zack was acting as Mike's support in a dungeon when a swarm of scorpions attacked them. This guy shot Mike in the back with a paralyzing arrow and left him to be eaten alive as he escaped. Thankfully Mike survived back then, but the damage he sustained caused him to lose both his legs and one of his eyes, causing him to permanently lose the fight for the Patriarch position. As for Zack, he didn't leave the dungeon and no one knew how he died. Todd, one of the young men who was the first to notice Victor, quickly nudged his friend who was busy bullying the maid to dance for them. Todd, who seemed to be the boss of this group, looked back and noticed Victor as his friends stood up and bowed slightly. Todd didn't. This was not a breach of the family's protocol, as those guys were technically elite heirs too, and didn't need to show respect to Victor and Zoe. Still, the man's behavior was not very respectful, as it was a piece of common knowledge to show respect to those of the main family. "Oh, you are from the main family?" Todd said disrespectfully as he grabbed the maid and made her sit on his lap. She was obviously reluctant, but she didn't dare to object. That's what it looked like anyway. Although many of the young maids and servants in the family dreamed that one of the heirs would fall for them or choose them, many had long learned to discern between those who were serious and those who were just playing around. Like this Todd, who would just dump this girl away or throw her to his men the moment he got bored with her. If he was really serious about her, he would have branded her with his token, giving her one of the 10 servant slots he had. Victor, who was carefully watching, frowned a little, then quickly hid it. The maid Todd grabbed was very pretty. All the others he saw here until now were average at best. "We are from the main family." "How did you know?" he asked as he found a comfy couch and then dragged Zoe to sit at his side. He didn't seem upset. "Your badge says so," Todd replied without showing any annoyance about Victor playing ignorant. He was used to those of the main branch showing off and he knew how to deal with those. "My name is Todd. I belong to the second branch. My father is Antony, the Patriarch's brother. And this is Pia, my cousin," he said proudly, not caring to introduce his last cousin, who seemed to be offended a little. "I see." Victor nodded. The Patriarch belonged to the second branch. According to the family history he read, when Marcos took power, a part of the deal was that the main branch would not change. This upset many people, but under Anne's oppression, no one dared to really object. Still, the second branch, which was the weakest before, seemed to have gained a lot of benefits in the last 40 years, but not to a degree where they could contend with the strongest 5. "My name is..." The last young man began to speak and introduce himself, but he was interrupted. "You don't need to introduce yourself, Zack. I am sure those of the main family wouldn't care about someone like you," Todd said in a smug voice while not forgetting to molest the maid in his lap, causing his cousin to stop talking with some resentment. "We don't," Victor admitted shamelessly, making Todd chuckle as Zack clenched his fist. Then there was an awkward pause. "Can I know your names?" Todd finally asked after 3 minutes. "Well, I am Victor. This is Zoe. We belong to the main branch, as you have previously deduced," Victor said, making the young man frown a little and then smile. He heard about Victor, the one who was made an elite as bait to fool the family enemies. "You are the one who held that harem wedding that day," Todd exclaimed, still not showing Victor any respect as his hand began to find its way under the maid's skirt. Zoe, who was having a hard time not verbally showing her disgust, quickly held her words as she noticed what Victor, who was supposedly sitting at her side, was doing. "Pervert." "Yes, it was a blast," Victor exclaimed. "The family even gave me a big island as a gift," he added, then watched the envy on Todd's face. "It was natural. They gave you an entire island?" Pia, who was silent, finally spoke. "Yes, Grandma wants me to enjoy my time there with my harem and fill it with future children." Victor nodded, ignoring Zoe's glares as he inspected Todd. This idiot, since they entered the room, was using a memory talisman to record their conversation. He was hiding it behind the maids' backs. See, that is what it means to be a part of the main branch. Todd, who was shocked for a moment, quickly laughed it off as he violently began squeezing the breasts of the poor maid in his lap. She was shooting Victor and Zoe some pleading looks for help, but the two totally ignored her. No, not really. But that's what everyone saw. In reality, Zoe was about to pick a fight multiple times in the last few minutes, but only stopped when she watched Victor casually stand up, go around the room checking all the maids, then spice the wine glasses of the three with something before returning to his seat. No one seemed to notice that as they all kept looking at the place he was on the couch. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Are you also here for those Gillums? Victor finally asked, deciding to get some info out of those idiots as he returned to his seat and naturally held Zoe's hand again. In a way, we are a part of the expedition to search for the gate. Pierre was the one who answered. Oh, you two? Since when were you here? Victor asked as a maid brought him and Zoe some refreshments. Since Zach was about to say something but was interrupted. We don't have to tell him that. Todd rudely changing his tactic. I believe those from the main family already know everything, he said in a provoking tone, slipping his hand under the maid's skirt again. Tears began to fall from the poor young woman's eyes. We are just having a friendly conversation here. What's your problem? Zoe, who couldn't take Todd's rude behavior anymore, finally flared up but calmed down a bit as Victor grabbed her hand again. I don't have a problem, Todd said. I just don't want those from the main family to look down on us, he said just as he grabbed the maid's chest. He was clearly doing this on purpose to make Zoe angry, but with Victor holding her, she just glared back at him. Sorry, I was born looking down on you, Victor replied as he wondered why Todd was acting like this. You guys are just too lousy, he added. You, Pierre flared, but Todd kicked his foot making him calm down at once, confirming Victor's suspicion. He was now sure that those guys were making trouble on purpose, wanting to make him or Zoe pick a fight. But why? Did they want to implicate him in some trouble and involve the punishment hall? No. This doesn't make sense. The punishment hall supreme elder was a loyalist to the main branch. He could only ask. Victor pondered, then turned to look at one of the other maids in the room. Can you get me one of those petting maids, like the one he got with big boobs? He ordered her unreasonably, pointing at Todd and the maid on his lap. Ah! The poor maid didn't know how to respond to that. Even Todd and his friends gave Victor a strange look. Zoe was naturally pinching him and used her foot to step on his, but he totally ignored her as he kept looking at the maid. What? Are you out of stock? He asked. Ah, young master. That one is a normal maid, not a petting maid. A second slightly older maid finally intervened. What? Victor frowned and then looked at Todd. Why are you petting a normal maid? He asked with a disgusted look, making Todd, for a second there, wonder if he was really doing something wrong. No. He could tell that Victor was playing with him, probably. Looking at Victor's honest eyes he was not sure. But he can also play this game. A normal maid can also be a petting maid, he finally said, grabbing the maid's thin shirt and then shredding it with his hand to expose her chest. Carefully making sure to anger Zoe, and ignoring his two lower-leveled friends whose eyes began to look at the maid with lascivious looks. Really? Victor asked, turning to look at the other maid. Ah, we are here to serve the young masters, she finally said, resigning to her grim fate. Not really, she was in fact looking forward to it. Victor was just that handsome. You are too ugly for that, Victor exclaimed. The maid was not really ugly, but he had to make an excuse. Get me someone as pretty as her, he said, making Todd finally smirk as if Victor had fallen into his trap. Ah, she is the only pretty one here, the maid who was slightly offended said awkwardly. In fact, that pretty maid was new. She had just sent here 3 days ago. It was rare to send someone of this caliber down here. Really? Then why does this branch family member get to pet her? Victor asked loudly, causing Todd to almost jump and kiss him for falling for his trap. Yes, he wanted Victor to be angry. Ah, he came here first? The maid didn't know how to answer that. This was getting stupid. But why were those of the Branch family looking as if Victor was acting very reasonably? Not her business. Cheat. Victor paused. Then I can't do a thing. Victor sighed and sat down. For the next 5 minutes no one moved, only the sound of Victor sipping his refreshments could be heard. Wait. Is that it? Pierre finally flared. What's what? Victor asked. You are not going to pick a fight with us? Pierre asked. Why would I do that? Victor asked. Because. Pierre looked at Todd, who nodded to him. That's what he saw anyway. Because we were ordered to make you do that. Lia replied after getting an affirmation from Todd, who was in reality busy with the maid who was obviously not so reluctant anymore. Zach, who was the weakest, was already watching with his hand doing something lewd. Really? You too? Victor asked. I was ordered by my brother. Who ordered you? Victor asked. We were ordered by Uncle Antony. Pierre said proudly. Why? Victor asked as if he was jealous. I don't know. We were just told to target those of the main family and make them pick a fight with us and record it. Pierre said he really didn't know. Oh. Victor frowned and then raised one eyebrow. If you were looking for a fight, why did you bring a weakling like that Zach then? To get beaten. That's what Todd said. Pierre said. Oh, I see. Then is he Todd's best friend or you are? Victor asked as Zoe put her hand on her eyes while blushing. I am Todd's best man. Pierre said. Zach is just a lowlife, then why is Todd making him share and leaving you? Victor asked with a strange look. The situation on the other couch was progressing in a direction he didn't anticipate. Share? Pierre looked then gasped as he watched an rated scene unfold in front of him. The maid was no longer involved. Zach, you piece of shit. Pierre shouted, then started hitting Zach. I was the one who got you the critical mission ticket, yet you betray me like that. He added as he watched the scene turn from a fight to something that Zoe should definitely not watch. Even the maids, all of them, had long escaped. Victor frowned hearing Pierre's last words. He jumped from his seat, grabbed Zach's pants that were now on the ground, and searched it, taking out an envelope with critical mission on it, looking at it briefly then returning it before he turned and dragged flustered Zoe out of the room. Although he planned to ask Todd a few things, that guy was no longer available, and Victor already got what he needed to know. Critical missions were issued by the family when they needed something done no matter what, and they were usually only taken to those who were ready to die and desperately wanted to prove themselves. Those missions held great rewards and merits if they succeeded. But the downside was that they were very hard and couldn't be cancelled or withdrawn after being issued. It seemed like those idiots were using those missions to target the members of the main family, as if someone were to obstruct such a mission or a mission holder in the family they would severely punish him. And in case the obstruction caused the holder not to be able to complete his mission, the offender shall take it instead. Zach's mission was to investigate a very dangerous tunnel in the lowest level of the mines below, too close to the lava chamber. If Victor or Zoe were to fight him, they would surely be implicated and forced to take on the mission. Not even the patriarch would be able to help them against the family rules. The question was, why did they want them to go down there? Just as Victor walked out, Alto, who seemed to have finished his business, ran to his side. Young master, here is the map. He said. I already marked all the things you told me about on it. If you need anything else, just tell the maids to call me. He said. Wait. We are already finished here. Victor stopped him. When did the Branch family elites arrive? He asked. 1 week ago. The family called them to patrol the tunnels. Are they part of the assessment? Victor asked. I am not sure. Alto told the truth. I see. Let's go. I want to visit my brother, then we'll head deep. Victor said, then turned to the still shocked Zoe. If you need to use the restroom, now is your chance. He told her. Pervert. Bastards. Zoe, who was still wondering what the hell happened in that room, hurried away with a blush. Chapter 386. Spy. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Master. The spy fell on her knees as soon as she entered James Drove 3's office. What? The principal asked, looking up from the thick report on his desk. It is young Master Julian, she said in a nervous voice. What did he do now? James interrupted. It was rare to see his assistant this flustered. He was kidnapped by young Lady Lily. She took him off the streets yesterday. They headed to the airport where she fooled our agent by switching planes, the spy said. What? It took James a moment to comprehend what she told him. Why would Lily interact with Julian? James asked in shock. I don't know. We didn't get any info or signals regarding that. It came out of the blue. Where did they head to? He asked. Planes can be easily tracked, even those with camouflage devices. The plane landed in a mountainous village in the Great North Ursa Republic. Where is that? James frowned. A small insignificant landlocked country. It is so remote that by the time our agents were able to head there, Lily and Julian were gone. That place is a very backward rural region. It has no high-tech surveillance devices, so tracking them is almost impossible. We only have 2 sightings, one from an old woman who traveled with them in a truck and the other from a poor thief who happened to run into them as they were heading to the mountains, she said. The poor guy is no longer a full man. And why didn't you send an emergency search team? James said. After Lily's disappearance, the family prepared a protocol just to locate heirs who went off the radar. I did. But we lost them. That place is like a maze and Lady Lily is crazy good at hiding her tracks. The spy confessed. Once we were following her at first, she seemed to have felt us and is now using every technique in the book to disappear. Cheat. Why is this happening now? James cursed. Lily should not know that Julian is her brother, so the only logical explanation was that Victor, who didn't like his sister sleeping with a bum, ordered Lily to take Julian to some faraway place to slowly torture him and then finish him off. Cheat. If these siblings were to kill each other his head would be in danger. Activate Julian's tracker. I will take responsibility, he said quickly. This device was meant as a last resort as it would technically, directly interfere in Julian's destiny. This won't work. The spy confessed. We found Julian's tooth, the one where we implanted the tracking device, inside the plane. It was as if someone punched it out of his mouth. What? Damn. Call a soul tracker. I will pay from my own pocket, James said desperately. We already did. He couldn't find them, the spy said. She was the type who only reported after she exhausted all the options. Cheat. Why are you telling me this now then? Do you want me to die of a heart attack? James, who was losing his mind, cursed again as his face turned white. She didn't answer. Where is that Victor? He asked. He left for the Von Wise archipelago with his father. They are preparing for some birthday or something. Those in the intelligence department are not sure about the details, the spy explained. Alice is the two. Cheat. James cursed as he began feeling his neck. This was definitely a ploy by Victor, who took the opportunity while his sister was away to kill his brother-in-law. His only hope now was to pray that Julian would be able to escape or convince Lily that he was her brother before it was too late. He read Lily's file. The girl was a castration maniac. What was that all about? Zoe finally asked after they left the village. Those bastards, Victor cursed. Treating a normal maid as a petting maid. How dare they? Victor flared. I noticed when you sent those letters to your father and brothers, you know. Zoe added coldly. He sneakily sent her to the restroom so she wouldn't be able to see what he wrote. Oh, it was all the fault of those damn phones not working here. I had to do it with an old pen and paper. I have not been trying to cheat on you or anything, he confessed. WHO said anything about cheating? Zoe yelled. She was about to lose her mind. Why was Victor acting like an idiot? Did they stimulate him so much inside that he decided to retreat to his old trusty pervert cocoon? No one said that, Victor said, but it is really better for you if you didn't get involved in all this family drama. He sighed, finally confessing. Zoe with his sayonara would make things a little unpredictable, and he didn't like that. Do you think I will spoil your stupid plans? Zoe asked as if she had read his mind. Ever since the Moon Dungeon, she asked her newly appointed butler to find her the family report concerning Victor. It was a biography of a depraved pervert, from almost getting killed as soon as he reached Vane City, discovering the dungeon, meeting Alex, the incident in the brothel, and the wedding. On the surface, he was just a depraved rich young man who had just been let out of a cage, But after some contemplating she began to remove the "because he is a pervert" from everything in the report, cross-referencing the news articles about what was happening and combining that with the knowledge she gained from talking to him in the moon dungeons and getting to know the girls in Victor's mansion. She figured out a shocking truth. Victor was building a network of powers, a large network that spanned many powers and businesses. She couldn't find definite proof of her guess, but from the way Victor was acting all the time she was sure of it. "Ah, no. He lied." "Well, it is just that you would never want to know what I know. It is very messy." He sighed, telling the truth this time. "How about you watch a show and decide after it?" he asked. "What do you mean?" Zoe asked. Victor didn't answer but stopped walking and turned around. "You can come out now," he said coldly, making someone shake a little, then walk out from behind one of the mine's large support pillars. "It is you!" Zoe exclaimed. "It is the petting maid," Victor said at the same time, causing the pretty maid who walked out to almost stumble and fall. She quickly got her wits back together as she approached Victor and Zoe. Name, Orma. Level, 0. Class, dash. Abnormal status, slave, F. Authority, 1. Strength, 12. Agility, 22. Intelligence, 30. Luck, 15. Charm, 13. Order, 10. Skills, senses transfer, AAA, active. Flawless acting, C. Sharp scenes, F. Fate, fate's power, E. Defined fate, none. "Please let me be your subordinate. I will do anything." The maid, Orma, who was still dressed in her torn uniform, said as she fell to her knees, bowing to Victor and Zoe. She seemed quite distressed. "Why do you want that?" Victor asked with a frown. "Don't go telling me that you fell for my handsomeness." Orma hesitated. I failed my mission. This was my last chance. They will definitely kill me or send me to some shithole to die," she said. Victor frowned. For someone to have the courage to face elite airs like this could be one of two things. She was either very desperate or she was scamming them. By using his lie detection skill though, he could tell that she was telling the truth. "Until now, that is." "Weren't you getting petted enough?" Victor asked with a frown. How else would a petting maid fail her job? He looked at Alto for an answer, but the old man was busy checking the mine walls for imperfections, so he didn't notice. His mind was working fast though. Begging the heirs to be taken as their followers was technically taboo, so this woman was gambling with her life. "I am not a petting maid," she said in a low voice, seriously wondering how to fool this young master. His thought pattern was something she couldn't comprehend. Still, she had a job to accomplish. "Ah, right. That other maid did say you are a normal maid. I almost forgot." Victor nodded. "I don't need normal maids." "You can." "That's not the problem," Zoe finally yelled, interrupting Victor. "Why would you be killed?" "What mission are you talking about?" She turned to the maid and asked her. "I used to be a part of the family's 34th Reconnaissance Unit. A week ago I was suddenly transferred here and tasked with a mission in the mines. It was to seduce you, young Master Victor, and cause you to fight with young Master Todd," Orma said. "What?" Victor asked in shock. "At first I thought it was a normal mission, but while I was here 2 days ago, I accidentally overheard young Master Bill, who was at the village, talking with someone I don't know. He was telling him that the true plan was to fool you into getting into a fight with that young man Zach, who would be severely injured, forcing you to take his critical mission in his place. They planned to force you deep into the tunnels where they planned to kill you with your brother, whom they already sent someone to fool," she said. "I was destined to die with you," she added with tears in her eyes. "What?" Zoe asked, gasping before looking at Victor. Was this the plan he hid from her? "Bill," Victor muttered hatefully, then looked at the maid. The perverted look in his eyes had disappeared. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes. I had been intending to tell you before the fight broke out, but I didn't have to," she said. "Young master, did you slip something in their drinks?" "They started acting strange as soon as you entered the room?" she asked with admiration in her voice, then quickly bowed down. "Ah, sorry. I shouldn't have asked." "I am sorry," she said as she bashed her head to the ground. "Well, since you already knew, it is okay." Victor hesitated. I suspected that something was off around them from the beginning. So I used one of my skills to secretly throw an aphrodisiac pill in their wine while they were busy arguing. He said as he scratched his head proudly. They deserve this for not saluting me properly when I came in. He added in a low voice. Alto, Zoe, Orma, and the man spying on them from afar looked at Victor strangely. It was clear that he knew nothing, he was just an extra petty maniac who took revenge for the slightest grievances, destroying a perfectly built plan in the process. Name, Logan. Level, 0. Class, dash. Abnormal status, slave, F. Authority, 1. Strength, 24. Agility, 29. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 12. Charm, 13. Order, 10. Skills, Fireball, D. Dagger Art, E. Hide Presence, F. Fate, Fate's Power, E. Defined Fate, none. Victor had already discovered this guy who had followed them since they left the village. He must be using some talisman to communicate live with his boss and send the news directly. Was getting rid of him really that important? This was getting too wired. Victor was very self-aware that in the eyes of the family, he was no more than a cockroach. A very perverted cockroach. Ah. Orma finally nodded. Young master is amazing, she said. Yes. Yes. Victor blushed a little as he pondered. Alto. Quickly hurry back to the village and send a letter to alert Mike. Just write code PW 371 liters 9 on it, nothing else. Victor said. Did you remember that? Code PW 371 L9. Alta repeated without asking for the meaning as Orma wanted him to do. She didn't dare to ask by herself as it would be too obvious. Good. I will wait for you here. Victor nodded. Ah, yes, young master. Alto said, then quickly ran back to the village. Young master. Can you now take me in? She asked desperately. They would never dare to touch me if I were your follower. I am willing to do anything. Please. She begged, accidentally dropping a part of her ripped dress that she had been carefully holding with her hand. What do you think? Victor made sure to take a careful look, then turned to Zoe and asked her. I think she is very pitiful. Zoe said, biting her lip. We should help her. Good. Then you take her. Victor said, sighing. What? Both the maid and Zoe asked. My family maid's quota is nearly full. And since she was not a petting maid, I have already lost interest. She doesn't even vibrate all that well. Victor explained. You, on the other hand, don't have any maids. He added. Ah, young lady. The maid, who decided to switch to the second target, looked at Zoe desperately. Fine, you can stand up. Zoe after some hesitation said she didn't have any maid and was a little hesitant to take one lately. Yes. Orma stood up shaking a little, making Victor shake his head while muttering something about lousy vibrations. How do I mark her? Zoe finally asked Victor. Use your token. Just place it on the maid's tattoo that is on the back of her neck. Victor explained. Zoe nodded, slowly approaching the maid and putting her token on the maid's neck. The token shinned. Finished. Zoe said, checking her token as Victor's eyes turned cold, then quickly returned to normal. Fooling the family token meant this went way beyond just a scuffle between heirs. Someone big must be involved. Thank you, mistress. Orma said with a polite smile that only lasted for 3 seconds before her head was crushed by a golem that fell out of the ceiling right on top of her, cracking her head in one bite. It seemed to have materialized out of the obsidian above where there was a hole now. Cryer, Golem, E. Black Obsidian. Partial Avatar, Tran the Great, SSS, STR59, Agi 45, INT 3. Kriya. It howled victorious, then shook and turned to look at Victor and Zoe in astonishment. Wasn't that human woman alone? It couldn't think of anything else. As an angry Zoe began to battle it, it didn't leave it a chance to move before it was hammered into oblivion in a few minutes. It crumbled into a pile of stones that became the tomb of the dead maid. Making sure it was dead, Zoe ignored useless Victor, who peed his pants and fell to her knees. She looked in shock as the blood seeped through the rubble. There were tears in her eyes. At least that's what the spy who watched from afar saw. The reality was that Zoe had never even talked all this time. She was just watching in shock as from the very beginning Victor dragged her to the side, and made her sit on a foldable chair to watch the show. That golem was not something she was expecting, and it really gave her a scare, but Victor, who was the one who killed it, did it in one movement before it could realize what happened. "Do you still want to engage in family politics?" Victor asked as his body was busy helping her illusionary clone stand up. Zoe sighed. She was a spy. She didn't like the way Ormond died, but she didn't comment on that. Yes, she was lying about 50% of the time. I really wanted to try and question her more, but she had some sense transferring skill that connected her to someone who is watching from afar. He explained, not telling Zoe about the man who was hiding in the shadows. By how quickly they changed their tactics after Todd's team failed. I figured it would be too dangerous to play along and decided to kill her naturally, he added. That golem, was it your doing? She asked in surprise. Not really, I noticed the golem's spirit that was nearby earlier, so I just had to fool it into thinking there was a lonely lost girl here, and it did the rest on its own. No one will think that we know that she was a spy now. I see. Zoe stood up, and inspected everything around them as her illusionary clone merged with her seamlessly. She was really amazed by Victor's skill. He was fooling the world with ease. What did she really want? Zoe asked. I am not sure yet, Victor said. Telling you what I know would depend on what you choose. Do you want to live a blissfully ignorant life as a rich young lady, or do you want to get to know the dirty truth? He asked. Will those guys behind this mess leave me be, if I ignore them? She asked. Probably not. But I will protect you, he said as he gave her back her family token that he used earlier to brand the maid. He could easily fool the token into thinking he was Zoe. I am strong enough now, she said, feeling a little grateful for Victor. So tell me everything you know, she said firmly. Since she was young, she didn't like others protecting her. She was going to be the one doing the protecting. Chapter 387, Schemes Within Schemes. Again, this chapter is updated by novels.pl. Abe sat at the lavish meeting table nervously, then observed as a redhead secretary entered in an old suit and sat in front of him. Hello, my name is Suzanne. I am the CEO's secretary and I will be the one signing the contract with you, Mr. Sanders. Or do you prefer that I call you Crimson Pearl? She asked. Just call me Abe, he said, carefully checking the woman's chest out of habit. Okay, Mr. Abe. Suzanne smiled. She was forcing it, but she was a good actor. Here is the contract we negotiated about on the phone. We will pay you $100,000,000 in 5 installments throughout the year. And in cash, she added. Yes. He nodded, squeezing his fist. With that money, not only would he be able to pay off all his debts, but also fix his manhood. He already checked with a doctor who promised him a new one. In exchange, you have to not only help fix the script on site if needed, but also be a part of the film's publicity team with Myra and the other actresses. Myra. Yes, weren't you informed? Suzanne frowned. I thought we told you that earlier. No, I knew that, he said, swallowing his saliva. He saw her at Victor's wedding. Then please read the contract carefully so that we can make any minor adjustments you might want, she said. Okay. Abe smiled and nodded. He just had to make sure that he was the only beneficiary and that even if he were to be discovered, they would not be able to get the money back. I don't understand why you didn't hire a lawyer or an agent. It would have made things easier, Suzanne said as she watched him begin to frown looking at the densely filled document at hand. I don't know. That's the way I like it, Abe said as he began to read the 37 pages long the contract. He understood nothing of the legal jargon, but he thought he did. Julian opened his eyes and looked around. He was lying in a cave and could see a big bonfire nearby. Next to it, Lily was sitting on a foldable chair without her mask, carefully tending the fire. She looked dashing. He slowly sat up. Ouch. His jaw hurt. Oh, you are awake. Lily quickly looked at him. Sorry about that. I had to knock out one of your teeth so those in the family will not be able to hear or track us, she said. What? Julian asked as he tried to comprehend what Lily just said. Don't worry, It is already healed, Lily said. It will just hurt a little for a few more hours. That's not the problem. There was a tracking device in my tooth. He asked. Ah, yes. They issued it to all the heirs after I went missing. It is not only to be able to find them but to also monitor them. This function is a secret though. Only the patriarch should know about it. She said. Cheat. Julian cursed. So, what about you? Do you know who I really am? He asked. He remembered her calling him brother, but he had to ask. Yes, my brother, Julian von Kroner, she said, sighing. Our father is Aaron and our mother is Katali Oldblue. She said, throwing a broken twig into the bonfire. Ah, you remember? No, that's impossible. Did someone from the family contact you? Julian asked as he approached the bonfire and sat next to Lily, who handed him a bowl of instant ramen. None of that, she said. You will probably not believe me, she added. What? Julian asked. I am a time traveler. I came back from the future to save you and our family. She lied shamelessly. Let me tell you all about it. We have all night. Victor carefully observed as Zoe carefully followed his instructions and attacked the golem's weak point while he watched from the back like any gentleman would do. Alto was giving him some eye signals to go and help the lady, but Victor shamelessly ignored him. He didn't want to show his power yet. This was the fifth golem since they left the village, and seemingly the more they went down, the more frequently they were going to meet them. Zoe seemed to have become more proficient, killing them, and finding the core without his help. The heroic weapon she got in her hand, cut through the black obsidian like butter. Victor carefully looked at the giant golem that fought ferociously trying to take a bite out of Zoe with its two sharp stones that it used as a head. According to the family files Alto got him, and his observation of what happened to that spy made that he already forgot her name. Those golems squeezed their victims of all their blood that they fused with their bodies to make them stronger. This didn't make any scene for Victor, who knew how much energy it took to activate a golem. In his past life, they had mechanical golems and it took 3 gems to make it work. And that's casual work, not fighting. Golems using blood as energy was like cars working on water. It was too unreasonable and would only fool idiots. Wait. Fool? Yes, maybe they were trying to fool someone. If he considered that those bloodthirsty golems were definitely after something else, it must be something immeasurable. Souls. And what creatures like to eat souls and fool others? Demons. Tyrann the Great might as well be a great demon. Thinking for a moment, Victor realized something and decided to use his fate eyes just to make sure. Making sure no one was looking at him, he activated them on the golem. Out of it, Victor could see a fate thread connecting it to something. And it was going up, not down. The golem's origin was not that gate. Cheat. He was right. He was now pretty sure this was one big scam. Maybe more than one party was involved. Could it be that someone had made a contract with a demon? Probably, or maybe a demon was scamming his family's traitors, who on the other hand were using the golems without realizing what they really were, helping that thing collect souls. Yes, this was a good explanation. Victor knew that he needed to make a move to secure himself and his brothers, but he didn't know the other side's identity, plan, or motive, and this left him in the dark. He was feeling a little uncomfortable. He didn't like being this passive. He needed information, but these tunnels stopped all phones and even messenger talismans didn't work. Those guys must have been using some sort of artifact to communicate, or even worse, they might have access to the tunnel's telegram communication system. The message he sent Mike was a reference to the script of the Princess Warrior movie that Mike had a copy of in his ring. It pointed to a certain line. The princess quickly called the pimp back, telling him about the scheme to kidnap his favorite hooker. It meant that there was a scheme and that Mike should write back to Victor. Everything would become clear when they reached the next village. If Mike didn't write him back, it would mean that he was either too fat or that the tunnel messaging system was really compromised. If you think this was a trap, why not tell some elders? Zoe, who finished killing the golem, whispered after she returned to Victor's side where Alto couldn't hear a thing. I already told you. I don't know who we can trust. Anne and my father are probably no longer here, he said. In the last hour, Victor had already told her many things about the family dynamics and about how the family was technically like an ant farm of spies and agents. Many facts that he told her about were really shocking, especially how that nice girl Rita was sent to die in the von Zweig family. Those monsters. With every passing minute, she was liking her newly acquired family lesson less. Then can't we just head back up? She asked. Her suggestion was very reasonable. Something feels wrong here, she added, making Victor carefully look at her. Leaving is not a bad choice, but I want to make sure what is going on here first. Victor said, I am worried about Mike and Alice. He confessed the truth. Oh. She nodded. At the very least I really want to know who is behind this before we leave. Those guys might come to attack us later from the dark when we are least suspecting them, he said, carefully making sure that the spy was still behind them. He was there. You mean it is not Bill? Zoe asked as she dusted her robes. Probably not. It is definitely someone else, as that's not how Bill operates. Victor pondered. Maybe they want to kill me then make Mike fight Bill for revenge, maybe something else. I am not sure, he added as he took a handkerchief to wipe some dust off Zoe's pretty face. Oh. She blushed a little but didn't resist. He was her cousin, just her pervert cousin, she kept reminding herself. How long until the next village? Victor turned and asked Alto. We will be there in 30 minutes or so. And the village that young Master Luke is in is 2 hours after that, Alto said, silently cursing at Victor for being a coward and making Zoe do all the fighting then helping her clean up. Their roles should be reversed. Damn. Isn't he the man? Victor ignored him as they began walking again. Oh, by the way, where is the nearest tunnel heading downstairs? Victor suddenly asked, looking at the map in his hand. The light was a little dim, but he could make out the position they were in. There is a tunnel going down in the next village, Alto explained. I see, Victor said, deciding to take some action. It was time to get Rita out of the cauldron and let her use her ghostly sneaking skills to some good use. Oh. By the way, I want to pee. Is there some restroom around here? He suddenly asked shamelessly. There are a few pit latrines around the tunnels, although they are not cleaned regularly if the young master doesn't mind. Alto shrugged. Just tell me where. Victor started to move nervously. I think I saw one about 5 minutes ago. It is marked with a blue arrow, he added. Then I will go there, you move on, he said as he ran away, then suddenly stopped and turned. Do you want to go with me? He asked Zoe. Why would I want to go with you? She asked, blushing a little. Forget it. Just protect Alto, he said as he ran away as if he was about to pee his pants. The spy who was watching was scared shitless when Victor, who ran back, almost bumped into him. Thankful he avoided it in time. He hesitated for a moment then turned and followed Victor. He felt that he was up to something. He quickly ran after Victor, reaching the pits. Where was Victor? That was the last thing he thought of before he felt his body freeze and the world went black. He could only hear the gloomy voice of someone speaking to him. I need to ask you a few questions, the voice said. Cheat. Antony cursed. First Orma and now Logan? He asked his assistant. Are you sure it is not that sheethead Victor finishing them off? Orma was clearly a Golem's doing. Logan, we retrieved his corpse. He seemed to have fallen into a pit latrines and broke his neck, an incompetent assistant said, frowning as he remembered the disturbing sight. Idiots. All idiots. From you to my stupid son. Cheat. Can't you guys do one thing right? Antony cursed. And what was that Golem doing upstairs? Those things have limited intelligence, master. They act on instinct after summoning them. Cheat. We planned for this for 10 fucking years, and are you telling me you are going to waste this chance now? Master, we are going according to plan. Shut up, Antony screamed. Our plan was to guide at least half of the main family heirs to the trap by the end of the day. And you can't even control a pervert. He was supposed to be the fucking leader. Drag Mike and Alice. How am I supposed to get those two now? Relax, Master Antony. We need to take our time. We must not make a fuss and alert the rabbits, someone said. It was a middle-aged man who entered the room and bowed respectfully. Butler Olaf, did you prepare a distraction? Antony asked. Yes, don't worry, all the elders will be busy for the next 3 days, Olaf said with a confident smile. Good. 3 days would be more than enough. Antony said with a bright smile. This was the best news he got all day. It was way better than he expected. Now all we need to do is to get those guys moving down without alerting anyone. Oh, I might be able to help with that. Olaf said. All the communication had been controlled. What? Really? Yes, it was a little hard, but let us say that I happen to have a way to control the elder in the communication office. Olaf said with a kind smile. In his heart, he was cursing at Antony's incompetence, but he didn't let it show. Good, good. Antony laughed and nodded. Butler Olaf, you are always dependable. I am just a humble servant. Olaf said, bowing deeply. Don't worry. When I become the patriarch, I will not forget your help. Antony said. I know. Olaf didn't look up. He didn't want Antony to see his smirk. Then let us not waste any time. Send messages to all the main family heirs demanding they head down to the lowest tunnel by tomorrow. Tell them the next patriarch's test will be held there. Antony said with an evil smile. Chapter 388. What class? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mr. Abe, now that we finished with the contract, let's talk about a few things. Susan said as she put the signed contract aside. The fool had signed it. What? Abe asked as he looked up from the bag of money in front of him that he was busy counting. He was pondering running away with it, but the temptation of more money to come made him change his mind. He was really undecided. The day after tomorrow there will be a fan meeting. I will need you here by noon. She said. A fan meeting? Yes. You already agreed to this. She frowned. I know. I just want to know how much will you pay me for my appearance? He asked. We already did. Susan said. You just signed the contract. Ah. Yes. Abe nodded. I will be there. He added as he closed the money bag and stood up, intending to leave. Susan didn't stop him. Mr. Abe, I need to remind you to dress up for the meeting. Many actresses will be there to promote the movie with the press, so we need you to be well dressed. She said. Abe paused. The press? Maybe he should really escape. If his scheme got exposed, he would be in big trouble. Is there anything wrong? Susan asked. No. Where will the meeting be held again? He asked. Here. Then I will come. He casually lied as he hurried outside. He was in a hurry to pay back a certain ruthless moneylender her money back and then escape the country. No, wait. With all this cash, he might be able to escape without paying. So, you are basically telling me that you are here from the future where the world is facing an apocalypse? Yalin asked, frowning. That's what I was telling you for the last 30 minutes, and only my memories are. Lily clarified. You immediately believed me when I told you about players. Why do you keep arguing about time travel? She asked, acting a little frustrated. She even demonstrated her skills in front of him, things she didn't show Victor yet. I was already suspecting there was something unnatural going on, with the family teachings already telling us about magic and sheet. He confessed. Time travel, on the other hand, is a little hard to believe. He said, especially that you are only telling me very few things. But I can't risk you going around changing things. She lied, manipulating him to play right into her plan. That's my point. Why tell me in the first place? He asked, raising one eyebrow. Fine, I guess I can tell you a few things. Lily sighed. She seemed hesitant. But you must promise not to tell anyone or change a thing without telling me, or we will be in great danger. Okay. I know. Julian nodded. Truth be told, he already believed Lily, especially when two pairs of ethereal wings sprung from her back allowing her to fly into the air when she demonstrated her skills, but he needed her to tell him a few juicy details. Okay, Lily heisted. What do you want to know? She asked. Oh. He licked his lips. Will I marry Alice? He asked. In the other timeline, you met her after you returned to the family, but Mother refused to let you marry her. Then she was killed before you could make a move. Lily said. What? WHO dares to kill her? Yulin asked as he flared up. He already considered Alice his wife. You met him. The one who cursed you, Lily replied. That douchebag, Caspian? Yup. That's why I arranged it so that you will meet her at the wedding, Lily said, blushing a little. This way, you will get to know her before Mother could intervene. Oh, I see. Julian nodded. Although he only had a few memoirs about his mother from his childhood, he does remember being a control freak. Wait, what? You arranged that at the wedding? Didn't you find it strange that you managed to get a ticket this easily and enter the venue? Lily chuckled. We were even the one who arranged the taxi driver from prison and the man who gave you the ticket. Ah, so that guy was working for you? He asked in shock, remembering Tom. Not exactly. That idiot was seriously trying to ruin the wedding, and we just used him to our advantage. Lily confessed. Every pawn must always serve more than one purpose. Oh, and those guys who insulted me. That Lulu? Julian asked. No, that was a pure coincidence. We prepared another plan to make you meet up with Alice. Another guy was supposed to make trouble with you in front of her and let her help you, but we didn't need to make a move after all. Lily said. You and Alice might be more connected than you think. I think it is fate. She lied. Oh. Julian smiled and nodded, remembering Alice's cold glares that made him shiver. But you still have to move fast when you return to the family. Only by publicly marrying Alice will you be able to save her for sure. Lily said. That's all we can do to help. I will definitely do that. Julian said as his eyes sparkled. By the way, you keep saying we did this and we did that. Who do you mean by we? Julian asked. My husband and I, of course. Lily said casually. Too casually. What? Julian asked in shock as he stood up. What husband? He flared again. Was Lily married? To whom? Victor, of course. Alice's brother. You met him? Lily said, saying it as if it was the most natural thing in the world. What? That pervert, Victor, was your husband? Julian gasped, tears in his eyes as he pointed at Lily. Don't act so surprised. You were at our wedding, you even signed the marriage certificate as a witness. Lily said, stating a fact. I signed what? When? Wait. You were a part of that depraved wedding? I didn't see you on stage. He exclaimed. I was in disguise. Victor's family didn't want him to marry me because I am still officially just a maid. She sighed. She was technically right. And with that stupid James drove in the audience, I had to convince Victor to keep me hidden and let you bear witness in case my mother decided to make trouble after that. Keep you hidden? Does Victor know about all this time travel stuff? Julian asked. Of course not. Lily said. I have been manipulating him ever since the moment I returned about 5 months ago. He is so cute when he is gullible. She said. In the other timeline he was in a very miserable state at this point in time. She added. Julian would surely dig out some files about Victor when he returned to the family and would have a good explanation for Victor's sudden change of personality in the reports. That's not the point. Julian exclaimed. Why would you marry that pervert? Call him brother-in-law. Lily scolded him without correcting him about the pervert part. And he was my husband in the other timeline. I feel the same for him as you feel for Alice. She said, making Julian swallow his next words. This was the best way to convince Julian. She wanted to spare him her tragic story, and she couldn't simply tell him that she fell in love at first sight. That was too embracing. Then why did you let him marry all those girls with you? Julian asked finally, frowning. The wedding was only with Nova and Lynn. I had to make it into a mass wedding to drill myself in and make our wedding official. And remember, he is still an arrogant young master at this point in time, and I need to give him some benefits. Lily sighed. Her frustrated expression was genuine. I still don't like him. Julian said. Don't be like that. Victor will be a great person. In the other timeline, after a tragedy struck his family, he became a better man. Not only did he save my life, but he also saved yours multiple times. The two of you grew to be great friends. She said, lying a little. She didn't want Julian to know the full truth, especially the fact that Victor scammed the shit out of him. Me, a friend with that pervert? Julian exclaimed. He didn't like Victor one bit. Yes. Lily nodded. In fact, he was your only friend. And that's what we are here to correct. Lily said. It would take time to make him get along with Victor. Maybe a trip to a local brothel would do the trick. What do you mean? Julian asked. Does this have something to do with us being here? He asked, looking out at the cave's door to the wilderness outside. Yes. Lily nodded. The problem is with our family. Someone had been trying to undermine Father's power. That person was the one who orchestrated my accident, and is planning to ruin your awakening ceremony after you return. She said. What? The one where I will become a player? Yes. A player's authority, class, and fate usually decide the position he has in our family. She said. What do they plan to do? Yulian asked, getting a little serious. He decided to push the victim matter to the back of his mind for now. They plan to manipulate the results of your ceremony by making you spend a depraved night at a brothel right before the ceremony, she sighed. What would that do? Yulian asked. He would never refuse a paid trip to the brothel. Usually nothing. But not in your case. She sighed. Well, let me phrase it like this. A player's thoughts while awakening into players will always affect his awakening result to a certain degree, especially if he has a strong fate power like our family does. Oh, is it like how your mood would affect your character role when playing some role-playing game? He said. Something like that. But you will never get classes that you don't deserve. Lily clarified. It will always have something to do with your life experience. Then, wouldn't our family heirs end up as beggars? Yulian asked. He was smarter than he looked. That's why the family will let all heirs go through a cleansing ritual. I don't know exactly how it works, but it has something with the soul. It destroys all curses and negative effects. She said. This was the reason Victor decided not to make her his blood slave. Oh, and in my case? He asked. They will sabotage the cleansing ritual. We won't be able to stop them at that stage as no one will believe that this was possible. She sighed. Her uncle was really devious, researching ways to cheat the system. So if we let things go as is, you will definitely end up with a stupid class. She said. What class? He asked. An escort. She said. A WH.R. Yulian opened his mouth wide. It is not a bad class, but it is not really suitable for a prestigious family heir. She clarified. You will have skills like flashing and whip it out. She added, blushing a little. WHO is the bastard WHO planned this? Yulian exclaimed. Was it Aunt Lamar? Yulian asked immediately with a hateful expression. He remembered her telling him in the past that if he didn't pass the family test, he would have to use his handsome face to work in the streets for the rest of his life. No, Aunt Lamar, although a little stern and headstrong, she is not a bad person. Lily shook her head. The one I am talking about is Uncle Arak, the patriarch. She said. What? Why would he mess with us? Yulian asked. Although he is very stern, Father respects him greatly as he has taken care of him since they were young. Because he fears Father. Lily said. What? Why? Simply because Father was the true family heir. Lily said. This is an unknown secret, but Grandfather's true heir was our father. That's why he married him to our mother who was a princess. Oh. Yulian frowned. Unfortunately, after our grandfather's sudden disappearance with most of the elders 20 years ago, the family had to go into hiding using an old prophecy as an excuse. A temporary patriarch had to be chosen to lead the family at such a troubled time, and our uncle, who was one of the few remaining ones who knew about the will, hid it and as the eldest took the throne without so much of an opposition. She said. What? Yulian exclaimed. Shouldn't his father know about such stuff? Still, Uncle is always afraid that Grandfather or one of the elders would ever return, as their life jades were only fractured, not collapsed. So he was doing his best to undermine our father and his offspring so that in case someone who knew of the will ever returned, our father would no longer be a viable patriarch. Oh. Yulian's brain was about to burst. He had no idea that the situation in his family was like some stupid TV drama. Do you know where Grandpa is? He asked. Not a place we can reach now. Lily said solemnly. Even if she could go into the abyss and get her grandfather, she would not do that, not before securing her position. And we better not tell Father. Not until we are strong enough. Oh, can't this class be changed? He asked in a worried voice. Changing class can be done in 3 ways. The first one was to upgrade the class itself to its next level, but in your situation it was hopeless. You could only aspire to be a male prostitute or something. She didn't tell the whole truth. The last class evolution for an escort was an incubus, but the method of achieving that was totally unknown, and Yulian wasted more than 50 years trying to get it without results in his past life. The second way? He asked. To get to subclass, then to make sure it reflects you better than the main class. She said. In your case, what father offered you to do, but you had to give up a few things and you refused. She sighed, making Yulian, who got what she meant, almost gasp. Of course, he would refuse. Lily sighed. This was the method she was planning to fix her class with. Although being a shadow dancer was not a bad class, it was not powerful enough. The third method? Yulian asked, noticing Lily going silent. To get a class-changing scroll. I only heard about 3 ever existing, and that's the way you ended up going finally. Father had to pay a lot of money and carry a lot of favors to get one for you, and in the end, your class became a drunk warrior. She shrugged. You really did develop an unhealthy drinking habit with Victor back then. Oh. Yulian frowned. Don't worry, we are here to stop all this mess from ever happening. Lily said. Doing what exactly? Yulian asked. If my guess is right, we will be brought to the family very soon, so before that, I thought we would go on a little adventure together to get more powerful and build our own team. She said. Oh, and that can be done here, in the middle of nowhere? Yulian asked, looking around. In a way, this place is not what it seems to be. Lily said as she stood up and looked outside to check the position of the moon. Follow me, it is about time. She said as she turned around and began heading deep into the cave. Yulian quickly stood up and followed her, wondering what she was up to. Strangely, he didn't doubt her one bit. It was as if he was under the influence of some magical wine. Chapter 389. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Trying to escape, huh? The bald man asked Abe, who was tied to a chair. His face showed the signs of being stepped on. I was just there to get someone. I already planned to pay you. Abe said nervously. They caught him as soon as he set foot in the airport. No, before that. That sneaky taxi driver was definitely their man. Regardless, we will take those. They should cover your debt and the fee for stalking you for the last few days. The bald man said. You are really lucky we found those on you, or we would have resorted to selling you in pieces, he added. Those are mine. Abe exclaimed as the men finished counting the money he had. You can't take it, we can give it back to you. But you will have to pay us double next week. The bald man chuckled. Damn it. Abe cursed. Fine. Are we even now? Abe finally asked. We are. If you ever need money again, you will know where to find us. Lady M is always willing to help promising young men like you. The bald man said as he took his friends out of the abandoned warehouse. Hearing their cars leave, Abe could finally sigh in relief. Although he was poor again, he kept his sorry life and would be paid again next month. He just needed to abide by the contract and act as Crimson Pearl. He could really need a bath. Wait, why didn't those men untie him? Cheat. Help. Abe screamed, but no one answered. Help. He tried again. Still no one. It was already late and there was no one in the docks, so he would have to spend the night here. Wait. The next day was a weekend. Cheat. After Zoe managed to decimate a total of 37 golems alone, while Victor cheered her up the entire way, the group finally reached their destination. Is this really a mining village and not some refugee camp? Victor asked as they reached the village where Luke was supposed to be in. As I stated earlier, young master, this place is meant for those disobedient and troublemakers. Alto said awkwardly as they entered the village. It is meant to be a shithole, if you excuse my words. I see. Victor said, casually looking around at dirty tents and filth filling the pathways between them. Many haggard beggars like dirty miners were sitting lazily around. Men and women were thin and weary from years of malnourishment and abuse. On their hands and feet, many bruises could be spotted, signs of years in the mines. They didn't even care to salute Victor or Alto, a testament to the respect they have for the family. They just shot them some cold glares. Around the corners, some filthy and malnourished children could be spotted peeking from behind the tents wary of the newcomer. How can the family tolerate a place like this? Zoe, who was very disturbed, asked in a low voice. This place is meant to be like this. Alto sighed. We, the guards, don't have a say in this. He added. During the past day, he grew both to hate Victor and to really respect Zoe. What a fine young woman. I thought you said all the children should get a chance. She asked. Many do. The ones here are just the unluckiest bunch, Alto explained. The only reason children got sent here is either because they committed some offense or that they offended someone they shouldn't have. He sighed. They usually get a chance to redeem themselves if they behave. Zoe frowned. She didn't like this. Regardless, where is my dear little brother? Victor began to look around. Let us see. Alto didn't need to speak as a nasty-looking old man who held a whip in his hand and was wearing an unkempt guard uniform hurried from somewhere and then bowed to Victor. From the look of it, he was busy doing some nasty things when he noticed Victor and hurried here, as his pants were worn backward. Still, none of the miners who hurried away like a flock of sheep when seeing him dared to point that out. I greet the young masters, he said. Are you the supervisor here? Victor asked. Yes. How can this lowly servant be of service? The supervisor asked, making sure to confirm the purple tokens on Victor and Zoe's chests. He didn't dare to look for too long though. I am looking for my dear brother, Luke. My father told me to check on him. He should be here. Victor asked, crossing his fingers hoping that Luke was already dead or maimed by some unfortunate accident. The guard paused as Victor looked at him with expecting eyes. He seemed to be hesitant. What? Did something bad happen to him? Victor asked. He had a hard time hiding his smile, but what everyone saw was a concerned brother. Is the young master Luke you mentioned a young man with purple hair and a small mole beneath his left eye? The guard asked after some hesitation, just to make sure. That's the one, Victor said in an expectant voice. Yet again, he appeared anxious. Is he fine? He asked worriedly. Oh, he is fine. I assigned him to a suitable unit and instructed them to take care of him. He is doing fine, the guard said with a smile. Thankfully he was smart enough to make the right choice after noticing his purple hair. Although his superior Elder Tin told him to bully Luke, he had other thoughts. He was not stupid. First, he asked around and realized Luke's identity in no time. He was the son of Elder Theodore and a direct grandson of Lady Anne. Many didn't know who Anne was, but he did as he worked here for a long time, and heard many stories from Anne's enemies who were sent here to rot. Weighing his choices, he decided to strike a deal with Luke. He would help him here, and after Luke's awakening ceremony, the latter would get him a better position in the family. He had nothing to lose anyway. So for the last month, he kept looking after Luke while at the same time telling Tin that he was taking care of him as instructed. This way please, he said proudly, then started to walk. He believed that he made the right choice, seeing how Victor cared about his brother. Victor silently cursed, then quickly followed after heading toward one of the few black stone huts in this village. It didn't take them long to notice Luke, who was standing next to the hut's door. He seemed to be doing fine, just a little thinner and a lot dirtier than the last time Victor and Zoe saw him. Still, despite that, with his purple hair and handsome features, Luke stood out like a rooster in a coop full of ugly chickens. No, Luke didn't deserve to be a rooster. They were noble creatures unlike him. Anyway, he didn't notice Victor coming toward him as he was at the moment arguing with some girl about some food. It was some kind of mushroom that was the staple food down here. It didn't taste bad, but it was not good either. Victor tried it earlier. It told you to get me something edible. What is this sheet again? Luke asked arrogantly. Luke, you must call me unit leader. A thin dirty girl who had long black hair covering her face said in displeasure. Fuck you. Luke scolded. Do you want me to punish you again? He said, making the kids vibrate. No, shake a little. He was using the supervisor's authority to bully them. The supervisor, who saw this, just smiled proudly at Victor, as if he was telling him that he was taking care of his brother. Victor ignored it and just gestured to his group to stay silent and watch. Regardless, that's all we get today, the girl who didn't back down stubbornly said. The others want to eat bread too, and you already ate your weekly share and mine, she said as she stepped forward. They can eat my sheet, Luke cursed. Both Victor and Zoe looked at him with disgust. Don't be rude. I will find you something better tomorrow, the girl said in a bossy manner. You always say that, Luke scolded. Can you just eat these today? She sighed. You must be considerate of others, she added, making Victor frown. Why was this girl caring for Luke this much? Are you ordering me around, Beach? Luke flared again. I am telling you, the girl said in a pouting manner, making Victor finally sigh. He could easily tell, this girl was in love with Luke, and this must have been her first love, as she didn't know how to express it without being bossy. Well, he can't blame her. In this shitty place, a Prince Charming like Luke was a catch. Still, Victor didn't like this. Luke was a piece of shit that didn't deserve to be loved. He was one of the few whom Victor would never forgive, as he knowingly hurt his own brother and then took pleasure in his downfall. Deciding to end the stupid drama unfolding in front, Victor decided to. He paused and gasped. He just casually appraised the girl. Q. Abnormal status. Bloodline lock. 100% locked. S. Hollow a love curse. S. Slave. F. STR 32. INT 21. Luck 3. Charm 125. Bloodline. Blood ELF. SS 100%. Unawakened. Fate. Fate's power. S. Defined fate. None. Destiny list. 10 order points to unveil. In a split second, 1,000 thoughts crossed his mind. The first was the S-ranked fate power. But she had no defined fate, so it means she was neutral for now, neither a Scion nor a Dark Scion. Still, why is someone with an S-ranked fate locked here? Could she be a demon? Victor quickly unlocked her destiny list. Destiny list. Birth fate. Die under the rubble. B. Self-set. I am destined to live here. S. Self-set. Find a Prince Charming. WHO can get me out of this place. S. Self-set. Make Luke fall in love with me after showing him my sincerity. S. Not a demon. Just a case of severe self-depreciation. She was just unconsciously using her power against herself, believing that she could never leave. She must have zero self-confidence. She was in the process of using her power to entrap Luke, and Victor knew he couldn't simply allow that. It was only a matter of time before some accident happened and this girl ended up dying to save Luke's life. Yes, that's what Victor figured would happen after reading the destiny list. Still, this was not the most important thing about her. He had to act fast. Find me the girl's file, Victor told Alto in a cold voice. Then, letting go of Zoe's hand, he hurried toward Luke, who just wanted to get rid of the Beach who was pestering him when he felt someone hug him hard. Who the fuck? Victor? Luke asked in shock as Victor let go of him momentarily. Luke. Victor hugged his brother again, not caring about the dirty clothes. Thank God you are fine. When father told me what happened to you, do you know how worried I was? Victor asked. Ah, yes. What are you doing here? Luke asked nervously with a forced smile. He didn't like Victor seeing him like this. Father told me to come check on you. Victor said. Don't worry, he will get you out soon. He added. Really? Luke asked. Yes, I have some good news. It is a... Victor paused, then looked at Q, who was shocked by Victor. No, beyond shocked, as he made sure to reveal his real charm to her. So her mind was now in the process of figuring out who this angel who appeared in the frog was. Who is this girl? Victor asked with a frown, examining Q's face that she was trying to hide with her hair for the first time. She was ugly, no, beyond ugly. It was as if 1,000 worms lived in her face. The curse. She is the Beach who is the head of the mining unit I was assigned to. Luke said with displeasure. He didn't like the fact of Victor seeing him with an ugly Beach like her. How dare she yell at you earlier? Doesn't she know your rank? Victor asked in shock, making Q wake up. I know, right? Luke smiled. He didn't expect Victor to root for him. What's your name? Victor asked the girl. Q, young master. Q said nervously as Zoe approached, then frowned as she noticed Q's face. She didn't comment. Why were you bothering Luke? Victor asked. I just want what's best for him. As his unit leader. She said, stuttering, not daring to look Victor in the eyes. That won't do. You need to be punished. Victor said in a lewd voice and licked his lips. It would take about an hour. So why don't you guys find a place to rest? He said to Zoe and Alto. Then grabbed the stunned Q's hand, entered Luke's hut and shot the door behind him. What? Luke frowned as Zoe looked at the closed door with shock. It took Zoe, who was blushing like a tomato, 1 whole minute to realize what Victor meant. It was after hearing a very particular womanly voice from inside. Pervert, bastard. Zoe cursed, then turned around and headed out of the village with angry steps. The obsidian stone ground was breaking as she walked away. Lady Zoe. Alto called, then hurried after her. It didn't take a genius to realize that she was going to vent on some poor golems, but he couldn't leave her alone. What just happened? Luke asked the supervisor as he watched them leave. He couldn't believe what just happened. Did his brother just do it with that ugly girl? I don't know, but your esteemed brother sure does have some heavy tastes. The supervisor said Q was one of the few girls he didn't touch. She was just too ugly. Yeah? Luke replied with disgust. Still, in a far corner of his mind, he had the feeling that he couldn't grasp. It was as if he lost something very important. Q couldn't believe what just happened. Just like that, she was embraced by a man for the first time, and a very handsome and noble man at that. She could only remember him offering her to be his personal maid and then his lips touching hers as soon as she agreed. The rest was a blur. He was at the moment laying beside her on the haystack they used as a bed, softly hugging her as she rested on his chest. He was looking at her horrendous face with a gentle smile, softly touching it with his jade-like fingers, as if tracing her ugly scars. How the fuck was this a punishment? Thank you, she said, blushing. She didn't know what else to say. She was just thankful for him not looking at her with disgust. From today on you are mine, he said as his family token left a mark on the tattoo on her neck. She nodded with a blush. She felt as if she was in a dream. What can I call the young master? My name is Victor von Wise. In front of others, call me young master, but privately you can call me husband, he said. He was not going to let this girl escape, ever. Someone as ugly as me doesn't deserve such honor, she said awkwardly, looking at the ground. This was just like a fairy tale, only if she was not this ugly. What do you mean ugly? Victor asked with a frown. Are you making fun of me? She asked meekly. No, Victor said, moving his hand and making a mirror appear out of thin air. Look at yourself. Q frowned, then gasped. Impossible. She gasped. Is that me? She asked as she looked at the pretty girl in the mirror. It took her 5 whole minutes to make sure it was her. Yes, your scars were a curse that would be removed if someone fell in love with you, Victor said. He was not lying, but he didn't use that method. She blushed, not knowing what to think. Don't you like me? He asked. It was too late for such a question though. No, I love the young master, she stuttered. I told you to call me husband, he scolded, spanking her. Husband, she said with a blush. Good. It is too early to leave. Let's have some more fun, he said as his lips touched hers again while checking her destiny list for the second time. It had only 1 entry left, just as intended. Destiny list, self-set, live and die for my husband. Good. No need to wash a blood slave spot for this von Richter heir. Yes, he was 90% sure, depending on her bloodline, which was the same as Alpha and Hana. Although he felt a little bad scamming the girl this quickly, it was better for her as he would never harm her. On the contrary, he planned to take care of her as she was one of his own from now on. Still, he had no idea how she ended up here, but he was not in a hurry to uncover her past. Now he had more pressing things to do. He just needed to wait until Rita reached her position and for Alto to drag Zoe away to a safe place as he was instructed. Then it would be time to take care of some insects. Chapter 390, Demonic Raven Blood. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What is this place? Yulian asked, looking at the cave that, as they walked further inside, slowly turned from a normal one to a carefully built temple-like structure with stone walls and marble floors. The transition was so natural that he didn't notice when it happened. It was as if this place was fused with the cave by some unnatural force. A ruin. Lily, who was feeling a little agitated for no reason, said. No, she knew the reason. Victor was having a ton of fun. She could tell if he had strong emotions because of their soul connection. The problem was that Victor having this much of a reaction meant only one thing. That bastard must have got a new girl. A ruin? Julian asked. Ah, yes, a piece of another world that got merged into ours. Don't worry about this, there is nothing dangerous here, she replied as she walked Julian through the maze-like structure as if she had been there hundreds of times. Although this place has been ransacked many times throughout history, the most important thing here is still protected. She added, noting the signs around of someone trying to pray the marble slabs out and failing. How could they even dream of doing that? Those slabs weighed more than 10 tons each. Another world? Julian asked with a frown as he began to look around. On the stone tiles on the walls, he could see faded pictograms of cat people worshipping a crow who had a crown on its head. That picture was similar to the one his family had in their ancestral hall, without the cat people of course. Yes, this place was once dedicated to our ancestor, and it will be our secret base in the future. She said. Our what? Ancestor? He is not from this world. She said. And I already told you that the apocalypse is near. We need to build our own force. She scolded, then stopped as they finally reached their destination. It was the most inner chamber in the ruin, a completely empty hallway that had only one big round boulder in its center. Lily slowly walked toward the stone, put her hand on it, then uttered a phrase in a language that Julian never heard before, yet for some reason sent a shiver down his spine as if he was facing something ancient. She said coldly. Nothing happened! Lily shouted as she pressed her hand harder. Still, nothing happened. She frowned, thought for a moment, then as if realizing something activated her power, making the entire room shine as she tried again. She shouted angrily. The large boulder flickered twice as if acknowledging Lily and then began to shine. Moments later it shook and then slowly began to roll, revealing a flight of stairs going down. This place is so old that its mechanism needed some maintenance. Lily said. Let's go. Lily quickly descended, followed by Julian. The chamber below was not big, it just had a few boxes to the sides around a pond of some black liquid that shimmered with a strange light. There was also an old skeleton that had a weird-shaped skull. Now what? Julian wanted to ask, but before he could he gasped as Lily took a hammer from somewhere and cracked the skeleton's skull. Ah! A painful wail resonated in the chamber, then everything returned normal. What the fuck? Julian asked as he stepped away. Just some random old soul who was biding its time. You find those a lot in old ruins, so always remember to check. Lily said. In the other timeline, the soul of a cat priest took the body of the guy who discovered this place and caused all kinds of troubles in the family before he was discovered. Now strip and jump in the soul water, she told Julian as she began to take off her clothes. What are you doing? Julian, who covered his eyes with his hands, asked. Although he was a pervert and a siscon, she was still his fucking sister and his mother would literally shred him to pieces if he were to do something. I am not going to let you take all that energy here for yourself, she said as she slowly entered into the pond, wearing nothing but a necklace. You better hurry, she said as she got fully submerged. The lake was about 5 feet deep. Don't you have no shame? He asked, making sure she was in the water before he opened his eyes. The water was so black he could see nothing. First, we are siblings. Second, if you try anything funny, I will erase your dear balls from existence, she stated as she relaxed in the pond. This place was monopolized by her cousins in the other timeline when it was discovered a few years after the reckoning. Now it was hers. Now get in here and let your little sister help you rub your back and activate your pathetic bloodline, she scolded. She needed to upgrade his bloodline if possible in the process, and this meant she was to be with him in the pool. She made everything sound easy, but it was going to be a very complex process. You don't have to say it like this, he exclaimed. She was not helping at all. Look away. He cursed at her. Fine, she spat. Like you have anything worth looking at. What is this black water anyway? He asked as he went in, deciding to ignore her last sentence. It was cold. Okay, demonic raven blood, she said solemnly. Rita looked at the simple building in front of her. It was right in the corner of the management complex near the door of the mines. From the outside, It looked like some abandoned unnamed research facility. The entrance was locked by an old chain and there were no guards around. Still, she felt signs of life from the inside. After eating that demon soul inside of her, she became very sensitive to such things. The ethereal thread that she was following headed inside of it, so she knew what she needed to do without Victor telling her. She carefully made sure that the disguise was still active as she reached for the back wall, activating a sensing talisman to make sure. She nodded and then passed right through the was into an abandoned room that seemed to be being used as a warehouse. She slowly walked toward the door and from its cracks, she could see the empty corridor outside. "I am in," she whispered. He was a little busy earlier and told her to inform him once she found the source. "Oh, I will activate my disguise skill now. Stay safe," Victor's voice said. He sounded as if he was busy doing something, but she couldn't tell for certain. Going into the corridor, she slowly walked, passing through a few assistants who were totally oblivious to her existence. "They belong to the second branch," she said. Victor said. Continuing, she followed the thread's direction, reaching a stairway that went down. Why did all those people like hiding things in basements? She wondered as she descended, reaching an empty room. The thread passed through the wall. A hidden door? Probably. She just passed through the wall, ending up in an empty corridor that had no doors. Following it, she finally reached a room where 3 old men were standing around a 3 feet tall pyramid-like glass sculpture placed inside a pentagram. They were dripping blood onto it, making spirit-like things slowly form and then slowly float and drill into the ground. "That should be enough to corner those bastards," one elder said. "We don't want to repeat the mistake earlier where one went out of control." "Look, can you stop blaming me for that? I don't know what happened either. Those things tend to go astray sometimes." The other elder, who was sitting at the head of the pentagram, said, "I can only use my connection with this thing to control 3 targets at a time, so once I set their destination, it is out of my hands." "You wasted 20 years and all you can do is this," the last man said. "If you are not content why doing it that's enough." The first man scolded. "We are almost there at the last stage, don't ruin it for a stupid reason or Antony would really kill us all." "Just make sure they don't attack our kids," he said. "We need to finish this before the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders return to check on the things here. Olaf can only buy us so much time." Both men nodded as the one controlling the golems closed his eyes as if he was trying to focus on his mission. "What should we do?" Ritu asked. Victor, who was watching what was happening through Rita's eyes, paused. Olaf. He was pondering if he should foil the scheme here or let them carry on. Both choices had their merits. He activated his appraisal skills at the pyramid. Edict Shard, X. Bound Servants, 3, 4. Bound Master, Turan the Great. Current Edicts, 2, 1. Soul Container, SSS, 1/10. 2. Create a Skill Golem Avatar, SS, 277 1/1000ths. As expected, Victor sighed. This place kept getting stranger. From what the men said, this shard was probably found down below, and they must have found a way to control it by accident, or the demon hiding inside of it was slowly manipulating them. Still, this made things easy. "Take the bottle I gave you and draw the symbol I will show you on the pyramid," he said. Rita nodded, sneaking past the men who felt nothing, then took a vial of golden blood from the storage space, dipped her finger in it, and began to draw the symbol that Victor projected to her on the shard. It took a second. The pyramid flickered twice and then everything returned to normal. "What just happened?" One of the men, the one who was standing further from the pyramid, said. "What?" the other asked. He felt nothing. Neither did the one who was closing his eyes. Nothing. "I am just a little edgy," the man said as he looked at the pyramid with a frown. The connection with his master Turan the Great had just been abruptly cut. The last thing he heard was the demon wailing in pain. It was 3 hours later when the hut store opened and from inside a handsome young man walked out with a content smile, followed by a pretty girl who had a long freshly combed hair and was wearing a frilled maid dress. She was holding the young man's arm with passion. Many miners who were secretly watching the fun here since the very beginning frowned. They all had the same question. Who the fuck is she? Luke, who was sitting outside with the supervisor all this time, asked in shock. "Where is Tat Beach?" he asked, looking inside. It was empty. I am Q. The pretty girl said, resting her head on her smiling young master's arm. "Yes, she is Q. I couldn't believe that she turned this pretty as soon as we kissed," he said. It seemed to be a curse that had been cast onto her. He nodded. "All she needed was a kiss from this Prince Charming," he said. Q nodded, squeezing Victor's hand harder. "What curse? Are we living in a fairy tale or something?" Luke, who didn't believe this, exclaimed. He simply couldn't believe it. This was impossible. Impossible. Well, it just happened. One must never measure a girl by her looks, Victor said. Luke had not yet been educated on the true nature of the world. "Now, where is Zoe?" he asked. If the young master meant the girl who was with you, she went away earlier with old Alto. The supervisor said. "Oh, I see. Another ungrateful girl." Victor nodded and turned to Q. "Are you an ungrateful girl too?" he asked. "Never," she exclaimed. "Good. Then can you guide me through the tunnels, darling?" he asked. Although I am not very proficient, I have lived here since I was a kid and I know a few paths." She nodded, feeling happy to be of use to her young master. He called her darling. "Good girl," Victor said, rubbing her head and making Luke, who was still in shock, swallow. "Did you get me what I asked for?" Victor asked the supervisor, who quickly gave Victor a folder containing a few pieces of paper. Q's file. Victor quickly leafed through it and then folded it and put it inside his jacket. In the storage ring. Q, who was 19 at this time, was born here. Her mother was pregnant when she was sold here by some slave traders. There was not much information about her. As for why Q ended up in the shittiest place in the mines, it was simple. Her mother, who managed to hide her real identity, was assigned to be a maid at one of the outer halls, ended up castrating one of the young masters who worked there and tried to rape her. She was killed briefly and her young daughter back then was sent here as a punishment. As for the culprit, it was none other than Bill's father. That's why he had only one son. Still, according to the document, Q was ugly from birth, so the curse probably had nothing to do with her mother. He needed to ask Alpha about this. "Is there anything wrong, young master?" Q asked, as she noticed Victor's annoyed expression. For her, he became the entire world. As for Luke, she didn't even care to look at him anymore. She was an idiot for even expecting anything from her brat. "No, just something random," Victor said, turning to Luke. "Little brother, I wanted to spend some time talking to you, but it is already late and I need to go to complete the mission." Victor lied, making Luke almost explode. Luke didn't know what to answer. He didn't let his eyes from Q since the moment she left the hut. Damn she was hot. How the fuck did he lose her to his brother? Why, just why? "Are you okay?" Victor asked. Yes, she had a curse?" Luke asked again. "Oh, it is about this," Victor said. "I think it is already okay to tell you, but curses really exist in this world. That's one of the things they will tell you before the ceremony." Victor whispered. "What?" Luke exclaimed. "Did it include such things?" "I can't speak anymore or father would punish me," Victor sighed. "But I can tell you that in a few days, you should expect to hear some very good news. You might be able to go home," he added. "Oh, really?" Luke asked, forgetting momentarily about Q. "Yes." Victor nodded. "Supervisor, can I have a word with you?" Victor said, letting go of Q, then grabbed the supervisor to the side and began whispering some things in his ear while stuffing something in his hand. "I understand." The old supervisor, who was frowning, said with a strange greedy look, "He is my brother, you know, so nothing wrong must happen to him until the end." Victor repeated. This was the only thing Luke could hear, and it made him feel a little happy. Victor the idiot was completely unaware of their plan to get rid of him. I know. I have what's needed to take care of this." "Good, then, let's go," Victor told Q, who ran to his side. "See you later, bro," he told Luke as he walked toward the village's exit. Chapter 391 Ring Cloud City. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mike and Alice had just reached the resting point when a family agent came running toward them. Young master, young lady, a message from the family. The agent said, giving them a sealed envelope. Mike quickly opened it and looked inside with a frown. What? Alice asked. They want us to head deep. The final test will be happening tomorrow, he said with a frown. The letter was legitimate with the patriarch seal and everything. Then let's go. Is there anything wrong? Alice asked. I just feel that this is too abrupt, he said. It had only been a day and a half since this competition started, and for this letter to reach this place, it must have been issued at least since this morning. Why are they changing things this fast? You got a point, but this is our family you are talking about. Alice shrugged. She never liked how her family did things to begin with. True. Let's head there after we get some sleep. We need to conserve our energy just in case, Mike said. It was slightly after noon that the private plane landed at the Ring Cloud International Airport. Ring Cloud City was one of the biggest coastal cities in the world, famous for its skies that featured donut-shaped clouds that formed due to its terrain. It was the capital of the Cloudy Republic, an industrial country known for its quality products all around the world. In the past, this place was ruled by gangs of all shapes and kinds. Only in the past 20 years have things changed here after a new government was elected and was able to enhance security, allowing business to flourish. The twins with their mother and sister slowly descended from the plane, then quickly headed toward customs where everything went extra smoothly after Mina flashed a purple card to the officers. Although this country didn't belong to the Von Wise family, it was under the Players' Council's direct supervision. Does Victor's family power work even here? Mona asked in shock as they walked out of the airport. They weren't even asked to present their passports. Our husband's family is one of the strongest in the world. It is an influence all over, Mina said proudly. Her mother, Vanessa, who was also shocked, frowned, hearing her daughter. Just how powerful were those guys? This made her remember Theodore's power in bed. Damn. She quickly shook her head. So, this is our hometown? Mana said as they reached the streets outside, and she began to look around at the tall buildings. Unlike Vane City, which had a traditional aristocratic and Gothic feel, this place was completely modernized. It seemed that it happened after the entire city caught fire 20 years ago or something. That's what she read in a booklet for tourists, but she was not sure. Why don't I take you for a tour? Mona asked. She was not tired at all from the trip. This was the benefit of having a private jet. And she was feeling a little suppressed by Victor in Vane City, and couldn't really show her true self to her sisters. Let's go then. Mina, who was full of energy, said. You girls go have fun. I need to check on the company. Be sure not to stay up late, Vanessa told them as she stopped a taxi without looking back. She had so many things in her mind that she didn't want to take care of them. Watching the twins leave with their sister, a group of girls walked out of the airport. Big sis, are you okay? Theta turned and asked Alpha, who had been acting a little strange ever since the plane landed. Just some old memories, she said as she looked at a glass tower in the distance. Let's go. We need to set up a base of operation before tomorrow morning, she said, making the 5 girls who followed her nod and then hurry to find a car. Julian opened his eyes and then sat abruptly. His head hurt as if it was going to explode. Did he drink too much last night? No, Lily. He quickly began to remember the previous day. Hen began to look around. He was alone in the secret room that was now empty. The lake was empty too. What the hell happened? The last thing he remembered was Lily putting her hand on his back after they entered that black water lake. Then it was as if some liquid poured into him, cindering every part of his body. What the fuck was that? Was that supposed to help him? He slowly moved his arm. His muscles felt stronger than ever. Strange, even his shoulder that had been injured in brawl years ago seemed to have healed. He frowned as he looked around, and then he noticed it, as if waiting in the corner of his eye. The moment he focused on it, it came into view. The system screen, Bloodline activation. Welcome, player. Analyzing data. Name, Julian von Kroner. Level, 0. Class, Soul Paladin, SS. Authority, 10. Strength, 30 intelligence, 40 agility, 30 luck, 15 charm, 40 order, 10 skills, soul energy manipulation, SS soul realm, SS curse immunity, SS soul enchant, S eye of the truth, S dispel, S soul shield, S soul sword, S soul heal, S soul power. 31. Setup complete. So you are awake. Lily, who was now dressed in a long black dress, slowly walked inside, took a chair from her storage ring, then set it next to Julian and sat on it. For some strange reason, she seemed a little younger. What happened? He asked. Did I become a player? How? Certain bloodlines allow their owner to directly become players. She said. I just enhanced your bloodline from a crowned crow to a soul-eating crow, and you should have immediately gained a suitable class. What did you get? She asked. A soul paladin. He answered after a pause, deciding not to hide it. Oh, that's one of the best. Lily nodded. With this, it would be possible for you to fully utilize the bloodline skills once you awaken it. She added, didn't you say earlier you wanted to awaken my bloodline? That was the plan, but awakening a bloodline is a really fickle thing. It may not always work. She lied. The truth was that if she was not in the pond with him, he would have surely succeeded in awakening his bloodline. But she had to go and try a certain technique and try to refresh her bloodline, using most of the available energy. Refreshing was an ancient secret method used in order to get more things out of an already awakened bloodline, as sometimes the energy would not be sufficient to complete the initial awakening or something might stop the activation. Oh. Julian nodded. Don't worry, you will get another chance in the family. It is not a good thing to grow too strong too fast. She told the truth this time. Probably. Did you also get anything good? Julian asked. He could see that she was ultra happy. Just a random subclass to suit my bloodline. She shrugged casually. The smile on her face clearly showed how glad she was with the result. What is it? He asked. Ah, I forgot to tell you. You should never tell others about your class. Never. She scolded, refusing to tell him. You should never ask either. It is rude. Didn't you ask me earlier? He asked. Didn't she make him tell her everything? You were just too gullible for someone to not take advantage of you. She told the truth again while smiling as if this was completely natural. After leaving the village, Victor, who was hugging the love-stricken Q, leisurely strolled around the mines. He planned to find Zoe, but that ungrateful girl was long gone, so he planned to take his time. It was as if he was a tourist or something, as no glums appeared around him. How could they? He took control of all of them the moment Rita marked the edict shard with his blood, allowing him to replace its former demon owner whose soul inside the shard was locked and was pointlessly trying hard to regain control at the moment. He just had to sit tight there and wait to be eaten like a good boy. It was clear to him now that the gate didn't resurface at all as the family believed, but it was all a misunderstanding. The glums and the gate were two separate things that just happened to occur together in the past. This was something he should have expected, as the family agents must have combed the mines 3 times searching for the gate and found nothing before giving the heirs this mission. The second branch must have found edict shard and hid it from the family, who kept thinking that the glums came from the gate. They must have been brewing this scheme for a long time. Now the question was, what should Victor do? The first option was to inform Anne about the second branch's scheme and get a tone of merit. From the info that Rita managed to get, it was clear that they were trying to kill all the main elite heirs in one fell swoop and make it look like an accident. Now, the problem with this approach was that he would have to answer a lot of questions, as even Anne would not buy his usual bullshit, and he didn't want to expose his cards yet. His second option was to do nothing. Not exactly nothing. He would let those idiots play, then use the glums to kill off Bill and Mike's competitors while making sure Mike and Alice survive. After that, he would just find a way to expose the second branch and let them take all the blame. He also had to make Rita grab the shard in the midst of the chaos. Although this would make all the work he did on Linda pointless, He didn't care. He had many other ways to destroy her. This was Victor's preferred plan for now. That's why he was at this time heading toward the meeting point where the golems were guided to go. He had to be there in order to directly take control of the situation. Those golems can only be given very generic commands from afar. Young Master Victor. Someone suddenly called as soon as Victor reached one of the random resting and monitoring points scattered around the mines. Yes? Victor asked as he turned to face the guard who ran to him. We have a message for all elite heirs. The guard said, giving Victor a sealed envelope while trying hard not to look at the maid who clung to Victor's arm. Didn't they say this was a test? Why was there a maid here? No, she was not just a maid. She was clearly a maid in heat. Thanks. Victor said, then opened the envelope as the guard bowed, then returned to his station. Looking at Q was not good for his heart. He was a married man. The message was what Victor expected. A command to all the heirs to gather in one meeting point for a final test. It seemed like he was right. The mine's messaging system had been compromised. He chuckled and was about to put the message in his ring when he paused. He opened the message again and checked the map attached to it. Why was it wrong? Why was the gathering point specified in a totally different direction from the point the golems were being guided to? He had to check 3 times to make sure, ordering Rita to go check the map in the secret base she was stalking at the moment. Is there anything wrong, young master? Q, who noticed Victor's frown, asked. Did she annoy him by sticking to him? Hearing her, he shook his head and rubbed her head. No, he said, then began to laugh like a maniac. What? She asked. I just underestimated my grandmother again. He answered as he hugged the girl. His plan had failed before it could even start. He only needed to go watch the show, it seemed. Chapter 392. It is your duty as an heir. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I really shouldn't have underestimated my grandmother. Grandmas are scary. Victor told Kim emotionally as he reached the heirs meeting point a day later. He couldn't stop laughing after that. It was not a trap to isolate him. He could tell with ease, as all the heirs were split into groups that shot glares at each other every few seconds. This must have been his grandmother's counterplan to send them here to be safe. Like him, she was also playing along to expose all the traitors. Damn it. His plan was a no-go. And Bill would live for now. Victor. Alice, who was the first to notice Victor as he entered the large chamber, waved to him. She was standing with Mike and 2 other elites who were a part of his camp. Hi sis, bro. How was your hunt? Victor asked casually as reached them with a maid at hand. For the entire day, he was having fun explaining many things to her as they traveled. He planned to make her a player ASAP. Not bad. Alice said immediately. Who is she? The result of my hunt. Victor said, hugging the embarrassed Q. Isn't she cute? He added as Zoe, who had been avoiding looking him in the eyes since the moment he entered, inspected Q. Frowned. A new one? She asked. What did you do with that one from earlier? She added in disgust. She is the only one. Victor clarified. She had a curse on her, and the only way to cure it was for her to. I figured it out, the moment I saw her. Victor clarified. I couldn't leave a girl like her in a place like this, so I made her my official maid and I plan to take care of her from now on. He said proudly, making Q smile sweetly. Don't you have a ton of maids or something? Alice asked, disgusted by her brother scamming 2 girls at the same time. Do you still have any slots left? She wondered. Most of the ones in the mansion are not from the family, and I got to free some slots after the wedding anyway, he said. The twins, Myra and Aurea, were no longer his maids, but his wives. Oh. Zoe frowned. She didn't like it one bit that Victor was with this girl, but the fact that he saved her made Zoe unable to hate him. She even felt a little ashamed of herself for cursing at him earlier. So, what are we doing here? Victor asked as he had no idea. Waiting. According to the assistants, the elders will be here in an hour or so. Mike said. Some kind of a final mission. He added, shooting a glare at Bill. I see. I think they might get a little delayed though. Victor said. Through Rita's eyes, he could see that the family elders had already surrounded the second branch's base. And with the patriarch stood at the front in golden battle armor, the rest of the elders were behind them. It was time to close the net. Alpha slowly left the hotel, telling the girls she needed to get some air. The ungrateful girls who were planning their sightseeing trip didn't even care. On the contrary, they seemed to be glad to get rid of her. Well, they planned to meet Mona's friends in a few days, despite finishing their preparations, so the girls earned their vacation. She sighed as she crossed the street, making sure no one was following her. She knew that what she was going to do was technically betraying Victor, but this needed to be done. As long as she was careful with what she said, her contract with him would not be breached. Crossing the main square and heading into the old city, she had to retrace her steps multiple times, first to check if she was being followed, and the second time because she took a wrong turn. The memories in her head that popped out as soon as she entered this city were a little old, and the city's way had changed a lot in the last 20 years. This was one of the family's protection mechanisms that she had no idea about, location-bound memories. It seemed like the memories would remain hidden until certain conditions were applicable. Alpha sighed for the 24th time. It took her more than an hour to locate the old temple building she wanted to go. It was situated right in between a lousy pub and a lousiest brothel. It featured heaps of trash to the side and a long and seemingly ancient trail of urine stains all over its stone walls. This temple was the type some old sect used to scam people back in the day. Now it was left with broken windows and a falling wooden gate that was plastered with all kinds of old unfulfilled evacuation notices, left by the myriad of land developers who wanted to evacuate the residents and tear down this building, but ended up being evacuated to the afterlife. Apparently, whoever got the deed for this place nowadays had decided it was no longer worth it, as this place had become the filthiest place in town, and it was no longer viable to invest there. Is it really it? Alpha frowned and wondered. She began to look around and then noticed a simple eye symbol on the side of the temple's gate. It was here. She took a deep breath and opened the temple door, careful not to break it, then entered. It was a mess and it looked as if everyone in town had decided that this place was a good garbage dump. The temple's courtyard was filled with all kinds of broken furniture and old electrical appliances that were clearly thrown there by people who didn't want to bother taking the trip to the landfill. Still, there was no person in sight. Alpha slowly made her way to the main building, and entered the main hall that was seemingly the only clean room in the temple. Relatively clean. Someone had seemingly decided not to bother the giant, menacing-looking spider on the corner. In front of the altar where the giant golden statue of a strawberry with 3 legs and 3 eyes was placed, an ugly young temple maiden was sitting, lighting some strawberry-scented incense as she chanted something in an unrecognizable language. It took her 15 minutes to finish, then turned to face Alpha, looking at her with lazy cloudy eyes. "Did you come here to pray to Mosasu the Great?" she asked. "I want to meet the grandmas. I am number B42, Blue Eyes," Alpha said. She was not the kind to joke around. "We don't offer grandmas here." "There is some strawberry cake though." Alpha frowned, then said nothing as she looked around the chamber, then slowly found a seat where a lousy eye symbol was carved. She sat on it. "Suit yourself." The maiden frowned, then turned to the statue and continued her worship, ignoring Alpha. The girl chanted. For the next 3 hours nothing happened, and just when Alpha, who had enough of listening to the stupid chants, was about to lose her patience, the maiden suddenly stopped chanting, stood up, and looked at her. Her eyes were no longer cloudy. "The grandmas will meet you now," she said as the altar moved to the side, revealing a staircase down. A classic. Alpha nodded, then quickly entered the stairway and descended. It was a really long way down, as it took Alpha about 30 minutes to reach the bottom, where she found a room with a strange, shimmering gate in its center. A space-crossing portal. Taking a deep breath, Alpha stepped through it. Opening her eyes, it was bright. She had just walked out of the closet of a rural wooden cottage. Facing her was a cozy living room where 3 old women were sitting enjoying the sun and watching some soap opera on an old TV set. "You are here?" one of the women, who seemed to be a little reluctant to leave the TV, said, as she turned to Alpha. "Blue Eyes, right? I remember your mother. A fine woman, you look just like her." The heir had seen the elder, Alpha said as she kneeled on the ground. "No need for formalities. What brings you here, dear?" "I see that you have already gotten rid of your curse." she said, her eyes turning to the TV every few seconds. The handsome male lead was about to kiss the reluctant maid whom he was secretly in love with, but couldn't tell her because she was the daughter of the man who killed his father, and he was planning to torture then kill her until he discovered that she was, in fact, his childhood friend who saved his life when their other friend turned out to be a drug dealer and planned to kill him because he was, in fact, his half-brother. Yes, I passed a life and death experience. Alpha replied. Everyone in her family was born with a curse. This was the destiny of their bloodline. Good. Then why are you here? You should know that if this is not something really urgent you will be punished. The grandma said, her eyes on the TV. The kiss attempt was a failure again as the man's lover barged in. Again. I met someone. He knows about us. About the family. Alpha said directly. What? The grandma asked, turning to face Alpha and making another grandma look too. Explain. I can't. Alpha said. It was all because Victor made her sign that contract after the spark incident. Damn it. You can't? I can't. I see. Mother. The first grandma called the second grandma, who turned out to be a great-grandma. A contract or a curse? The great-grandma asked. Alpha didn't reply as the old woman gave the TV one last look and then slowly approached her, beginning to smell her. A contract it is, she said. Unlike stupid curses, contracts are tricky. There are two ways to get rid of them, an easy way and a hard way, she said, explaining to Alpha. Let's try the first, she said, taking out a golden scale. Put a drop of your blood on the left plate, she said. Alpha nodded, dropping some blood on the small dish-shaped plate, representing her deeds. Now, blow the word contract on this. The old woman gave Alpha a sparkling feather. Alpha nodded, then blew the word, feeling as if something from inside of her, getting inscribed on the feather that became a little heavy. Good. Carefully place the feather on the Destiny's Scale's right plate. The second the feather touched the plate, nothing happened. They were in balance for the next 3 seconds. Then it was as if the feather weighed a ton. It suddenly moved down, flipping the entire scale out of the old woman's hand. Wah, Mom, what happened? The grandma asked. The benefits that guy gave little Louise here far outweighs his commitments for the contract. He had given her more than she could ever repay him. The frightened old woman said. What did he give you? This is not a simple matter of just saving your life or removing a curse, she asked. The shocked Alpha. I don't know. She quickly went silent. It was probably the spark. You can't say. I see. The old woman said. Then it is the second method. Do you really want this contract voided? She asked Alpha. It is for the family, Alpha said. She had enough of being manipulated by that bastard Victor. Once the contract was voided, she could ask the grandmas to take a look at the soul mark he left, and then she would be free. As for what to do with Victor after that, she couldn't really make up her mind. Wouldn't a relationship with whoever contracted you be beneficial to the family? The grandma, seemingly having some thoughts, asked. I want the contract voided, she repeated. With every passing day, she could feel the day when Victor would take her to bed coming closer. He would never surrender to a filthy man. Are you sure? Yes. This will hurt like hell, the old woman said, as she placed her hand on Alpha's chest. I am ready, Alpha replied. Take a deep breath, the old woman said. By the authority of the judge, I annul this. She didn't continue, as a second later, she was flying backward with a trail of blood flowing out of her mouth. She hit the TV set and then fell to the wooden ground rolling. Alpha, who felt a sharp pain at the same moment, fell to the ground in tears. Mother. The grandma ran to her mother as the last old woman, who kept watching TV the entire time, hurried to check on the poor TV set. I am fine, cheat. The old woman was quickly helped to her feet. Is it over? Alpha asked. Over my ass, the old woman said, taking the slipper that had just fallen from her foot and throwing it at Alpha. Why the hell did you make a contract with a demon? A demon? No, he is not, Alpha quickly replied as she dodged to the right. The slipper passed right beside her face, drawing a line of blood as it grazed her cheek like a bullet. Not a demon? A lord? No, a scion? The old grandma pondered. What lord? That bastard is not a lord. Alpha said. She did hear Lily and Victor discuss the lords, and it was clear that Victor was not one. Then why would this guy have more than 1,000 authority points? The old woman said. That's the only way my skill could fail, if the other side's authority is larger than mine. She yelled. I really don't know. Alpha said. The old woman glared at her and then looked at the last woman who was kneeling and trying hard to revive the dead TV by hitting it with her cane. Mother, please help, she said to the last grandma, who turned out to be a great-great-grandma. You little girls can't do a thing right. In my days we would solve such trivial problems by just kicking their ass. The brutal last grandma said as she gave up on the TV and slowly stood up, her hand on her back as she slowly approached Alpha, who for the first time realized that this old woman was blind. Not exactly, it was as if inside of her eyes there was no pupil, but she was looking right through Alpha. Relax, lass, and let me see. The last old woman said as she began to activate her skill, making her eyes turn gold. Can you see anything, Grandma? The first old woman asked. It is not demonic. No. Let me see. He is a man. The old woman frowned. It was very cloudy. Lass, what the fuck had you been doing? Why is your fate look like a piece of dung ice cream? She finally asked as she peered into Alpha's soul. I don't know. Wait. No, that something. Why do you have a spark? The old woman finally gasped and asked in shock. That. My contractor took it from someone and then gave it to me. Alpha could only say that. She was surprised they knew about this, and couldn't wait to ask them what it meant. Oh, then what the fuck are you doing here? The old woman asked angrily as she took a step back. I want the contract voided to be able to work to revive the family and, Alpha screamed in pain as the old woman began to hit her with her cane. Mother, why are you hitting her? One old woman asked. Idiot. That guy gave you a spark and you want to leave him. Ungrateful bitch. The oldest woman replied as she began to hit Alpha again. The other two old women quickly hurried to stop her. Louise, do you know why the family created the heirs project? She asked as she calmed down a little. To revive the family. Alpha, who felt extra wronged, said nervously. Exactly. And how were you supposed to do that? The old woman asked, calming down more. I believe by creating a force and, idiot, no one said that. The old woman began to hit her again. The old woman must have a strength of more than 1,000, as Alpha's bones would have broken if not for the SS rank armor vest Victor gave her. Grandmother, you will kill the poor lass. The first grandma quickly said. Listen. The last grandma said, taking a deep breath as she put her cane down. We made you to revive the family, to find strong allies and rebuild our forces in the shadows. That's it. She said. What? Alpha asked in shock. Weren't we supposed to kill von Zwei and the von Rosen? Why would we care about such insects? Those guys were only minions who were following orders. Our real enemy was the Lord whom we angered 20 years ago. He was the one who helped our enemies to destroy us by giving them a way to counter and track our bloodlines. How else would most of our elders perish just like that one night, leaving the family without leadership, forcing us to hide on the edge of this ruin where the only good TV reception we can get is some lousy local channel. What? Alpha had no idea about that. After that, the only way for the family to avoid total annihilation was to disappear, pinning our hope on our chosen heirs to rebuild the family on a more firm ground. Alpha nodded. She was very afraid to ask what her great-great-grandmother meant by firm ground though. Now, your contractor is a man. He is young. He is from one of the high families. The old woman, as if she was getting her answers from Alpha's expression. Is he handsome? I see. The old woman nodded. Her power allowed her to get the answers to her questions without Alpha's answering. Although the contract's power was constraining her, it didn't completely stop her if she asked just right. Now, let me ask you, is that guy successful? Does he always get what he wants? I see. Does he survive very dangerous situations with ease? Is he always surrounded by girls? The old woman began to ask Alpha a barrage of questions while watching her facial expression. What do you think? Finally her daughter asked after the old woman went silent. "I think he is a scion," she said, making Alpha flinch. Could Victor be a scion? Yes. Why didn't she think of that? Although Victor did say he was a time traveler, he never said anything about his fate. Then is he a candidate? The other old woman asked, ignoring Alpha's strange gaze. Yes, and more than that, the old woman said as her white eyes sparkled. "You said that guy knew about us?" she asked Alpha. "Yes. I can't tell you why though," Alpha replied nervously. "Is he friendly or is he an enemy?" "He promised me and Hana to help us rebuild our family if we obeyed him," Alpha said. "Hana, number C77? I can't say." Alpha didn't know Hana's code number. "She was in the immortal abode, I think." "Did something happen?" the youngest grandma asked. "We will check later," the oldest said, looking at Alpha. "Although many things are obfuscated by the contract, I believe in my hunch that Louis Contractor is a good candidate. Think of it, someone with a scion fate and more than 1,000 authority. It is only about time that some lord adopts him. Or he might be able to become a lord himself." "A candidate?" Louise asked nervously. "Yes, to be one of the chosen to revive our family," she said, seriously, before turning to face Alpha. "Louise von Richter, from now on your mission has been changed to acquiring Victor's help for our family. You are to seduce him and then become his wife and his ally. And you should focus on giving birth to his children as soon as possible." "What? No way in." Alpha quickly shut up as she felt the old woman's cane. "Shut up, you ungrateful lass," the old woman scolded. "We are barely hanging on a thread here, and you want to choose. If that lord were to find any of our heirs, he would kill them on sight. Our only hope to save our descendants is to rebuild our family inside of another power. A power that has the protection of another lord," the old woman explained. "The family was that desperate." "What is this lord thing?" Alpha, who had tears in her eyes, asked in despair. This was going in the exact opposite direction she hoped for. All the grandmas sighed before the oldest one began to talk. "Think of them like super players, game masters in a way. They have power beyond any other, their only limit is that they usually specialize in one area, that of their spark. I have a spark now. Can't I be a lord or something?" Alpha quickly shut up as the grandma raised her cane, preparing to strike again. "Idiot. As if it was that easy," the old scolded. "We don't know how one becomes a lord, but what we do know is that they require anyone who wants to be their disciple to have a spark, a shit ton of authority, and an S-rank fate at the very least." She added, "Your fate is only an E rank. That's why your code name begins with the letter B." "Oh." Alpha squeezed her fist. "Then this spark, what is it? What is it good for?" she asked. "Think of it like a skill book, an ultimate skill book that would allow you to master all the skills of a certain subject," the oldest grandma said. "We don't really know how to use it, as lords usually collect those like crazy. But listen to me, you better keep the fact that you have it a secret, or you might be in a sheet load of trouble." "Oh." Alpha frowned. She didn't like this at all. "Now go. Remember your mission and fulfill it faithfully. It is your duty as an heir," the old woman said, kicking Alpha out. "We will contact you again when the time is right." Chapter 393, I Saw IT First. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Surrender now. You are completely surrounded. The Patriarch Marcos shouted coldly at his brother Antony and the rest of the elders from the second branch who were barricaded inside their base looking out from the windows. "We know that you were the ones behind the golems. What should we do?" one of the elders asked as he looked at all the players outside. "How did they find out?" "Damn, all the elders from the other branches are fuming with rage. How did they know?" "It was probably the kids. Todd was really drunk when they took him away. I couldn't intervene then." "Damn it. No, it was definitely that Zach. Todd is a good kid." Anthony cursed. This was the only explanation he could think of, and he didn't expect Anne to question them this fast. Damn that piece of shit Victor and his aphrodisiac. It ruined everything. Although the kids didn't know everything, they knew a few facts about golems as they were told their routes to avoid them. The question was how much info did Anne get out of them? Did it matter? If that beach captured them, they would spill the beans sooner or later. "Should we surrender?" another elder asked fearfully. Anthony didn't answer him, but just shot him a glare of disgust before turning to look outside at his elder brother. Marcos, you pussy licker son of a bee. Anthony paused. That beach was his mother. You bastard. He corrected himself. Instead of supporting us, you are standing with your beach of a wife. Anthony, you always knew my position. Marcos, who was not annoyed one bit, answered. His tone was just a little remorseful. Why are you doing this? Let's stop. It is all because you don't have the balls to act as a patriarch. When you took your seat, we expected you to elevate the second branch to become the main, or at least to support us to become the strongest, but instead, you totally ignored us. Anthony interrupted. Anthony, you know how much I helped, bending the rules as much as possible. The second branch was the weakest and almost dissolved. Now it is in the top 5. Marcos clarified. He really did his best to help without being partial. You knew about the deal, he said, not elaborating. He meant the deal he struck with them back then, for him to become the patriarch while keeping all the power with the main branch. Fuck you and your pussy-licking deal. Antone screamed. Then he began to laugh like a maniac. Let me tell you and the beach who is standing behind you something. Antone screamed from behind the door. I don't know how you knew about us, but do you know that all of your precious heirs are already now in my hand? I guided them to a trap where they are now waiting for you. I just have to give one command and legions of golems would descend on them. He said with an insane laugh. Yes. He still had some cards in his hand. So you better drop your weapons and let us make a deal. He said. As long as he can make a deal, everything would be fine. He might even be able to secure some benefits. Oh, we already know that. The kids are already in a safe place. Marcos shrugged. Do you think it is that easy to manipulate the communications without us noticing? What? How? Impossible. Anthony frowned. Was it not the kids? Olaf here already told us. Marcos said as Olaf walked out from behind him, then gave Anthony a slight bow. What? Impossible. Bastard. Anthony flared in shock. It was Olaf all along. Piece of shit. Did you forget WHO helped you when you were just a slave? Even in his wildest imagination, he couldn't believe that Olaf, who was the most trustworthy man in the world, would betray them. My allegiance has always been to the family, Olaf said in a low firm voice, making Anne nod. Olaf was one of the most trustworthy butlers in the family. She has secretly tested him no less than 10 times and he proved his worth every time. Fook. Anthony cursed. He was fooked. If Olaf was a spy, then all their info was known to Anne, including their emergency plan and what they planned to do with her after their plan succeeded. She would never forgive them knowing that. Now surrender and let us end this quickly. I have many things to do. Anne, who was losing her patience, said, do it quickly and I will leave you a clean corpse. She added, making her intent to kill all of them clear. The bastards planned to first kill all the main and the strongest branch heirs and then replace them with those from the second branch, the only ones who would be still viable. They planned to use that leverage to convince the elders to replace Anne and Marcos immediately after that. The elders, other than the die-hard loyalists, would definitely accept, as Anne's power would be at its lowest without viable heirs. This might even cause some of the hidden protector elders to move against her, as she would be the one ruining the family's future at that point. This is your last chance, Marcos said after waiting a few minutes in silence. His wife was not helping at all. Anthony just glared at Marcos, saying nothing as he wondered what to do. His options were very limited. Attack. The patriarch commanded, making all the elders at once quickly fire a barrage of fireballs on the building that suddenly began to shine and a sphere of energy engulfed it. A shield. Alfred, who was a part of the attacking force, said, it is probably an SS rank, we will need at least 30 minutes to break it. He explained as the men never stopped throwing their attack at the building. How about you use your witch touch and end this? Marcos asked Anne. That was one of the strongest dark art Anne had. It would dissolve this shield in seconds. No, we have all the time in the world, Anne said coldly as the men attacked. What if they summoned the golems? Let them do that. I always wanted to test the men, and this would be a good chance, Anne said. After Theodore returned with some suitable candidates, The family needed to be restructured, and this was a good chance to pick up the good from the bad. She also was sure of her power, not even 1,000 golems could stop her. Cheat. Antony cursed. Tell the men to summon all the golems we can muster. He told one of the elders behind him. Even if we were going to lose, I will make sure that Anne would cry tears of blood. He said, biting his lip and clenching his fist. He was not planning to go down easily. Yes, sir. The man hurried down into the hidden chamber, not noticing the reduction in Antony's eyes. He planned to sacrifice all the men and create a chance for himself to escape. But he couldn't tell them that. His plan was very simple. He had an Earth escape talisman, but in order to make sure that no one notices his absence, he needed as much chaos as possible, allowing him to reach the ocean where he already had an escape submarine just in case. This was something even Olaf had no idea about. It was moments later when the man returned running in horror. What? Antony asked. The pyramid. It is no longer there. The men are dead. The man said as he caught his breath. What? Enemy exploded. That what? Antony ignored the man and quickly ran to the secret chamber where the blood of the 3 dead men on the ground was still fresh. It was a clean job. We have mole. He said angrily, looking around. He saw nothing. Search the base. He commanded angrily. Cheat. This only left him only one way out. He really didn't want to use it. That man was right. He was always too careful, and he had to act strong every once in a while. Rita, who got the edict shard, successfully made her way out of the base from the back, making sure to dodge the guards who were oblivious to her existence. She also had to avoid Anne by walking as far away as possible while keeping her disguise. According to Victor, that woman had a good hunch. In the end, she got to a safe zone in a side tunnel that connected to the main cavern. From there, she could watch the show and escape if needed. Oh, they were making a move. Rita watched as the light barrier around the building began to dim under the barrage of attacks. It only took the attackers 10 more minutes before it exploded outwards. Advance. Halt. Marcos was about to order the men to enter when all of a sudden, Antony slowly walked from the inside, followed by 20 men. Were they planning on surrendering or putting on a last fight? If it was the latter, it would have been very stupid. On the ground, Alfred commanded, but Antony ignored him as he looked at Marcos. Brother, can you grant me one last wish? Antony said in a sorrowful tone as he looked serious. We will talk about this later. Marcos frowned. You are not dead yet. I am not. But you are. Antony said, throwing something. Please die. Before Marcos could make out what it was, he felt something grab him from behind and pull him. It was Anne who activated her defensive artifact just in time. A loud explosion shook the tunnels, creating an air wave that sent even Rita, who was far away, flying amid bolts of lightning that began to whiz around the tunnel's iron veins, slowly dissipating. The next thing she felt was her back hitting the hard ground as she fell. Her ears were ringing and her legs were wobbly, so it took her a moment to reorient herself. Before she could spring to her feet, everything began shaking. Tunnels were collapsing. She knew that she had to move away, as seconds later, rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Sadly, by that time it was too late to do anything, as black iron dust filled everywhere and she could not see anything but crawl to the side as she activated a protection talisman. She could feel the walls near her starting to crack as the ground shook. Was she going to be trapped under the rubble? Use the cauldron. Escape inside of it. Victor, who sounded distressed, told her just at the right time. She quickly took the cauldron from the storage space and jumped inside of it, just before the tunnel caved in. The bottom chamber where Victor and the rest of the heirs were waiting, shook a little after the explosion. They could hear it from afar. What happened? Someone asked. A battle? Another wondered. Thankfully this place is far enough from the explosion that nothing here happens. That's what Victor thought of instructing Rita to quickly enter the cauldron. Then it happened. Boom! The sound of an explosion at the small tunnel that acted as the entrance of the hall. It shook the entire hall and forced all the heirs to the ground as a cloud of dust poured in and filled the chamber. Activate your protection talismans. Victor heard Mike yelling moments later. "Activate your protection talismans." Bill, who unfortunately seemed to be fine, yelled right after, probably not liking it as Mike acted as a boss. Moments later, the chamber shook again and everyone could hear the sounds of collapsing walls. Was this the end? Victor silently cursed as grabbed both Q and the shocked Zoe, hugging them as he activated his protection talisman. His space-shifting skill was still in cooldown. He couldn't really use it, and his only option now was to count on his defense. Then nothing happened. Dot. 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 The dust slowly cleared as the air stood up and began to look around. What just happened? Mike, who was protected by Alice's SSS defense artifact, and was completely safe, asked after making sure that Victor was safe. "A bomb?" someone asked. "Gunpowder doesn't work here." Another corrected him. "Then what?" "I don't know. But our exit is closed," Mike said solemnly, looking at the entrance where a huge iron boulder fell in the midst of tons of rubble, obstructing it. They were trapped inside, without knowledge of how much of the tunnel outside had collapsed. This might be on purpose. Victor, who carefully inspected the boulder, pondered. Someone planned to trap them here, and it was not the second branch. He could tell as this boulder had slight hidden signs of being dug before and the fact that it was 10% made of sacred iron. And although gunpowder didn't work here, many kinds of magical bombs did. Those bombs, despite being both very rare and expensive, were not very popular, as they are easily discoverable with mana sensing artifacts, and a good protection talisman could easily block their effect if the user was not in the epicenter. They would not get popular until much later when giant monsters started appearing. Nowadays those things were not something a branch family could buy though. Victor wondered, why would someone waste this perfect chance? That bomb that had its mana camouflaged by all the sacred iron on the walls, could have easily killed half of them if it were placed on the top of the chamber. Did someone want them to be trapped here? He frowned, ignoring Zoe who was fighting hard to get out of his embrace, pushing him away with no avail. He was stronger than her. "Let go," she said, blushing a little as she bit her lip. His hands around her waist felt a little hot. "Ah, sorry. Are you two okay?" he asked after a few more minutes. "Thanks. I am fine." Zoe spat as she stepped back. She was very thankful that Victor quickly grabbed her, but this made her feel very embarrassed. Why was she feeling that? He was her cousin. He was her frickin' cousin. Q, on the other hand, clung to him like a monkey while looking around fearfully. It was as if she was trying to shield him with her body. What a cute girl. He couldn't wait to take her in another round. She was a fast learner. "What is that?" someone suddenly exclaimed as the dust settled, making Victor and everyone else look behind them, at the far corner of the cave where the entire wall collapsed, revealing a lake of lava that cast a dim red light into the cave. A lava chamber. That was not what everyone was looking at through. Their eyes were looking up, at the golden shimmering ethereal gate that hovered silently in midair on top of the lava lake. Pulsating a little, it swayed to the sides like a leaf on a branch. "I saw it first," some idiot called Bruno said. "The points are mine." Everyone ignored him. They had other things to worry about. Chapter 394, Local Delicacies. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It took 15 minutes for all the dust to settle and the shaking to calm down after the explosion. After making sure that they were still alive, everyone opened their eyes and began to look around, realizing who saved their sorry lives. It was Anne, who stood in the center of the tunnel while raising her finger to the ceiling where a myriad of falling boulders were suspended by a black thread that shimmered in black light. Thankfully only 1 or 2 layers of rocks collapsed, the ones that withstood the direct shock. The tunnel walls behind seemed fine for the most part. This was to be expected though, as the mine on Black Rock Island was very stable. While digging, it only needed to be supported once or twice, and in some places that didn't stop the family from reinforcing it throughout the years though. Magic seemed to cause very low damage to the walls. That's why it took the family ages and ages to do everything manually here. That was also why magical bombs had minimal effect. "Hurry, check for dangers, clear those boulders, then go check on the wounded," and scolded, making the shocked family members quickly hurry to work. "How long can you hold those?" Marcos, who was saved by his wife, asked nervously as he looked at the collapsed debris she was holding. If those fell on them, it would be very troublesome. If you have the power to ask, get working. She scolded as the men hurried to get the loose boulders down one by one, making sure to check for damage behind them and put support if needed. Are there any casualties? Anne asked as the dust became thin enough to clearly observe the situation. None from our side, the other side's situation remains to be seen. Alfred, who acted fast, reported. They are under the rubble. Good. Anne said. Thankfully, she was fast enough to activate her protection artifact and cover all the men, otherwise most of them would have been dead. All the elders seemed safe as they had their own protection artifacts. The guards, on the other hand, varied. The few who were closest to the explosion, or to the sides far from Anne's protection, were the ones who suffered the most. Olaf. Marcos suddenly called as he spotted Olaf, who, when the explosion happened, moved in front of the patriarch to shield him as Anne grabbed him from the back. He took most of the explosion's shock with his body, and despite having an S-ranked armor and an SS-ranked protection talisman that was gifted to him by Anne ages ago, he was thrown away. I am fine. I seem to still have some years to live. Olaf said as he coughed some blood and tried to stand up. Ah! He fell. His leg seemed to have been broken when he hit the tunnel wall earlier. It was bent at a strange angle. Medic, quickly help Olaf. Marcos ordered as he gave Olaf one of his emergency healing pills. Olaf was really one of the best and most trustworthy guys here. Only if all the men were like him. Anne nodded. She was thinking the same as she looked at the men who worked very fast. How are the tunnels? She asked as the last of the debris that she was holding was moved by the men, allowing her to deactivate her skill and sigh in relief. Some of the side ones seemed to have collapsed, but the main tunnel that had backup supports survived. One guard reported, we should be able to clear everything in a week or so. Good. Anne said, check on that bastard Anthony and his men. If any of them are still alive, grab them. We need to ask them where they got the Blue Thunder bomb. She said, those bombs were very rare. She had only seen them used once before about 59 years ago by an old woman from the von Richter family. Also excavate that building and get me the artifact they were using. She said, pointing to the second branch's base, which had now turned into rubble. I need to deactivate all the golems, and I need to know why they didn't summon them back. I understand. Marcos said after making sure the medic began tending to Olaf. Alfred, send men to check on the state of the entire main tunnel, all the villages, and the kids down in the tunnels. Tell them to return, their mission is over. Anne said as she began dusting her armor and checking its damaged parts. And be careful. We don't know if there were more traps. Is that the gate the patriarch told us about? Someone asked, as the heirs all looked up. Probably. Some guy replied, will it explode? One heir asked fearfully, making the heirs quickly step away from it after remembering what Anne said. I don't know. His friend replied, I don't like this. Don't be a ginks. Let's step away from it. Remember what the patriarch told us. Mike suddenly said. No one replied. On the contrary, the ones who were previously retreating quickly stopped doing that. As elite heirs, they had their pride, and they didn't want to be associated with one side by obeying Mike. The gate suddenly grew larger, doubling its size. The heirs quickly forgot about their stupid pride and hurried back. The gate grew smaller again, making them sigh in relief. Why is it pulsing like that? One annoyed heir asked as he made sure to step back. I think it is just horny. Victor replied, wanting someone to ouch. Alice stepped on his foot, shutting him up. Do dungeons do that? Zoe asked too. Deciding to ignore Victor for now, he seemed to have turned on his pervert mode, which she didn't like. No. Mike answered softly. Not as far as I know. It is mine. I saw it first. Bruno repeated. It is definitely an S-rank dungeon. Bill stated, trying to act smart. No, it's probably higher. At least SSS. Alice was the one who replied. She had seen S and SS rank dungeons before, and their gates were different from this one. You think you are smart? Bruno scolded. No one commented. Most didn't like Alice, but as a disciple of the heavenly sect, The girl knew a few things. And yes, she was smart. Smarter than Bruno at the very least. Shall we send a team to explore it? Someone asked. I think Brother Mike will be a good candidate. One of Bill's lackeys said. No one is going anywhere. The family already told us that if we found the gate, not to get near it. Bill scolded, acting all important again. We don't want anything bad to happen to Cousin Mike. He added. Mike just snorted. He was pondering if he could push Bill inside without anyone noticing. He was not the only one with such thoughts, as the heirs of each faction and branch held similar thoughts toward all the others. But it is mine. Bruno scolded. No one cared anymore. No matter what, we can't stay here. If this gate were to explode like it did 20 years ago, we would all be dragged away. Alice, who seemed to be the only sane one, said, I advise everyone to stay near the walls. We should find a way to clear the rubble at the entrance before anything. She added as she walked toward the blocked entrance, and began inspecting the boulder. Ignoring the gate, a few others hurried to help her. They all agreed that they should leave this place first. Yes, they should secure the exit first and then wait for the elders to come and distribute the points. They should already be on their way, right? This boulder is strange, Alice said, after trying to move it a few times. It seemed to be resisting her magic. Let's focus on moving rubble away from the entrance first. This should be our priority, Alice said as many heirs quickly started working. Others didn't. They just stood and watched. This group included Bill, Bruno, and Victor, who, despite Zoe shooting him some glasses to come and help, held his ground while hugging Q. He simply didn't care about the drama around him. As his eyes focused on the gate, he knew what it was without using his appraisal skill, as he had seen similar gates in the past, and it was not a dungeon gate. Dungeon gates were restricted by the world's rules, so they were two-dimensional. Simply, they look like a circle that does not have a thickness. This gate, on the other hand, was not. It was spherical, so it was a 3. No, wait. It was pulsing. It was swaying, getting subtly larger then smaller, as if it was breathing. That effect couldn't be explained in 3 dimensions, but across a 4th one, this was a possible movement. This gate was a 4-dimensional hypersphere in a 3-dimensional world, and only one thing had those properties: a portal to another world. Anchored portal, SS. Destination world, Ismeralia. Condition: living matter. His appraisal confirmed his guess. The gate suddenly grew larger again, making the few brave and idiotic heirs who came close to inspect it step back again. He was right. What he was looking at now was only a part of it, and it must be a lot larger than what it appeared to be. The rest of it was just in a higher dimension, entering this one and retreating every once in a while. Victor, who let Q stand in front of him as a cover as he sneaked to take a closer look, didn't retreat. On the contrary, he stepped closer to the hole in the wall and began to look around. He had never heard of an anchored world gate before, but he did hear of an anchored dungeon gate, the one generally known as a moving dungeon that changed location with time. It was ages later that it was discovered that this phenomenon happens when the gate gets its coordinates from a physical object for some reason or another. This causes the gate to be attached to that object as it was anchored to it, moving with it when it moves. If Victor's guess was right, this portal that was swaying slowly as if it was a boat in a lake, must be anchored to a part of the magma below, or an object floating on the magma. That would also explain why the portal violently exploded and then disappeared years ago when they tried to clear the magma and build a vault around it. It caused a violent disturbance, causing the gate to move in some strange angle and expand in 3 dimensions. Victor squinted his eyes. He watched as the portal moved, keeping his eyes down, analyzing every part of the huge magma lake below. He was searching for the anchor point. Stabilizing it was the best way to stop this portal from moving. It was not that he feared this trap, as he could easily escape this chamber by shifting through the walls, and even if he ended up going to another world, he had a way to get back. He was worried about 2 things. The first was exposing his skills, and the second was his siblings and the other heirs going there. This would damage the family greatly and make whoever planned this proceed with his scheme. Victor couldn't just let anything like that happen. The gate kept breathing in and out like a living being, swinging to the sides, every now and then as Victor watched. So, after 10 minutes of squinting and hot red glowing magma, he managed to find absolutely nothing. Cheat. He silently cursed. There must be some temporal delay between the anchor point and the portal. They were not moving in sync. Attack. Someone suddenly said, startling Vector, who quickly looked back and watched as a few heirs attacked the boulder with their strongest attacks after clearing the rubble around it. Boom, boom, boom. The chamber shook and dust flew around. Victor cursed and stepped away. The portal began to grow a little larger, pulsing at a higher frequency as the attack's shockwaves reached the magma. Stop. Mike quickly stopped them, looking at the boulder that only suffered minuscule damage, then at the portal that began swaying violently. Cheat. Bill cursed as he noticed the abnormality. Stop. He repeated, let's wait for the Elder for now, apparently our attacks are causing the gate to activate. He said, acting all wise as he looked at the gate. Their attack only left a small scratch on it. It was clear that this was not the way to remove it. He is right, let's stay away from the gate, and wait. Alice said. Helpfully, the elders will have a way to remove this boulder smoothly, she said. She was sure that she had the power to push that boulder away if she used her draconian surge a few times, but it would cause too much damage to the chamber, so she decided to leave it as a last resort. Victor nodded, then returned to observe the portal. When it swayed violent moments ago, he managed to see something. Searching for it, he lost it. Cheat. All those melted rocks and minerals that are floating on the surface are obstructing his vision. Did he need to try his luck again and make it move? No, wait. The portal was connected to its anchored point by fate. Could his fate eyes work? Victor quickly activated his fate eyes. This was the first time he tried them on something that was not a living thing. Slowly, out of the gate, many thin lines of possibility extended, reaching for each of the heirs. And a thick line went down, into a certain point in the magama. Gotcha. Squinting his eyes, he finally saw it. A small black pebble that floated on top of the magama. Sacred black gold ore. It had to be something this precious. Sacred black gold was the material from which the strongest weapon artifacts were made. This small pebble would cause a massacre in the future if it appeared on some auction floor. Cheat. This pebble was circular in shape. It was impossible to stabilize it without moving it. Victor frowned. Shall he take it? No. If he tried to move it, the portal would move with it, and the direction was uncertain. This might cause an explosion. Then what to do? Could he take it inside his storage? Impossible. The portal is a four-dimensional object, and being anchored to the pebble would stop it from entering a confined three-dimensional space. This was something he knew better than anyone, as he had to study world portals for years before he could time travel. How about the cauldron? No, it was also a confined space, as the demon used it as a bastion, and it was buried under the rubble at the moment. Rita, who had been trying for the last 15 minutes, could not get out to get it. He could try to use his inner storage space and force this with his authority, but there was a 99% chance of him exploding if anything went wrong, and a 100% that the gate would be stuck to him if he succeeded, so this was not an option. Victor pondered how to get rid of this trouble. He was sure that whoever planned this trap didn't just leave them with the portal for a random chance for it to grab them. He must have been planning something else, and they were only a part of a bigger plot. To stop that scheme, the best way was to get rid of the gate, and to get rid of the gate, he must get rid of that nasty pebble without making it move. This was a dilemma. Did he have any good skills for that? Space shifting? This was a good method, but too bad it was still in cooldown after he used it to extract Rita from the Von's Y base. Teleport? No, it was only at F rank. He could only use it on himself and for a small distance. Isolation? He was not sure what this would do, but if the anchoring was positional, it would be useless. Spanking? Absolutely not. The pebble was just too young. Small for such a thing. Then what? Victor smiled. He got an idea. And from it, he formulated a plan. That's it. The only problem was that this involved him entering the portal. There was no other way for it to work. After that, he only had to wait for less than a month and use his space shifting to return. That's only if that world was habitable and not some fiery hell or a sheet hole. Looking at the appraisal, Victor noticed the other world's name, Ismaralia. Victor frowned. Where did he hear about this before? He slowly activated his eidetic memory skill and slowly began to remember. He knew a few things about that world. He heard about it right when he joined the Imperial Library. Ismaralia was a fantastic land that was ruled by humanoids and had several kingdoms and a long history. At that time, they said that it had fallen to the demons some 50 years ago or so, like many other lands. Apparently the Imperial wanted to retrieve something from there and they sent a team for that mission. Victor knew about this stuff as they were recruiting science for the mission. That's the last he heard about that, as neither he nor the ostracized Julian were privy to most of the secret military stuff, not before they were a done deal anyway. A few years after that he remembered hearing rumors about a lord being very pleased and rewarding the imperial family handsomely. Still, too many unknowns. Thankfully, he knew who to ask: his smart-ass wife. Making sure no one was looking at him, he relaxed a bit, closed his eyes, and quickly called to Lily using his dragon marriage connection. Lily, what? She asked. You are free? He asked. Yeah, just traveling. Lily replied directly. Did you finish cuckolding me? He asked. A certain girl had been telling him a few things. Who knows? At the moment I am being hugged by this handsome muscular dude from the back, she said. Telling the truth. Jealous? Yup. He nodded. Just make sure he grabs hard not to fall. I still need him to be a witness when your family starts causing trouble. He said. Don't worry. I will make sure he will still be able to talk by the time I finish with him, she said. So, do you need anything? Lily asked. What do you know about Ismaralia? He asked directly. That girl knew many things that he had no access to in his previous life. Lily took a few seconds to reply as if she was recalling. Where did you hear of that? She asked. I am now standing in front of a portal to Ismaralia in the family's mine, the one at Blackrock Island. Some crazy dude trapped me here with the rest of the heirs, and it seems like they are planning to send us there. What? Lily asked in a worried tone. You heard me. And you are not resisting? She asked. I am considering my options. What can you tell me about it? Let me remember. Ismaralia, a fallen world. It was ruled by humans and elves with a few other races before it was invaded by demons. The war lasted more than 100 years until the demons finally managed to enter the capital Ishmar and use the X-ranked artifact stored there to secure a victory. Lily narrated as if reading from a book in her memory. Like some kind of capture the flag game? I am not sure. But something like that. I remember your family sending an expedition there. What did they want? Victor asked. The X-ranked artifact? Yes. Lily hesitated. I don't know what's its purpose though, but the one who needed it was the Fate sect. They requested it from my father, who happily obliged without asking questions as he needed a favor from them. This artifact might have something to do with fate? Victor asked. He was tempted. X-ranked fate artifact. Not sure. Your family got it? Victor frowned. Apparently, but I didn't see it as the delivery happened outside this world. The casualties were very high. About 79% died, and those who managed to return had their memory wiped out by the Lord who got it. She said. Probably, the Fate Lord. I see. Are you planning to go there? Probably I would have to. This gate is probably a one-way trip through. He said, those who left before didn't return after all. What do you think? He asked. He already made up his mind, but he wanted to hear Lily's opinion. Go. The war there must have already started, but the demons are still very weak. She hesitated again. You can always use your space shifting to come back. You will need about 7 anchor points, and you probably have more than that. She said. There was a little jealousy in her voice. You are the only anchor point I need. He lied. She was right. Every connection he had with his wives and blood slaves could be considered a coordinate point in space. And he needed at least 7 to travel from one world to another without a gate. Yeah, like I would believe you. She casually said. But you know what going there would mean? She said. That we will miss the chance to meet each other again until a year later or so. He said. Yes. I doubt you will be back in a month or 2, and by that time my family will definitely get me and Julian back. She said. That's why she had many things to do. Don't worry, when I return, I will make sure to aim for your location. he said. That's what she wanted him to say. You better do. She said. Our connection would be very weak when you leave, so make sure to tell the girls what to do before. I am not sure if your skill would work across worlds. She said. Good point. Victor said. Then see you. Oh, and make sure not to try any of the local delicacies there. Your stomach might not be able to handle them. Lily suddenly interrupted. Ah, that is for my stomach to decide. Victor said, then cut the connection. There was no need for goodbyes between them, as Lily, unlike the rest of the girls, had a way to connect to him no matter what. Finishing with the conversation, Victor sighed. To tell the truth, after hearing Lily, he affirmed his decision to go. Unlike this world, the other world featured a myriad of treasures and opportunities to level up as that world already awakened. If Lily's calculations were correct, Ismailia was now in a state of war with the demons, which meant a chance to get tons of experience points. Such a chance was enough to make him one of the strongest in the world before the reckoning. For now, he just had to wait for the scheme round him to proceed as he gave his girls some orders in case he couldn't connect to them from the other world. He couldn't leave anything to chance as he must return to this world by the time of the tournament. This was pivotal for his plan. He also had to tell Tom that the system was upgrading or something. He sighed again and looked at the portal. Don't ever think of going inside that dungeon. Alice, who seemed to have finished trying to break the boulder, noticed her brother's greedy eyes and suddenly said. He didn't notice when she walked beside him. Ah, I am not an idiot, he said, pouting like a kid. And I have a harem to return to, he added. Alice nodded and sighed in relief. True, Victor would never leave his harem to go on a dangerous adventure. She was wrong. He was always ready to go collect more harem. Zoe. Victor suddenly called his cousin, who was nervously looking at the gate. What? She asked, seemingly still a little angry with him. I was thinking, once we leave here, I want you to take Q with you, he said. Began preparing for his departure. What? Why? Both Zoe and Q, who had tears in her eyes, asked. Q is too weak, and having lived her entire life here, she is totally unfamiliar with life in modern society. You as a female would be able to help educate her, he said. He didn't just want Zoe to take care of Q after he left, he was secretly making an experiment, whether leaving Q with Zoe might make her a true scion. It will only be for 2 weeks. Then I will get my Q back, he said, making the poor girl sigh in relief. So he was not abandoning her. Don't you have enough wives to teach her? Zoe asked. How about your sister? No, those girls had turned feral after marrying me. I don't want her to get into any of their bad habits, but stay nice and pure like you are, he said, boiling 2 girls in one sentence. And Alice is not an option too, he added, throwing Alice an apologetic look. She didn't mind. And I think she would be safest beside you. He finally told the truth. I don't believe you, Zoe spat, looking away. She was getting immune to his scams. The cooking method needed to be adjusted, but it was not the time for that. Fine. We will talk about this later, Victor sighed and said. This conversation was already over. Once he left, Zoe, who had a heart of gold, would surely take Q in. The only thing he needed to consider was how to implement his plan while making it an accident. Why are you absent-minded? Julian, who was hugging Lily from the back as they traveled on a motorcycle on a highway, asked. Just something. Hold on tight, we will reach the next town in an hour or so, we can rest then, she said, frowning. Can we try the local delicacies too? This place is just very exotic, he said casually, thinking about the beef stew they had in the last village. Why are you slowing down? He asked as he noticed that Lily slowed the motorcycle to a halt in the middle of nowhere. You want local delicacies? I swear, the 2 of you should have been the ones who were married, she said angrily as she stepped down and took a baseball bat out of her storage ring. I don't understand. What? Why? Stop. Julian wailed in pain. What did he do now? Don't worry, I will make sure you will perfectly understand what you did when you meet that guy in the afterlife. I will make sure to send him there after you. An angry Lily said, venting her anger. That was the last thing Julian heard before he crossed to the afterlife. His evil sister would not leave him there to rest for long though. Chapter 395, The Portal. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So, are you finally horny enough to use this communication skill in its intended way? Margaret asked as soon as Victor contacted her. She was wearing her crimson bathrobe and relaxing in front of her computer. She had just finished her morning shower and was in the mood for some stock trading. This was the lifestyle she always wished for. I have not considered that yet. Victor seemed tempted. Sadly, it is not the right time. He sighed. Oh. Do you have a girl on your side? She immediately asked. That was the only reason Victor would not say yes immediately to any perverted act. Maybe. He answered. He clearly had more than one. Oh, a new one? Margaret asked. Is there any other kind? He replied with a frown. Good point. Margaret replied, feeling a little defeated. If she corrected him, she would be calling herself old. So, if not for having phone sex, where are you contacting this lonely housewife who was left alone to rot by her husband who went away to expand his collection? She asked. That was a mouthful. I am going on a trip. He wanted to add that it was also to expand his collection, but she interrupted him. You are leaving. Where? For how long? Margaret snapped immediately. This was not the right time for Victor to be absent. Look, I don't have much of a choice here. It is to another world. He didn't elaborate, choosing not to tell Margaret about the scheme in the family yet. What? Margaret asked in surprise. It is called Ismraelia, a fantasy world of some sort. But don't worry. I plan to return in a month or two. I will be leaving the girls in your care. He said. It took Margaret a few seconds to fully comprehend what he just said. You are not kidding? She asked, just to make sure. Nope, I just contracted Lily to confirm some things, and this is the best course of action I can take in the current situation. Victor sounded serious. The family might presume me dead though, so I wanted to remind you to act a little sad and tell the girls to do the same, or my parents might really begin to hate you. I know. Will we be able to contact you? She asked with a frown as she looked at the tightly packed schemes schedule on her computer screen. She would need to change a few of her plans involving Victor. Super troublesome. I don't know yet. But we will act on the presumption that it would not be possible, he said. Just be prepared to implement any of the backup plans. I have a feeling that the Dark Chamber would use this chance to replace me. I would have done it that way if I were them, so make sure to warn all the girls. He explained. I believe the fake one will act as if he had just experienced something horrific, and fake an amnesia. Don't worry. I know what to do, she said as she stopped modifying the spreadsheet. Fake Victor was a Victor too. She could use him. Shall we proceed with the current plans? She asked. I don't see a problem with that, just be careful. Did you meet with the other side yet? No, it will be in 3 days. I need to give Abe some time to read all the files on the phone. She said. Good. Make sure to keep Lynn nearby at all times, and to inform Elise of any updates. He said. I don't want to come back and have to rescue some kidnapped wives. Don't worry. The only one to be kidnapped will be Abe. She said. Perfect. Remember to just make them remove us from their suspicion list and to only try to find out their identity. I don't like it when I am in the limelight and my enemies are in the shadows. We need to flip the situation around. I know. Margaret nodded. In fact, your absence will close one of our loopholes, she said, readjusting one of her schemes. Oh, about my relationship with Crimson Pearl? He asked. Yes, don't worry. I will tie up everything neatly on my end. She nodded. Would the family trouble us after you are gone? She suddenly asked. Some might try. There was a failed coup attempt lately, and after this, Titus might get released as a favor to stabilize his grandfather. You have Mike's and Alice's numbers. Just call them if that guy shows up, he said in a worried tone. He was not sure about the situation of the family. Oh, and if Lily doesn't contact you, don't worry about her. I never do. Just tell Hilda and my mother that she went on a mission somewhere if they asked. Fine. Is there anything else? Margaret asked. She didn't like Lily much and she knew that Lily didn't like her. That would never stop them from working together though. They did wonders in bed when they cooperated, forcing poor little Victor to work extra hard. Yes, Just call Alpha and the girls and inform them about my trip, tell them to be careful too. Victor replied, I understand. Margaret said, one last thing, when you finish will you return here straight away? She asked. Probably not. He said with a sigh. I will contact you though. Oh, good. Margaret didn't need more. How about we try something before you go? She suddenly said in a seductive voice. Well, He paused all of a sudden. Something happened. I will contact you again before I go through the gate. He said in a hurry and disconnected. Take care then. She said to herself, pouting a little as she relaxed on her chair and gazed at the ceiling. She was wondering how she was going to spend the next few months without Victor. Although she refused to admit it, she had become a little addicted. She needed to get a bigger toy, it seemed. No, she needed to order a custom-made one, carved out of obsidian. Mistress, we found this under the rubble in a side tunnel. We think it was the artifact they were using to summon the golems. One agent said as they presented Anne's golden cauldron. Did you try to activate it? Anne, who was relaxing on a comfy sofa and observing the work around her in the tunnel while drinking a cocktail, asked, glancing at the cauldron. There was no response. Our appraiser swears it is an artifact, but he says his rank is too low to see anything else. Oh, interesting. Anne said. Dust it for fingerprints and DNA samples, then send it to the vault. I will have a look at it later. She said. She had more important things to take care of, and this vault would be a perfect trap. Did you find Anthony's corpse? She asked. No, we believe he escaped somehow, as there was a broken part in our array that we presumed it was due to the shock earlier. The agent answered nervously. For the last 5 hours that was the only explanation they could find. Oh, find the party responsible for that part and question them. She said. Just a man came running. It was Alfred, who frowned looking at the cauldron, then looked back at Anne. Is the news? She asked. She was making him do the sensitive task instead of the injured Olaf, and although he was technically a supreme elder, he didn't complain like the other snobby bastards. There are a lot of golems at the left mine. They seem to be randomly patrolling the old chamber. Alfred quickly reported. The villages are all safe, as well as the miners who were locked in them. The kids might be in trouble though. He added. What? Anne sat right up. The men I sent there reported that the tunnel they were in was one of the few who collapsed. He nervously explained. Continue. Communications are not possible due to the nature of the minerals there, but the kids are alive, all of them. We checked their life jades. We believe that they are trapped in that chamber. Alfred said. I already sent the digging team, but they are working very slowly clearing the rubble, but there seems to be a huge boulder that is blocking the tunnel. It is very strange as nothing is working against it. He reported, looking at one paper in his hand. Did they take a sample? She asked, relaxing a bit. We still need a thorough investigation, so we sent it to the surface, but the preliminary chemical analysis reported a 19.4% unknown material, the same one found in the mine in minute quantities. He said. Oh. Anne frowned. Well, as long as the kids are fine, I guess we will have to wait. Hopefully, they will act responsibly and not make any. She didn't continue as an agent came running. What? Alfred asked. Master. 30 minutes ago. There. The life jade of Elite Air Jaden von Wise cracked. He is presumed dead. The agent who came running from the communication office at the entrance said as he caught his breath. What? Anne frowned. She stood up and grabbed the report, taking a look at it. I thought you said the kids were fine? She glared at Alfred. Ah, the chamber they were in is too close to the volcano's magma chamber. He suddenly remembered. Could it be? He didn't continue as Anne suddenly stood up. Let's go. She said. It was not the time to lose the elite heirs now, as she was the one who chose that chamber, and if anything bad happened to them, the family and the elders would definitely turn against her. Ah, where are you going? Marcos, who was supervising the excavation by himself, asked as he noticed Anne leaving. To have a look at the kids. She said in a hurry. The golems are still loose down there. It is very dangerous. Marcos said. He sounded worried. What if Anani still has some cards left? The golems are in the other direction. And I don't mind killing any idiot who appears before me. Anne said. Although she might not look like it, she was an experienced player who conquered a lot of dungeons. Then let me quickly assemble a team and accompany you, Marcos quickly said. Just in case. Suit yourself. But you better hurry, she said. Make sure to send any information about the kids directly to me, she told Alfred as she hurried down the tunnel. Was it poison after all? Zoe asked nervously, looking at the young man who fell on the ground with black smoke going out of his mouth an hour earlier. Instinctively, she hurried to Victor's side as the few eldest heirs hurried to check on the corpse that began to turn black very quickly. At first, everyone thought that the guy who seemed a little sick for the last hour had a heart attack or something, but a few minutes later two other heirs, the dead guy's friends who touched him when he fell, began to show the same symptoms as he did earlier. Everyone began to panic, especially as fingertips and lips were turning black, a sign of poisoning. This made Mike quickly give them antidote pills and then order all the low-level players to stay away from them and the corpse. Yes, let's be careful and not go near anyone, Victor said, grabbing Zoe and Q to his side as he appraised everyone in the room, searching their abnormal status of whether they were positioned. He quickly found 4, 5, 10. Damn, more than half of the heirs here were poisoned. Winged seraph poison, S. Odorless, tasteless. Effect starts after 37 hours, depending on the target state of mind. Can be transferred by touch during the first 24 hours. Victor frowned and searched again, searching for anyone with positioning skill. It was pointless. Half of the heirs here had poisoning skills. How about poisoning artifacts? None. Victor frowned, then faced Mike. Brother, I think everyone here should take an antidote pill. What if this poison is airborne? He said. What if it came from the gate? He added. This was impossible though, the gate only transferred living matter. Many nodded. What Victor said made sense. I don't have a lot of those, Mike said with a frown. Only S-rank pills seem to work. He sighed as the few who had pills like that quickly took them. I have some, Victor said. Did you forget my class? He proudly added, taking a bunch of pills. I will take 10,000 coins for each. I am a merchant, you see. This pill not only cures 99% of all S-rank poisons, but it also provides protection for the next 10 hours. He added before anyone could thank him, causing many to frown. This bastard never cared about them, he just wanted to sell pills. Cousin, not many have that money. Bill, who was acting righteously, said. He was telling the truth. That much money was about half his fortune, and he was one of the rich ones. My brother can give you a loan. You just have to leave something with him as a guarantee. Maybe a promise for some favor. Victor quickly replied with a smile as he took 2 pills and casually put them in Q and Zoe's mouths. On the house, he said with a dashing smile. Zoe, who was poisoned too, blushed and looked away as the pill dissolved in her mouth. If only he was not a pervert. What was SHE thinking? He was her cousin, Bill, who watched how Victor casually dismissed him and then began flirting with the girls, frowned. He never liked this brat. If Mike really helped those heirs, he might be able to focus them to support him later. Cousin, I think. Before he could say a thing, the entire tunnel shook, causing the gate to expand a little as the heirs retreated toward the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was banging on the boulder from the other side, trying to break it with some skill. This was the 3rd time they tried, and they were clearly getting impatient as the attacks were getting stronger. Cheat. If this goes any longer, the gate might really swallow us before they reach us, a guy said nervously as the gate began to say again, stop. Someone tried to call for them, but the sound was not reaching. They have already tried communicating before in various ways, from shouting to tapping on the walls, but nothing worked. Nothing unless they tapped the walls hard enough to shake the entire tunnel, and that was not an option. Victor frowned. He needed to do something, or the portal was really going to swallow everyone here. He quickly let go of the girls and hurried to Mike's side. Brother, give those to our cousins. We need to get their IOU before the gate swallows them, he said in a hurry, causing not only Mike but everyone else to silently curse at him. Looking at the gate though, they all hurried to get a pill though. If the gate was really the origin of this poison, this would be troublesome. As the heirs hurried, Victor casually inspected them, marking those who had their own pills. Only 5 left. One of them was probably the culprit. Boom, boom, boom. The noise from outside intensified again, making the tunnel shake and the portal sway. The heirs quickly stuck themselves to the walls again as the portal grew larger then smaller. This time it was a little larger than before. Victor frowned. The pebble that anchored the portal was at the moment stuck at a small island of solidified rock on the face of the magma, but it would not take long for it to be dislodged if the attacks outside. This might appear dangerous, but the last movement of the gate gave Victor an idea about the portal's relation to the pebble's axis of rotation. Thinking for a moment, he decided to try something. He was going to try this at the last part of his plan, but he didn't mind doing it a little earlier. It was just a little risky. Activating his disguise skill, he took out his trusty ethereal fishing pole from his storage space. He aimed at the magma and threw it. The pole's ethereal line flew directly, not hedging down, but up as Victor tried to make it past the walls of the cave. Bang! The line was cut. Victor frowned. The wall of this cave seems to contain too much sacred iron that absorbed the man of the ethereal line when it went through it. He needed a physical attaching point, so he quickly looked around and found some protruding rocks, remnants of the collapse earlier. He quickly formed a line again using his energy and threw it. Making sure not to go inside the walls, he made go just around the rocks, barely touching them. Then he made it move to the pedal, going around it without touching the magma, and then he made it go up again to another rock. Slowly he began to form a web around the pebble to support it. He had just to make sure not to make it move in an unwanted direction. Bang, bang, bang. The shaking started again. This time though the lines successfully supported the pebble, making Victor sigh in relief. Bang, damn. Victor cursed. Out of nowhere, a bubble in the magma burst, causing some splashes of hot sacred iron to touch the line. It was severed again, causing a backlash in him that sent him backward into Q'u's embrace. He couldn't help but cough up some blood. "Are you okay, young master?" Q'u asked nervously as she wiped his mouth with her sleeve. "I am fine," he said. "This is definitely the poison. Thankfully I took the pills before," he added, making the few who were still hesitating hurry to take some pills from Mike. Q'u nodded worriedly. Victor just patted her head, then looked at the pebble. This was tricky. It seemed like he couldn't delay his plan any longer. Damn it. He really wanted to know the full scheme before leaving. He sighed again and prepared this pole. Bang. Suddenly a different sizzling sound could be heard from behind. Looking back, Victor noticed as the impregnable boulder turned green then black before it slowly melted, releasing a ton of some very nasty fumes. The chamber was full of black smoke, but no one cared, as they realized that help had come. It only took it 5 minutes to completely be gone. From behind, Anne von Wiese slowly entered the chamber with her high heels, followed by a group of guards and a few worried elders, including Alfred, who sighed in relief when he noticed Victor. "I saw it first." A large man jumped right up in front of her, causing her to kick him to the side before she made sure it was one of the heirs. It was his fault for jumping out like that. "So what?" Anne, as she made sure he was still alive. "This guy was as durable as a steel dildo." That Bruno, who seemed to have lost a few teeth, said without caring, probably expecting a reward. He pointed backward, making Anne follow the direction of his finger with her eyes. Through the smoke, the first thing she saw was the hole in the wall. The magma lake. Then she saw it. The portal. "Cheat. Everyone out now," she said as she turned around. Then something flashed and Anne, who was not prepared, seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and she was thrown away, nearly falling into the magma lake if she did not make a backflip and support herself in time. As she fell on her knee, she inserted her adamantium-made high heels into the ground, supporting herself a few feet away from the cliff behind her. Disregarding her torn dress, she stood up and looked at the entrance where a new light barrier was erected, shimmering with intense energy. Behind it, a man stood straight with a victorious smile on his face. "It was you." Anne, who was shocked and furiously shouted. It didn't take much IQ to put things together. The man was none other than her pushover husband, the patriarch, Marcos von Wise. Chapter 396. The Truth. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Big sister, Margaret called. Theta said as soon as Alpha entered the hotel suite's living room, where she and Ruby were relaxing and having some tea after a successful shopping trip. They planned to meet Mona's friends the next day, so they needed to dress up. Alpha, on the other hand, returned late last night and went directly to sleep. She was clearly super drunk, so the girls didn't disturb her. Did she need anything? Alpha said as she threw herself onto one couch. She was clearly still distressed after going out yesterday. She even had a few marks of getting beaten up by a cane, but the girls chose not to comment. Yes, she wanted to tell us that Victor will be going somewhere, he will be gone for a few months, and that we should be careful as the family might presume him dead. She said, "It will be super dangerous." She sighed. What? Alpha brightened up. Really? Ah, yes. They suspect someone might put a fake in his place. Remember how Victor warned us? Theta paused and then frowned as the smile on Alpha's face became brighter. Is there anything wrong? She asked. Oh, nothing. As long as Victor is not around, I don't really have to do a thing. She said. Any idea where he is going? She asked. She had to avoid him. Just fucking avoid him. She felt super smart. Margaret said it is some other world, but I think she is joking. Theta said, pouting a little as she was annoyed they were not telling her a thing. Oh. Even better. Alpha said happily. In her memories, there were some rare instances of people traveling to other worlds. Very few survived. Semicolon. Name, Marcos von Wise. Level, 69. Class, Shield Warrior, A. Authority, 6. Strength, 254. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 150. Luck, 21. Charm, 47. Order, 5. Skills, Stand Your Ground, A. Sacrifice, A. Blood Blessing, A. Shield Art, A. Acting, A. Knife Arts, C. Quick Steps, D. Hide Breath, D. Minor Sword Art, D. Scheming, E. Torture, E. Chess, E. Kissing, F. Inspecting Gaze, F. Orme, F. Alchemy, F. Equipment. Defensive Talisman, SS. Expandable Shield, S. Steel Armor, D. Storage Ring, B. Fate, Fate's Power, D. Defined Fate, none. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. Marcos, do you understand what you're doing? Anne asked in a frosty cold voice, noticing the few guards who stood behind him. This was a clear coup. The only ally she had here was Alfred, who was locked with her at the moment. I am fully aware. Marcos said, it is my time at last to rule this family. He said proudly from behind the barrier as Victor appraised the flag that Marcos struck at the entrance. Semicolon. Elder Dragon Barrier Flag, SS. Locking formation. Duration 2 hours. Go fuck yourself. Do you think a simple barrier can stop me? She snapped, launching an attack at the blue barrier. It flickered for a moment but at the same time caused the chamber to shake. Grandma, stop. Mike quickly said, making the enraged Anne glare at him and then notice that the gate began to flicker, growing a little larger. Fook. She quickly stepped away from it. I advise against trying to use brute force. It is not only useless, but it would also cause the gate to fluctuate and you will end right into that SSS rank dungeon like your sister, Marcos said, smiling as he said it. This barrier was inherited from our ancestor, and I am sure it is sturdy enough to withstand your flimsy attacks for a while, he said. Bastard. That's why you kept wanting me to use my dark touch earlier. She cursed. Her strongest skill had a 48-hour cooldown. She used it earlier to dissolve the boulder at the entrance. He shrugged. I have been planning this for the last 20 years, ever since I hid the truth about the rediscovery of the gate. So I had time to calculate for every contingency, he said, starting a stupid exposition that he may have practiced before. If you had just died from that poison, you could have spared me a lot of trouble. He sighed, blaming his wife for all his troubles like every loser man would. What? You were the one behind that? Anne flared again. She was pretty sure she got the culprit. It was an agent for the Von Zwy family, but it seemed like the plot was thicker than she anticipated. Yup, I just had to look the other way as they plotted around you. He smiled proudly. Then the second branch's coup. You were the one behind it? She asked, squinting her eyes. Yup, I just had to act as a mysterious master and give Antony some aid. I had to weaken them a little, or the other branches would never trust me after you are gone, he said. I will make it up to him later. Bastard, you are so dead. She cursed. This man had no bottom line, hurting his own family for benefits. That is the same thing Ariana told me before I threw her from getting Ariana locked in the dungeon. He said. An hour from now, I will be doing the same thing I did for her back then, shedding a few tears over you in front of the elders, promising that I will do the best to get you back. I am sure Olaf and the rest of the butlers will be sad. They will never know how much they helped me with my plot without realizing it. They would never guess that the bomb Antony used was supplied by me so that they and the rest of you honorary guards will be temporarily out of service. He laughed. I am sure that the elders will sympathize with me. Hell, even the guardians might bless me. Idiot. Are you really going to sacrifice half of the family heirs for your petty desire to play king? Anne, who seemingly calmed down a little, interrupted him. Do you know how important the tournament is? It will decide the family's future. She stated coldly. It was amazing how much control she had over her emotions. Victor had long noticed how she was squeezing her fist in anger, but she hid it well. You don't worry about that. I am sure some factions would support me, and I already have another team ready for the tournament. He said with a smile, not explaining any more. What team? Anne frowned. And the orb is already destroyed? How are you going to fix that? She asked. I already have another artifact and a better team. I am going to usher in a new era for the family. He said, seeming wanting to look in one direction, but quickly averting his gaze. That's all I am going to tell you. He quickly added, prompting both Anne and Alfred, who was acting inconspicuously like a mosquito on the wall, to frown. This man couldn't be working alone. So you are still afraid of me even after trapping me here? Afraid that I will leave the dungeon one day and come kick your sorry ass into oblivion? Anne said coldly. He was afraid. You will never leave. We will make sure of that. He said, as if assuring himself, then turned to leave. One last thing. How did you make me decide on this chamber for the heirs to gather in? Anne asked. Marcos paused, then smiled. It is because you are a beach who thinks you are too smart. He said, not missing the chance to insult Anne. I just have to give you a list of lousy choices and let you choose the best one. He shrugged, using the same method Victor used on Lily to make her agree to his future harem list. This was a trap for overconfident people. Then how did you poison the heirs? You were with me at all times. She asked. That's simple. We just had to spread some poison in the chamber beforehand. Marcos said dismissively. We again? Wait. Victor frowned. He had definitely appraised this chamber when entering. It had no poison, and some other heirs would have noticed it, so it couldn't have been that. Marcos was being played too. Idiot. Victor quickly thought of something. Hiding behind Q and Zoe, he activated his fate eyes. This was going to be troublesome, but he had to eliminate the threads between the heirs one by one to find the right one before he left. He had a feeling that there was a snake in their midst. Yes, earlier when the explosion that trapped them happened, someone nearby must be the one who caused it, as the walls of the mine would block any remote magical signals. Then what about your grandsons? Anne decided to try a different angle. Marcos seemed to be a little scared of the portal and intended to leave, and she needed to squeeze all the info possible out of him. What about them? He frowned. Are you going to sacrifice them too? They could have been poisoned to death. Anne asked. My grandsons? Marcos, who was laughing, flared angrily, looking at Alice and Mike with disgust. Those bastards have nothing to do with me. Do you think I never knew about you getting pregnant in the dungeon? He flared. Theodore was never my son. I ran the tests. I will make sure to kill that bastard at the first opportunity. He snapped, making both Alice and Mike look at Anne with shock. Oh. Anne frowned, ignoring the looks that the heirs were shooting her. Mike's mouth was open wide enough to fit an entire apple. "So you knew?" She frowned. She made sure to keep this hidden, and when she hid something it should never be revealed. Someone was betraying her. "The family needed a second round of cleansing." "Of course I did. Despite you trying to sabotage the tests, I redid them in secret," he said, his face flushing red. "Anne has successfully enraged him." "But still not enough." "Well, that guy was way better than you. I just couldn't resist trying a real man for once." She shrugged. She also couldn't resist licking her lip thinking about him. Beach. Marcos flared. "You think I don't know about your other relationships with Nathaniel, Harvey, and what was that last one called?" "Yes, Lama." "You Beach only know how to fook around." Marcos completely lost it. The self-discipline that he cultivated for the last 30 years was all gone in a second. "I am telling the truth." "It is all your fault. Someone pathetic like you can't even make a prostitute fake a moan," Anne added, insulting the fook out of him. "I was just considerate enough to keep it a secret." "Shut up. You are not the only one who can keep a family in secret." He finally flared. She was insulting his manhood. "Oh, you have other sons?" Anne raised one eyebrow. "Really? How did he hide them?" Marcos stepped back. "He shouldn't have revealed that." "It is okay, Marcos. It is time to leave," someone suddenly said as she walked behind Marcos. It was that ugly woman Tillin, the vice head of the Chamber of Secrets. "Tillin. So it was you." Anne flared as she noticed how Tillin put her hand around Marcos's waist like a lover would. Name, Tillin von Wise. Level, 87. Class, Poison Master, S. Abnormal status, Poison Lord's Minor Blessing. Authority, 9. Strength, 211. Agility, 230. Intelligence, 280. Luck, 21. Charm, 47. Order, 5. Skills, Poison Breath, S. Poison Dart, S. Poison Brewing, A. Torture, B. Kissing, B. Acting, B. Inspecting Gaze, C. Spear Art, C. Scheming, C. Knife Arts, C. Quick Steps, D. Drawing, D. Hide Breath, D. Orme, F. Alchemy, F. Minor Sword Arts, F. Chess, F. Piano, F. Poetry, F. Equipment, Defensive Talisman SS. Potion Pouch, A. Quick Karma, A. Storage Ring B. Fate, Fate's Power, A. Defined Fate, none. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. Yes, Tillin said, casually taking offering in her hand that she usually kept in her sleeves. Then her shape began to change slowly from that of an old woman to that of a hot young one. "Marcos and I have been lovers for ages, from before he married you, and we have already built a secret family that will replace yours," she said coldly, making Anne freeze in shock for the first time. She had never seen this coming. No wonder Marcos always makes trips to check on the mines. Sigma Shape-Shifting Ring, SS. Completely changed the physical attribute of the holder. Victor on the other hand was frowning as he looked at the ring and then at Tillin. Earlier he was busy searching through the fate lines, but as soon as she appeared, a particular line stood out, one that he didn't expect earlier. A mother and son line. He looked at the target. Holy shit. He almost blurted out loud. "You Beach." Anne flared. "You are the only Beach here." Tillin replied without showing any emotions. "Oh, and Alfred, stop trying to secretly plant talismans on the walls. You look pathetic. This place is made out of sacred iron, they will never work," she said coldly. What is sacred iron?" Alfred, who was found out, quickly asked. "Who knows?" Tillin shrugged and turned as if she was intending to leave. "If you think that Master Barlord and the rest of the Guardians will be tricked, you will be mistaken," Anne finally said, making Victor frown. He had never met the family guardians, but from what he knew, they were otherworldly beings who were hiding deep below the family's island. According to legend, they swore allegiance to Nicholas and had been guarding the family ever since. They were the ones who stabilized Anne as the real family head. Victor always wondered why they never appeared when the family collapsed back then. At first, he presumed that the Light Lord was the one who subdued them, but they might have been taken care of long before. Back then, and was killed by poison as Marcos, who became the controller of the family, made a lot of changes. This was probably the reason Victor's father stopped helping him back then, and this was why Mike died. "Oh, don't worry about a group of old mummies, Marcos began, but Talon jabbed him. "Enough. Let's go. The men will activate the mechanism at any moment," Talon said, and dragged away Marcos, who seemed to be a little reluctant and wanting to brag more. He could only give Anne one last look then leave. "Say hi to Ariana for me," Talon spat before she disappeared. "Marcos, you bastard, is only good at sucking pussy." Anne flared. "No, you are not even good at that," she yelled behind him, but he seemed to ignore her. She frowned, stayed there looking at the portal for the next few seconds, and then turned to look at the gate. "Grandma, what should we do?" Mike asked nervously as Alfred turned to face her with a questioning look. "Those bastards would detonate the lava chamber. Make sure to survive. No dungeon goes unconquered," Anne said as she took out a golden and activated it. "I will avenge you, semicolon. Escape talisman. SSS. Teleport you 10 miles away." The beach was escaping. This was her secret trump card. An ultra-rare talisman. She vanished. She appeared 1 foot to the left. "What happened?" Bruno asked her. "Cheat," Anne said as she turned to look at the airs with a complex look. "She failed." "Cheat? Were you trying to?" Alfred began to say with a frown, but a glare from Anne stopped him. "Everyone tried to attack the barrier," and finally showing signs of despair said, prompting everyone to ignore the portal and begin hurling attacks at the blue barrier that obstructed the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The room began to shake with the attacks, and this time, no one cared about the portal that began to sway behind them. Their eyes were on the shimmering barrier that only flickered once in a while. That was for the exemption of Victor, who could have easily used his shadow-shifting skill to go behind and stop the barrier, but chose not to reveal his powers. It would deactivate by itself when the time was right. He had more important things to take care of. He sneaked up behind Bruno, who was also throwing some punches at a random wall, and then struck the back of his head with a sharp needle, laced with the strongest non-lethal dose of soul wine possible, while activating his disguise. Yes, Bruno was the secret agent. He was both Marcos's and Talon's son, maybe one of many other secret offspring. This bastard was playing stupid all along, tricking everyone into thinking he was an idiot. What a piece of— No wait, Victor remembered that he was doing the same. Anyway, Bruno was definitely the one who detonated the chamber's entrance and poisoned those poor airs. He even made sure to distract Anne the moment she entered the chamber, allowing macros to slip away as she walked in. He was the last backup they had left here in case something unexpected happened. As for the portal, he didn't fear it, as when no one noticed, he slipped his hand in his pocket and wore an extra ring. Semicolon. Degenerate ring. F. Cursed. Can only be removed by cutting your hand and manlyhood. The system will not consider you a living being. You don't deserve to be, you piece of shit. Looking at Bruno, who fell to the ground, Victor directly cut his hand using a sword that spread in his hand, but strangely enough, the ring vanished and appeared in the other hand. Cutting it, the ring vanished. Damn cursed rings. Victor knew where it was, so with one last swift cut, Bruno became a eunuch, and Victor got a dirty ring that he threw in his storage space. He could have easily gotten it off with a cheap Frank dispelling talisman, as Bruno was planning to do, but he chose not to. Finishing with that, Victor put a healing pill in Bruno's mouth to stop the bleeding, then created a tracking fate thread on him before throwing him in the portal that was getting a little unstable. He had no time to question him now, as he was sure that as soon as Marcos and Talon reached the upper level they would activate some mechanism to shake the lava or something. They must have already tested this before. Sending one last message to his harem and Rita, who was still locked in the cauldron, Victor was ready. "Take care of Q and the girls for me. I will be back in a month or two," he whispered in the busy Zoe's ear. "What?" Zoe asked. "Grandma, don't worry," Victor suddenly declared. "I have an S-rank gate-closing talisman that I got from the skeleton dungeon here," he declared, and jumped at the porter. As the busy Anne looked back, "It is 1,000,000 coins, so make sure to don't." Anne wanted to warn him, as those do not work on it, as they tried them before. Too bad it was too late, as the dungeon suddenly expanded, swallowing Victor whole, and cursing everyone to hurry to the chamber's walls for shelter as the portal almost touched them, except it never did. It froze a few feet away from them. The portal imploded moments later, leaving an eerie silence. What just happened? Someone asked moments later. No. Young master, Victor. Will he be okay? Did the talisman really work? Fook. Where is Bruno? Damn. Marcos. You asso dead. Chapter 397. Stuck. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. He flew from branch to branch, reaching the grand white oak tree where he knew they nested. There, a group of pretty female crows looked at him with fervorous sighs. They jumped to his side as if in heat, then they began fluffing their butt feathers at him. Looking at them, feeling their passion, he started drooling. It was his day at last. Too bad their feathers were black and not purple, but he didn't mind. It was time to. Then his crotch started to hurt. Ah, shit, he screamed as he sat right up. Looking around, he was in a lavish hotel room, and there were no crows. Why was he lusting over female crows? What was he thinking about? Ah! Every bone in his body hurt. So you are back. I thought I really lost you there. His brutal sister, who was sitting next to him with her trusty baseball bat, said. How in hell did he ever imagine that a sister could be cute and lovely? This power-hungry beach was a demon from hell. Why did you hit me like that? He asked. What was the dream about? He already forgot. It was necessary when a player is still low-leveled. He is like a baby. His skill acquisition is maximized, so training right now would get you the best results. She explained. Do you hit a baby with a freaking iron bat? He scolded. If it is for his training, then yes. Lily said she was going to treat her offspring the same in the future. What kind of training leaves me half dead? He asked. He could still taste the healing pill in his mouth. For the last 2 days, ever since he awakened, Lily had been beating the shit out of him for the silliest reasons, before giving him those to heal up before hitting him again. Not half dead, you were pretty much gone. She clarified. She had to use one of the SSS life-saving healing pills that Victor gave her to bring Julian back this last time. She went a little overboard, she had to confess. And what's your point? Julian asked. I already told you. This is for your self-regeneration and pain tolerance skills. She said casually. You will thank me later. She added. Like hell, I would. Julian said in a low voice. He had been really considering running away from his demonic sister lately, but apparently, they were going to score something big pretty soon, so he decided to just endure and stick around. We will see. Now come on. Put on that purple suit and the mask, then follow me. She said. Where are we? What are we going to do? He asked, noticing the freshly bought purple pimp suit placed on the bed. His sister had some fine taste. We are in the kingdom of Orva. We are going to collect some debts and get some girls. Lily said casually. It would be a waste to open a closed dungeon without turning some slaves into players. Cheat. Elena, who was watching the gathering of more than 70 young men and women in the mansion's front yard, finally cursed. She had finally realized how much a pervert her husband was. Mistress, those are only the ones the master found suitable to rejoin the family. George, who was overseeing the situation at the mansion as Theodore ran outside to collect his loose offspring, kindly commented. George, you are not helping. Luna, who was sitting beside them on the balcony with a bulging stomach, said with a chuckle. She always knew that Theodore was a pervert, but this number exceeded her wildest imagination. I am just stating facts. Are all of those really my esteemed brothers and sisters? Lara, who suddenly intruded, asked as she looked out. She was followed by 3 girls, Yin, Elle, and Ren, who, nowadays, acted as her friends and de facto bodyguards that she didn't need. Don't call them with honorifics. Just treat them casually. As you see, they don't have purple hair, so their rank is beneath you in the family. George quickly clarified, fearing that any of those bastards would take advantage of sweet Lara. Many of them are nice people, but others were not, especially those sons of beaches, literally. But wouldn't that be rude? Lara blinked and asked. Just consider them your little brothers and sisters. George explained. According to seniority in the family, they can be considered that. Oh. Lara nodded. Then I should probably go introduce myself, she said, leaving the balcony, followed by her entourage. Will she be okay? Elena asked George in a worried tone. Lady Elena, it is not Lara that we should worry about, George said, not explaining any further. To tell the truth, that girl scared the shit out of him when he first saw her demonstrating her strength in front of Master Theodore. The problem was that she was completely thinking that this was natural. WTF. Victor acted quickly. His timing had to be impeccable. After making sure that Rita got the cauldron back in the storage space, scaring the shit out of some family servants when she jumped out of it, he acted. First, he took all his possessions and put them in his storage ring. Then he used the fishing pole to tie the pebble, and then without waiting he jumped into the portal while drawing the line at the same time. As expected, the portal quickly expanded, but Victor, using his levitation skill, kept with the portal border as one half of him was in and the other half was out. This was risky, as he could feel the power of space beginning to grind on his body, nearly tearing him apart. He almost let go of the pole. He had no choice but to fully activate his bloodline. And strangely enough, the moment he did that, the pressure was gone. The feeling around him at the moment was the opposite. It was as if he was in a hot sauna. He had no time to contemplate this though. It all took a second as the pebble reached his hand when he was 90% inside. He quickly stored the fishing pole in his storage space and then activated his devour skill on the pebble before he let go, allowing the portal to suck him in. The next moment the world turned black, and he was flying into oblivion. What? Wait. Wasn't portal transportation supposed to be instantaneous? He wondered. Could it be that the devouring messed things up? He quickly checked his log as he floated naked in space. Sacred gold or devoured. Increase strength. Error 78810 trying to devour attached object. Attached object is immaterial. Calculating authority. Granted. Space portal devoured. Space. S skill had been added. Akashic record activate. Space portal skill. S identified. Skill record upgraded due to having, space fracture. X. Space portal. SS has been added. Space affinity has increased. Space portal. SS. Create a gate connecting two places. Need sufficient anchor points on both ends. Need sufficient authority depending on the target world. Need energy dependent on the distance. Cooldown time 388 days. No, things were good here. This skill, although a little nerfed, is not bad at all. Too bad that damn cooldown time is too long. Why isn't he reaching his destination? Although he had never traveled to another world before, he did use space travel before to go between the safe cities after the reckoning. He also read the records of hunters going to other worlds. There had never been a thing like this. Could it be that devouring the gate made him stuck in space? He frowned and began to look around. Strangely enough, he could see bizarre shapes going in and out of existence. It was like he was watching a broken TV or something. At first, the image was fuzzy and noisy, but as time progressed he slowly became able to see things around. He was not using his eyes as closing them made no difference. It was as if his entire existence had somehow received this info and sent it to his brain. Strange. It took him some time to figure things out around him, as things here didn't look like anything he encountered before. From the way things moved, he could tell one thing though: he was in a higher dimension, and his brain was strangely enough fastly adapting. Was this the influence of his X-ranked bloodlines? Most likely. After an hour or so, he finally got the entire image. He was stuck in the space between worlds. Behind him, there was a huge and strangely familiar blue hypersphere bubble-like object. He instinctively knew that this was his original world. Trial area, world. Size, medium. Status, closed. World will, active. Integration status, 98%. So it was called trial area. It had all kinds of pimples and stray strands of hair going out of it, like an unkempt ugly teenager. Those pimple-like things were all around him. They were slowly drifting from afar, then sticking themselves to it. Now he could see them. They were as if someone sneezed his cheese sandwich into a vacuum. He used his appraisal skills on one of them, Dragon Lair, Lost World Fragment, D. What about another, Worm's Burrow, Lost World Fragment, F. Ant Hill number 33, Lost World Fragment, S. Cheat. Those world fragments were like dungeons. No, they were dungeons, Victor slowly observed. Some of those world fragments seemed to just dissolve in the world, like sugar in water. Others seemed to get stuck on the surface. Slowly he could figure things out. The ones that got absorbed turned into dead ruins like the ruin on Black Rock Island, while the ones that stuck at the surface must be the ones the world does not approve of. They were the ones becoming dungeons. Slowly as he thought about it, things began to become clearer and clearer. It was like his state of mind was what let him see things around. Then what about those strands of hair? No. They looked like tunnels going out of his world, and disappearing in the either, probably crossing through some different dimension. He knew what those were. They were active ruins. Fields. He heard before that all of them connected to other worlds, but as one went deeper and deeper the world rules became too chaotic, so no one was able to confirm this, or at the very least, no one told him. He turned and looked in the other direction. The one he was supposed to go. His destination, Ismraelia, world. Size, small. Status, open. World will, active. Integrated, global system rules apply. Indeed, it was the closest world to his own, as Victor could see that in the distance, there were a myriad of worlds, like stars in the sky. Now, how was he supposed to go there? Thinking for a moment, Victor tried to activate his flying skill. He was an all-powerful chaos dragon or something. He should be able to swim in space. He moved. Slowly. Then slowly, he stopped. His mana was completely depleted after moving 2.31 feet away. Cheat. Victor sighed. Did this mean that he was going to spend his well-deserved otherworldly vacation stuck jerking off in space instead of hunting elf girls? Cheat. For another half an hour or so he kept trying, but nothing happened. Cheat. Did he have to wait until a month later to use his space-shifting skill to return empty-handed? Cheat. Thinking about it, Victor decided to try to connect with his girls. Maybe they could think of something. Lily knew many things after all. Strange. He could feel the other side, but no communication was passing through. Damn it. He couldn't even use this skill's intended function as Margaret phrased it. What about his blood slaves? He quickly connected to his favorite toy, Tom. Oh! He could see through their eyes, but he couldn't communicate or use any skills. Strange. Maybe the space was corrupting certain types of data. No, that's not it. He could see them after all. Well, Tom was on his way out of the sect on a mission. He took the chance to remove his disguise and go visit a local brothel in some village. That idiot, the moment the system was gone, began messing around. Hopefully he won't be found out. Victor cursed. No, hopefully, he will be found out. Let him pay for his stupidity. He quickly corrected himself, then sighed. With Tom's luck, he would definitely be okay. Anyway, Rita was at the moment escaping the family archipelago. She did as he told her. She left the mine island, and headed to his house on the family island where Kai helped her. Not bad. That fat butler sure acts fast. Giving him emergency instructions before entering the mines was a good choice. Poe was still in the family. Wait, why was he on the main island? Oh, Marcos seemed to have gathered all the family members on the main square to deliver the bad news. Logan was with him, helping him cry. He seemed to know something. Well, both of them would be losing their heads pretty soon. Let them have his hour of glory. Alex was in a grand public bath, getting serviced by some maid, Jasmine. Victor couldn't help smirking. That girl needed to be fixed somehow. After all, she was one of the young Light Lord's future mistresses. Keeping her with Alex was a good idea, as according to her problem magnet nature, that young Light Lord might actually reveal himself. Next was Lynn. She was just busy talking with Elise about their plan to find the other future traveler. Good girls, doing their husband's job in his absence. Was there anyone else? Ah yes, Daniel, that brat. He was in his room with a porn magazine, doing what every teenager would do in that situation. Victor was tempted to mess with him, but sadly, his skills didn't pass through. Did this have something to do with world causality? He had no idea. Now, he needed to find out why the hell he was stuck here. Maybe the world wanted him to reflect on all his bad behavior. Was he grounded in some sort for being naughty? Possible. Jokes aside. Damn it. Only if there was someone he could ask. Wait. He had a way. He could use his record search skill. Hopefully, that damn skill won't use the current circumstances to jack up its prices. Am I stuck here? He asked. And not moving toward the destination world. He quickly added, semicolon. Cost, 30 order points. Yes, no. Cheap. Victor quickly paid, semicolon. Reporting log. Physical body properties are resisting natural space acceleration. Destination world does not have the authority to forcefully pull. The portal no longer exists. Ejection is denied. Oh, was it because he activated his bloodline? Victor quickly withdrew his bloodline, and in the next moment, he felt as if he was in hell as the entire world pressed on his chest and everything around him began to accelerate. It only lasted less than a second, and moments later he felt the hot sand smolder his naked butt. Opening his eyes and looking around, he was in an endless desert. It was sunset and the sky had 3 moons. Chapter 398, Death. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor sighed, looking at the setting sun and the expansive desert. Was this a desert world or was it just this region? Totally unimportant. As long as there were enough girls, everything would be fine. The first thing Victor did after dismissing his stupid thoughts was to try to communicate with his wives again, just in case. Sadly, the results were the same as in the void. Checking the cauldron in his storage space, he found that it was working. Rita managed to retrieve it in time. Maybe he should get the girls inside out for an adventure, especially that dark scion Mavis. Would she be a dark scion here too? Unknown. He decided to consider this later. He had more important things to do acting alone. It was a chance to build the last affiliated faction he had for his grand plan. At first, he wanted to delay forming it until after the reckoning, as it was meant to hunt demons. But here was a good place to plant that seed. With the power of portal creation, he could always retrieve them if needed. Taking a black cloak made of dragon skin that he got from Von's wise vault and a bone dragon mask that he got from his ancestors' loot, he put them on. Then activating his disguise, he began to think where to go. He was in the middle of nowhere, looking at all his status that didn't seem affected. He quickly activated his fate A's, pointing them at himself. Paying 1 order point, a few fate threads immediately appeared in different directions. He was right, his great-aunt and mother-in-law who were sucked here before were alive here. They were in a certain direction along with a few other threads that belonged to family members. In the other direction, there was another lone thread, the one he attached to Bruno before throwing him here. After thinking for a moment, he decided to track Bruno. He needed to know all the info he had before some pretty female elf decided to kill him. Do you think that father would really give a bastard like you a chance to join the family? One young man dressed in a black brand suit said, as he shoved another who was dressed like a beggar. The moment he looks at your potential, he would definitely kick you out to some garbage dump. He added as 2 guys, who stood by him, snickered. From the way they acted, no one would believe that the one they were bullying was their half-brother. Pan, this is not your mother's school, you can't bully me here. The young man replied angrily, grabbing Pan's hand that was holding to his shirt. Ever since they were in school, his half-brother made sure to let him know the difference in their status. Back then, he endured all of the humiliation, including that of his girlfriend jumping ship, all just to graduate peacefully and be able to help support his mother and sisters. Not anymore. Yesterday, his father sent a message through the local lawyer who usually handles his monthly allowance. It stated that if he wanted a chance to get promoted into the family, he should come to Vane City where he would be tested. It was just that short, with no further explanations, just his father's clearly photocopied signature. Although he was reluctant, he knew this was a rare chance given by his super-rich father whom he only met once. So he hurried here, borrowing some money for the train. His allowance for the month had already been used to pay his stepsister's hospitalization fee. After reaching Vane City, he was quickly driven from the train station to this grand mansion by a butler who was waiting at the station cursing. Apparently, they had already arranged for his transportation, but he was in so much of a hurry that he forgot to look inside the letter envelope where they deposited a plane ticket. His fault. To his surprise, he was not the only one invited. The bastard Pan was also here among a lot of young people who seemed to be his half-brothers and sisters. All of them were going to be tested. This was bigger than he expected, but how much of a douchebag was his cheap father exactly, remained to be seen. "Oh, our little piggy Roy has grown some balls," Pan said, intending to make trouble as he balled his other hand into a fist. "Enough you two, we are not here for a fight," one bossy girl said as she spotted the trouble here and came running. It was as if she had a nose for it. Pan frowned and looked at her. Pretty and headstrong. Wait, she seemed familiar. "You are Roxy," one guy said. Roxy was a very famous new rising journalist who won more than 3 awards since her debut 3 years ago. Unlike the infamous Gloria, Roxy had a reputation for being very clean, professional, and just. "You are also our sister?" he gasped. He had a crush on her. "Yes," she replied. "You are Wayne, right?" She had learned all those guys' names the day before as she was the first to arrive and volunteer to help the butler George to arrange their transportation. He didn't seem to mind the assistance as he seemed a little flustered by his master's sudden order. "Yes," he said with a smile. Roxy knew his name. "Nice to meet you. The two of you should be Ray and Pan," she added, looking at the two hostile half-brothers. "You shouldn't be fighting here," she repeated. "Stay out of this," Pan said. Being raised as a lonely rich, and spoiled child, he didn't like to be commanded. "Let me warn you, this is esteemed father's mansion. Do you guys really want to waste this chance the family gave us over some stupid bullying?" she said in a low voice. Troubles like this were the fault of her stupid father, who had the tendency to totally disregard the well-being of his bastard sons who failed to meet the family's expectations. Other than paying for their education or training, he usually allocated some allowance to them every month, which would usually be barely enough for them to live. The idea is that once they became adults they would have to take care of themselves. The problem with this mentality was that many of these guys had other family members to take care of, like Roy, who had 5 younger sisters from his prostitute sickly mother. He was their only provider. She read his file yesterday and it made her really appreciate this guy. Too bad he was not gifted in anything, and her father would never help useless guys. Pan, on the other hand, was the only son of a successful businesswoman who managed to seduce Theodore to benefit her company. Pan, who failed as a baby to be a legitimate heir, was raised as a rich young master by his successful mother, who considered him her connection to Theodore and pampered the shit out of him. Heaven had it that both Pan and Roy happened to attend the same school, the one Pan's mother owned and the best in town. Theodore made sure that all his offspring attended the best schools in their area of residence. This apparently didn't sit well with Pan, who made it his purpose in life to bully Roy, whom he didn't want to accept as a brother. The reason seemed to include some stupid name-calling and a pretty class rep, but the report Roxy read didn't go into any specifics. Still, both of those guys had no real idea how scary their father was. Many of the people here were the same. For many of them, coming here and witnessing their father's immense wealth for the first time was a shock. 2 years ago Roxy was the same in a way, yet different, as she was gifted from a young age. After graduating from university with a double master's degree in journalism and politics, she worked as a young journalist in a humble media outlet, and in just a few months, all by herself, she managed to score one of the most successful investigations of that year, exposing a human trafficking and prostitute criminal network that spanned many countries. She was celebrating with her colleagues, winning a Totumo award, when she got a phone call from her cheap father, whom she had only met once before. He wanted to meet her. She didn't agree. Why now, after all? She was not interested. The next day, he simply bought the network she worked in and dragged her into the chief editor's room. At first, she thought he wanted to use her success for his business or to blame her for exposing the truth, as one of his partners might be a part of that network. But what happened was beyond her dreams, as after some casual chat in which she was not very cooperative, he drugged her and then flew her into a private island that he owned, before throwing her into a grand archive, telling her to read to her heart's content, before he left. She frowned but quickly found out that this archive belonged to her father's own intelligence agency. It was full of reports and backlogs about many shady transactions that were happening around the world. 7 days later, she walked out of the archive's steel-reinforced doors with an ashen face and a shaken heart. She had just learned that her article would have got her killed if her father didn't intervene. There was a $10 million bounty on her head to first discredit her, ruin her reputation, and then kill her in the most disgusting way possible. She realized many things. The ones behind that criminal organization she was investigating was a grand connection of interests. All were ruled by a few families that the reports called the oligarchs. She was messing with something easy beyond her. Reading the reports, she realized how naive she was. If Theodore was not her father, she would have died like many snoopy journalists before her. She also learned that her father was filthy rich. No, filthy didn't do him justice. She had no words to describe his wealth. She was also able to piece out something that was not mentioned anywhere. Theodore was definitely a part of something bigger that seemed to control the world, but she couldn't find out what it was. Requesting a meeting with her father, she told him what she found directly, and Theodore, to her surprise, didn't scold her, but on the contrary, he seemed sad that she was not a legitimate heir, deciding to offer her a chance to work for him. At first, she was reluctant, but her father promised her not to intervene in her investigation, and that he would only stop those that were troublesome. According to him, those criminals connected to the oligarchs had a very strict code of conduct to keep the world peace. Unfortunately, not everyone was a good player. Every once in a while someone broke the rules and created a disaster. That's why her work, as long as kept within certain boundaries, would be permissible, and would be considered a part of the cleaning crew that he was seemingly a part of. Reluctantly, knowing she had no other choice if she wanted to continue her career, she agreed. That's why she had been working for him as a chief editor and famous anchor for one of the biggest news agencies in the world for the last 2 years. Lately though, as she began realizing more and more that there seemed to be a big secret that those hidden powers were keeping. It was not until the Mantis incident a few months back and the reports by Jane Armstrong that she realized what they were. So last week she requested to meet her father, deciding to confront him once and for all. The response came 2 days ago for her to come to Vane City immediately. And now she was here. Let go, she told Pan, who didn't take her seriously. Hearing what Roxy said, Pan frowned, slowly letting go of Roy's shirt, who in turn let go of his hand. I am sure father would kick you out sooner or later, Pan said with disgust as he turned to leave with his 2 half-brothers/lackeys. That's when they spotted a group of little girls standing and watching their convention with interest. When did girls appear? Were they their sisters? No. 3 of them were in magical girl/maid costumes, and one of them had purple hair, the sign of a legitimate heir. Hello, respected brothers and dear sister. I am Lara. One little girl with purple hair who was in the front bowed politely as she introduced herself. Ah, are you perhaps Mistress Alina's youngest daughter? Roxy said. She knew more about the legitimate sons than others, as she made sure to ask that butler George, and he didn't hide a thing. She also met Mistress Alina and Mistress Luna when she came in yesterday and visited the main building. Too bad Lara was at school back then. Yes. Lara smiled and nodded, pleased that this older sister knew her name. And those are? Pan rudely asked, pointing to the 3 little girls following Lara. We are her servants. Elle replied directly. How much more do you want us to dress for you to realize that? She added rudely. She was dressed as a maid, technically a magical maid. Pan decided not to argue with the little girl. The way she was glaring at him like he was some insect reminded him of the look of the boss of a gambling club he entered once and then left in his underwear. I am Roxy. Those are Pan, Roy, Ray, Wayne, and Christopher. Roxy quickly introduced everyone. She was really gifted in remembering people. Nice to meet you. Lara bowed. Nice to meet you too. Roxy bowed back awkwardly, the rest didn't. They were not raised in the family and felt strange following such stupid protocols. "Why were you fighting earlier?" Lara asked, seemingly a little annoyed that they didn't bow to her. Are they angry with her perhaps? That was the only reason she could think of. Just a misunderstanding. Roxy said kindly. They were just testing their strength. Pan here has a black belt in Audiobooks. She added, not wanting to get her half-brothers in trouble. Those idiots had no idea how much power a legitimate heir held, let alone Lara, who had 3 of her direct siblings having an elite status. Really? Lara's eyes sparkled as she looked at Pan. Yes. He nodded, frowning and wondering why Roxy knew that. In fact, the only reason why he learned this martial art was because of his mother, who told him that his father liked martial arts and forced him to learn it. At first, he hated it, but later when he discovered how useful it was for bullying others, it became his favorite hobby. Can we have a friendly match then? Lara asked in an excited voice. Lately, she had been learning many martial arts under her father's instruction, and she had just learned Audiobooks last week. Too bad her teacher quit yesterday, stating he lost his will to practice in martial arts. As a reason, she felt bad, as she was beginning to get the hang of it. Still, she couldn't wait to show her new brother her skills. Maybe this would help them become friends after that. Martial arts were the best way to foster relationships. That's what one of her masters said before he quit too. According to Uncle George, their martial arts were not strong enough to fight a little girl. What a group of nice people. Pan frowned. Where did Beach little girl appear from now? Why don't you do that? Someone suddenly said, making everyone look back. It was the head butler George. Miss Lara is better than she looks, and I heard young Master Pan had just won the local tournament last month. I think you wouldn't mind humoring a little girl, George said with a smile that Roxy didn't like. Fine. Pan said, cruising inwardly. He didn't want to be her, but his stupid mother ordered him to get along with his brother and promised that if he did good, she would buy him that supercar he wanted. But this place is not suitable. Follow me, George said, then turned and walked without waiting for them. Lara was the first to follow with her cute entourage, then Roxy, who ran to them and began acting friendly, asking about school. Pan looked at Roy, then followed too with his lackeys. Roy, who was left alone, frowned. Damn it. He didn't expect to ever meet Pan again after graduating last summer. What sheet luck. You should follow them too, someone told him, making him look back. It was a very pretty young lady with purple hair who appeared out of nowhere like a thief. You are? Roy asked, noticing the girl's hair color. A legitimate heir. I am your big sister. Call me Iris, she said. Let me give you one piece of advice that your dear half-brother Pan will learn pretty fast. Never refuse the request of a legitimate heir. Family Rule 7724, she said. I am not a part of this family. He spat. He refused to play their aristocratic games. That's why George didn't break your legs earlier. Both of you and Pans for not bowing back to Lara. She sighed. Come on, father, have big helps for you, she said as she walked toward the gym. In fact, the test here had already begun, and everything that would happen in the mansion for the next week was a part of it. Her mission today was to grade her half-brothers and search for good ones. Roy here was not bad. Although he didn't fare well at school, he had a good martial arts foundation and a passable personality. He was one of her candidates. According to her father, he planned to make each group of illegitimate sons work under the leadership of one legitimate heir. The idea was that they had to keep the family's hierarchy even after the awakening ceremony to avoid chaos. Roy frowned, then followed. When will we meet father? He asked as he looked around. This mansion was huge. Besides the main building that was a complex on its own, not only did the grounds have 7 side newly constructed buildings where he and his brothers were housed, but it also had a theater and an entire stadium to act as a gym. It was as if his cheap father was competing with someone. Soon, something went wrong in the family's base, and he went there in a hurry. He should be back by evening, she said. The way her father left without saying anything felt strange. Something big must have happened. Hopefully, Victor and Zoe were okay. The family base? Roy frowned. He only knew the family was super rich and mean at the same time. It is an entire archipelago in the middle of the ocean. You will go there if you fare well in the coming test, she said. The family's riches are way beyond anything you could imagine. She said. What is the test about? He asked. I can't tell you that yet. But what you should keep in mind is that once you pass, you will get the full support of the family, she said. You will also be able to afford an operation for your hospitalized sister, she added dismissively. Roy nodded as he squeezed his fist. The large luxury ship shook between the raging waves. All around, the screams of fighting and people asking for help would be heard. As a 2-week cruise organized by a famous band, it had many rich and important young men and women attending as guests to socialize and lay back in a place far away from their top-shot parents. But those guys who were enjoying the party moments ago suddenly found themselves in a scene from a horror movie from the sea. All of a sudden, an army of men dressed in scales appeared, then began ordering everyone to the ground, calling them demons. Were they pirates or some cult? The guests didn't know. Before they could comprehend what happened, the organizers began attacking those men using swords and spears, and one band member started throwing fire from his hands. All to the ground. Those who fight will die. Rain yelled, then turned backward and slashed with his sword, cutting a bald sailor in half. Can't you cut more elegantly? You almost caused that man's lowly blood to spoil my new dress. Tulip scolded as she used her umbrella to hit a woman who attacked her from the back, killing her instantly. Rain didn't respond. He had long learned how to deal with this spoiled and arrogant brat. Humans. How do you know about us? Someone suddenly said as a group of soldiers got blasted into the air and a young man flew from the midst of the ship. His eyes were bright blue as sparks of electricity swizzled around him. Not your business. Just die. Rain screamed, attacking the demon who dodged to the side, looking at Rain with a frown that turned into a crazy smile. You are an offering, the young man said as if he had found a treasure. Forgetting the attacks around him as he began to salivate. I just need to eat you to evolve, he said, spraying his saliva everywhere as he began to attack Rain frantically. Too bad that despite his high rank as a demon, his level was not that high in this body. So the battle ended before he could realize it by Tulip hitting him from the back. Is it over? Rhea, who was cutely dressed in a suit of armor, asked as she watched the battle slowly end as the demons either died or threw themselves into the sea, where another team was waiting for them. Don't relax too soon. We don't know who among those mortals carries a demon soul. We need to check them with the purity pearl in the central temple to make sure, Tulip said. Thankfully, after she was able to cure her mother, the latter allowed her to use the soldiers and raid this cruise under the presumption that it was a demon's trap. It seemed like Vic didn't lie about this thing. That bastard. Every time she remembered that he had secretly placed a slave seal on her, she would start cursing. Can't we just kill everyone? Rain complained, making Rhea glare at him. I am joking, he quickly said. He wasn't. One soldier suddenly wailed from the back, causing both Tulip and Rain to grab their weapons and run to the back of the ship. When they reached it, they saw a group of soldiers slowly melting into a puddle. From in between their melting corpses, a little girl who had gothic makeup and wore a simple black dress walked barefooted slowly toward Rain. Her looks were screaming, Demoness, prepare. Before Tulip could command the rest of the soldiers, Rain stopped her with his hand. She frowned and then looked at the girl who slowly reached their position. We meet again, offering, she said in a sound that didn't resemble that of a girl, but an old woman. Don't call me that, Rain said, clenching his fist. Is that how you treat your savior? The little girl asked. It still remains to be seen who saved who, Rain answered. He, as thick as ever. The little girl chuckled, frowning, then looking at Tulip. Oh, a child of the void. Is that dead fish still doing well in her cell? You know my master? Tulip asked nervously. No. The little girl didn't elaborate. You are? Tulip asked. Call me Death Lord. I am Rain's master, she said, making Tulip gasp. Again, that remains to be seen, Rain interrupted. Can you help my master? Tulip asked quickly, totally ignoring Rain. Only SHE can help herself. Only Void Sparks can help her. The Death Lord said, SHE should have already told you. Her voice trailed off. Tulip nodded, clenching her fist. You will be able to do IT. Just focus on IT. The little girl finally said. Rain did IT for me after all. She added, making Tulip look at Rain with surprise. This guy had many secrets. What are you doing here anyway? Rain suddenly asked, not wanting to talk about his past. I thought you said you would be leaving this world back then. I left. I returned. The little girl said, not explaining. Revenge? He asked. Not yet. She shook her head, not explaining further. You have grown up since the last time I saw you. Picking on girls now? She asked, changing the subject with a smirk that didn't suit a little girl. They are just friends. He said. Dear friends. He added, oh, but I have to warn you, that girl can't belong to you. She said, pointing to Rhea. Why? You know something? He asked, remembering that demon back then when he first met Rhea. SHE is a shard slave. When the shard master calls, SHE will have to obey. The Death Lord explained. Can you help her? Rhiann asked, making the little girl smirk. She wanted him to ask. Come here, child. She said. Rhea looked at Rain, watching him nod. She slowly walked toward the little girl who had to step on her toes and raise her little hand to touch Rhea's forehead. Then, she was thrown back as a black trail of blood fell from her mouth, digging holes in the ship like some kind of acid. Amira. Rain quickly ran to her side as she fell into the side of the ship, then stood up quickly and used her fist to slap Rain on the face, causing him to be flung 10 feet away, almost falling into the ocean. What did I do now? He asked as he grabbed the ship's railing and stabilized himself. It seemed like he was used to getting hit by this girl. Bastard. Who the hell did you steal this girl from? She asked with fear in her eyes. Her sound was that of a little girl as she lost her cool. A guy who called himself the Nutcracker. A demon. No. She interrupted. That guy is no demon. Demons can't have authority, let alone more than me. She said. He might be a lord, or worse, an emperor. What can you tell us about him? Rain asked in surprise. When he fought that guy, he didn't seem that strong, just very tricky to fight. 2 things. Firstly, he is not in this world right now, and secondly, don't fucking mess with him ever again. What about Rhea? Rain asked. Fuck you and her. The little girl cursed, then turned into a shadow and launched into the sky, disappearing in seconds. She had just tried to break the shard's connection for Rhea but ended up suffering a backlash instead as her skill failed, and this hurt her badly. She was not going to tell that to Rain though. It was right after sunrise when Victor stood in place beside a dismantled night camp. 9 mercenaries surrounded him, pointing their weapons in his direction after appearing out of nowhere. He could tell that those guys were slavers by the horse-drawn carriage that they parked to the side with a horse-like creature that had very long ears. Wait, that was just a donkey. Anyway, it had a large cage where 2 scantily dressed girls were locked. Sitting with them tied to the side of the cage, there was a chained naked burly young man who had his arms severed. Bruno. The fate thread guided him directly to him. Look what we found. Just when I was thinking that we didn't have enough merchandise for the market tomorrow. One of them said in a low elvish language that Victor had to think a while before remembering. Thankfully he could speak this one. The middle-aged man who spoke was a half-elf, as indicated by his slightly pointy ear and red flaming hair. Name, Salimat. Level, 59. Class, Lancer. D. Authority, 5. Strength, 188. Agility, 167. Intelligence, 147. Luck, 19. Charm, 40. Order, 11. Skills, Spear Arts, C. Thrust, C. Backflip, C. Drug making, D. Torture, D. Knife Arts, E. Kissing, F. Imprison, F. Bloodline, ELF. A 40%. Equipment, defensive armor, E. Study spear, D. Fate, Fate's power, D. Defined fate, none. Our luck is good. The only woman in the group said she seemed to be a sun elf in her teens. but you could never tell an elf's age. She was dressed in some very revealing adventurer clothing and had a nasty knife cut across her face, and one of her ears was cut, a sign of being an outcast who committed a great sin. She was also clearly the hidden boss of this group. Name, Litasola. Level, 129. Abnormal status, Curse of the Bad Elves number 44, S, luck not more than 5. Class, Golden Archer, S. Authority, 13. Strength, 370. Agility, 342. Intelligence, 343. Luck, 5. Charm, 40. Order, 11. Skills, Bow Art, S. Penetrating Arrow, S. Wind Spam, A. Torture, A. Knife Arts, A. Seduce, B. Spear Arts, C. Imprison, F. Kissing, F. Bloodline, Sunny LF, A. 100%. Equipment, Defensive Armor, E. Golden Bow, S. Broken Fate, Fate's Power, E. Defined Fate, none. Remove your mask and introduce yourself. An ugly man who was probably a half-ogre said to Victor finally as the others looked at him, preparing to chain him if he didn't have a good background. Name, Jab Tap. Level, 33. Class, Slave Merchant, D. Authority, 3. Strength, 96. Agility, 96. Intelligence, 102. Luck, 5. Charm, 40. Order, 11. Skills, System Store Access, Level 0. Player Market Access, Level 0. Slave Curse, D. Torture, D. Whip Arts, D. Speech Arts, D. Basic Shield, F. Bloodline, Black Ogre, D. 34%. Green Ogre, F. 44%. Equipment, Chain of Obedience, A. Defensive Armor, E. Trusty Whip, E. Fate, Fate's Power, E. Defined Fate, none. Victor, who didn't care about the others who had levels less than 20, kept his eyes on the elf lady. I am your father, he replied in a low confident old voice, removing his mask to reveal a handsome old man. What? It took the Slavers a moment to understand what he said, then they looked at each other. Was he perhaps the father of one of them? One by one they shook their heads. He was not their father. Bastard, you dare mess with us? The half-elf guy flared angrily, throwing his spear at Victor as he deemed him unsellable. The spear only hit empty air. So did the whip and the arrow that followed. Then the world turned black and they felt their bodies hit the ground as they fell one by one. They could not move nor speak. Victor sneered, cleaning his poisoned dagger with his cloak as he looked at the collapsed Slavers. Putting back his mask, he took the chains from them and then quickly tied them all after a quick search. One of them had a storage bag tied to his horse which contained some money, chains, ropes, torture equipment, and daily necessities. That's all. He sighed, turning to the carriage and then walking in its direction, appraising the two girls inside. Name, Cine. Abnormal status, Slave Geese, D. Master, Jab Tap. Class, Cook, B. Authority, 2. Level, 2. Strength, 13. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 17. Luck, 11. Charm, 25. Order, 0. Skills, Cooking, B. Fireball, B. Pain Resistance, D. Regeneration, E. Quick Step, F. Dagger Arts, F. Heat Resistance, E. Kissing, F. Bloodline, Red Moon Elf, a 60%. Fate, Fate's Power, B. Defined Fate, none. Name, Yos. Abnormal status, Slave Geese, D. Master, Jab Tap. Class, Dancer, E. Authority, 2. Level, 5. Strength, 16. Agility, 28. Intelligence, 11. Luck, 14. Charm, 29. Order, 0. Skills, Seduction, D. Kissing, D. Smart Dance, E. Dagger Arts, E. Fireball, B. Pain Resistance, E. Regeneration, E. Quick Step, F. Heat Resistance, F. Bloodline, Yellow Moon Elf, a 52%. Fate, Fate's Power, C. Defined Fate, none. Reading their status, Victor sighed. Even in this world, Authority seemed to define everything, though he was not sure how it worked yet. Different worlds had different rules. "Are you here to save us?" one girl asked. "No, I am here for this son of a beach. I will return later to get you. Just keep a look on the collapsed guys for me," Victor said, grabbing Bruno from the cage. The latter, who could not understand the language, tried to resist, but Victor easily overpowered him, taking a flask of wine and pouring it in the poor young man's mouth under the shocked look of the two girls. Then he dragged him away behind a nearby rock, leaving the girls in the cage to wonder what was he going to do with him. Chapter 399. In whatever way possible. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In the center of the main island at the center of the Von Wise archipelago, in a huge domed building known as the Family's Hall, all the familiar's awakened heirs stood in silence while wearing black robes and holding candles in their hands. Some were confused, some cried, some wept while others smiled secretly, like Titus, who had been let out of prison an hour ago, and since he had been hearing some very good news. According to rumors, it has been 5 hours since the Patriarch's wife, Lady Anne, aka the Beach in Control, went into an SSS dungeon that suddenly appeared in the mines after some traitors tried to assassinate the Patriarch. The accident happened when she saved her husband's life by pushing him away at the last moment before the trap mechanism activated, telling him to go and get help. By the time he returned, it was too late. Unfortunately, she was not the only lost one, as many of the family heirs were lost with her. That's why this gathering was a must, to clarify the family's plans. "Today, we lost a great leader," Marcos declared for the 35th time to the shocked audience as tears fell from his eyes. "A great mother, and an even greater wife." He paused, thinking for a moment that those two should be reversed. Doesn't matter, they were both lies anyway. "Now, we should carry her will, and one day, we will save her from that treacherous dungeon. Although we know they are still alive, and hoping that they manage to beat this dungeon, we cannot stand still," the Patriarch said, heroically wiping his tears with his sleeve. Those tears were not fake, but true tears of joy. 1 hour earlier he sent a rescue team to check on the mines, and Anne and the heirs were truly no longer there, just an assortment of abandoned clothes and storage rings. Bruno was missing too, so he guessed that Anne must have noticed him when he used the teleportation-cancelling talisman to cancel the effect of the escape talisman she kept hidden in her sleeve. She must have used her witch-bound on him, not allowing him to put on that cursed ring. It was regrettable but a necessary sacrifice. "We have many things to do. First of all, because Supreme Elder Alfred was lost too, I will give Elder Jonathan all the rights Alfred has. You will be taking care of our Hall of Inquisition until Alfred returns, so take care," Marcos said, to an old man with sneaky eyes. The latter nodded and bowed respectfully as the other remaining Supreme Elders who were sitting on stage eyed him and then Marcos with suspicious glares. "Expert for Elder Logan, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall." He nodded in approval. "Now, to the second state of affairs. As many of you know, the great tournament is close. We were planning to choose our participants from the elite heirs as it was customary, but now that they are missing, we need some other candidates. So, after negotiating with the elders, we decided to hold the tournament. Those top 10 in it will get the status of elite heir immediately, and get the chance to participate in the grand tournament," he said, making many of the heirs squeeze their fists. This was their chance. At last. They had no idea that the winning team had already been arranged in advance. Roy followed Iris and quickly arrived at the gym that was a part of Theodore's new mansion complex. To Roy's surprise, it was not one building as he expected, but an entire complex, consisting of different training halls and stadiums. He could spot a basketball court, a swimming and a tennis court among others. Not counting the golf course outside of course. Just how much money did his cheap father have? Damn it. Couldn't he have helped him with some cash to cure his stepsister? Feeling a little salty, he followed Iris and a trail of people, arriving at the martial arts hall, where the fighting was supposed to happen. And, yes, they were not alone, apparently. About 50 heirs or so heard what was happening here and came running. Most were interested in martial arts and were already at the gym, while others happened to overhear what happened earlier in the courtyard, and came just to watch the fun. They will regret it. Go ahead. Iris told Roy as they entered through the large 10-feet tall door of the large martial arts hall. It had the words fighting written above it in some fierce calligraphy. He nodded and began to look around as he headed to the arena where his half-brothers were gathering. This place was huge. Other than the main arena, this hall not only featured 3 training arenas but also a few different training areas full of specialized equipment, like a wide zone for lances and an archery field to the side. He could even spot the entrances to a few private training rooms and an infirmary. He knew that his father and the family put great importance on martial arts, but this was beyond his expectations. Bang! He heard a small squeak from behind, then the sound of a bang. Looking back, he noticed that Iris had closed the hall's large steel doors and was in the process of locking them with large chains. Ah! A shiver ran through his back. Something big was about to happen here. This may all have been planned. Someone suddenly said from the arena. It was that butler they called George, who stood with his hands behind his back. Young Lady Lara here decided to challenge young Master Pan to a friendly fight. So according to the family rules, both of them will fight here until one of them surrenders or gets hurt. Although fists have no eyes, I advise both of you to try and not hurt the other badly, he said as Lara, who had changed into a cute pink jumpsuit, stepped up into the arena and began doing some warm-up seriously. She looked super cute. From the other side, Pan just stepped up. He didn't even care to change his clothes. He just wanted to end this fast quickly. He didn't expect all those people to gather to watch him beat the shit out of a little girl. Are they really going to fight? One young woman said. This family keeps getting stranger. Juju, watch your tongue. You barely managed to avoid marrying that pervert Liam. Don't make father angry with you again. One of her half-sisters said. I know. Juju sighed. But why does this family focus so much on martial arts? In the old days, it was understandable with all the wars and shit going on. But nowadays we live in a peaceful society. She shrugged. As a kid, she too practiced martial arts for a few years as her father demanded that, and paid for it. But once she became old enough and realized she had a choice, like others, she stopped. The world is much deeper than you think. The one who spoke was Iris, who stood right behind Juju. Ah, Sister Iris. Juju quickly bowed. She met Iris before in her father's mansion a few months ago. Iris was newly promoted to an inner family heir at that point, and Theodore was looking to reward her with some properties. This made her very jealous. The difference in treatment between legitimate and illegitimate heirs was too big. Still, it was Iris who helped her in the end to cancel her arranged marriage, convincing their father that if Juju was really reluctant, the marriage might fail, and telling him to give Juju a chance to run some business. No need to bow. It is nice to see you again, Iris said. How is the business in that tattoo shop you opened? Ah, passable, Juju said in embarrassment. The truth was, it was almost bankrupt. Her father was right. She was not a good businesswoman material. Don't worry, if you do well in the next few weeks, you won't have to worry about these little things anymore. Iris, who totally understood what Juju meant, said. Truth be told, she always felt a little sorry for those unlucky sisters and brothers. It was the same for her. If she hadn't been recognized and helped by Victor back then, she would have been dead right now. So she always tried to help others, trying to be as noble and benevolent as Victor. Ah, I will try my best, Juju said. So they were truly going to give them a chance to be legitimate. It was her chance to shine at last. You better do, Iris said, bowing politely to the other half-brothers and sisters, then heading toward the stage where she stood to the side. The fight was about to start. Brother, according to the family rules, I challenge you. Lara, who finished her warm-ups, stood in attention, then bowed slightly and performed a martial art salute, extending her cupped hands to Pan. Whatever. Pan, who was feeling awkward, bowed slightly and then prepared his fists. He was going to end this fast. Lara also quickly changed into a fighting position. Start. George said as he took a step back. Something flashed. Then Pan flew backward, hitting the far side wall of the hall. In his place, Lara, who had just used her little fist to hit his stomach, was standing in a striking position, preparing for the counter-attack that never came. The fight ended. It was an awkward silence. Lady Lara wins, George said in a solemn voice. 0 points. What the fook? Someone exclaimed. Then all the brothers and sisters began to look between Lara and Pan, who slowly slid down into the ground, totally unconscious. Holy shit. Is she some kind of monster? What did they feed her? Roy squinted his eyes, feeling a little smug, but looking at Lara, who was dusting her jumpsuit, then at Iris, who was whispering something in her ear and making her nod. He realized what was going on. Should I have hit him softer? Lara asked, relaxing a bit. No, Lady Lara, you did just right. Men, take him to the infirmary, George said. Next, he ordered, making Lara quickly bow in Pan's direction, then returned to her position where Elle brought her some wet napkins to wipe her hand. What? Someone asked. Are there any other contests? He asked, looking around. Everyone began to look around, but no one went up. All of you here will be having a match with Lady Lara. This is the first test, George declared casually. Too casually, confirming Roy's guess. A test? Jude, you asked, looking at Iris, who nodded. Yes. Did you think that joining the family as legitimate heirs is easy? Look at the entrance cards you were given when you arrived here. Those are your scoring badges. Each one of them has a little number 0 in its corner. That's how many points you have, George explained. What? Everyone asked as they took out the badges that had their names and gave them a closer look. True, there was a number above their name. They thought those numbers were just decorations, and they had no idea that those badges were electronic devices in the first place. What kind of advanced tech was this? For the next 3 weeks, we decided to give you a series of tests that will allow you to earn score points each, George said. Those tests will be completely random and totally unexpected. Some will be easy and some will be hard, depending on your luck. What's happening here is one of them, one smart-ass guy asked. Exactly, for you guys at the very least, you were lucky. He paused, not sure about that. Your test this time was designed by Lady Iris and Lady Lara. It is a martial arts challenge. You will get 1 point for every hit you land on Lady Lara on stage, he said. In fact, this test was not about hitting Lara, but 2 other goals. The first was to test their courage, honor, and determination. And second was to get them hit badly enough, hoping to get them to awaken a regeneration skill after their ceremony. This new fact was found in the ancestral journal Victor got. But we are not. One began to complain, while others tried to slip away, getting to notice the chained door. The moment you entered this hall, your fate was sealed. You were considered a part of this test. George cut them off. What about the ones outside? Another asked, trying to grab the chain. It was real. The door was locked. You better worry about yourself first. The others outside exploring this mansion will get their chances later, he said, with a smile that was definitely not a smile. These tests will be supervised and randomly decided on by your legitimate half-brothers and sisters, so you better not anger them, he added, making everyone look at Iris, calmly waving at them. Damn. Beach. Roy finally cursed inwardly. Iris made him come here on purpose. Still, she did tell him that there would be a test. A test? Was the test just hitting the little girl? No. He quickly figured something out. Can't we not participate? One fearful girl asked. You can, but you will lose all the family benefits, including the monthly salary and the medical insurance we provide. Ah, but I am afraid to get hit, one girl said, making Lara frown looking at her. Why were her new brothers and sisters so cowardly? Sure, they would be hit, but the family can quickly heal them, and they will grow stronger. She looked at her maids for answers, but they could only shrug, deciding not to inform her how scary she was earlier. There is a way out, George suddenly said, watching the dismayed heirs. You can choose to withdraw from this one test, but you will lose 10 points by doing so. And if by the end of all of these tests, you got less than 0 points, you will also be kicked out from the family and will lose all benefits regardless. The family does not raise cowards. George said. Will the other tests be like this? A boy who had thick glasses asked, hesitatingly. I don't know. The test's contents will be decided by their issuers, the legitimataires, he said. The tests they choose for you might be easier or harder, it will depend on your luck. Ah, but enough questions. Iris suddenly said. You will know everything later tonight at dinner. In fact, what I told you was already posted on the announcement board near the entrance, and it was the real first test, but only 3 read it. Everyone else failed, she said, making everyone look at each other. Now, let's go, you, onto the stage. Iris said, pointing to Roy. Roy silently cursed again. He knew this was coming. Taking a breath, he decided to try his luck and slowly took off his shoes and walked into the stage barefoot. Although he was not a good fighter, he did learn martial arts, and he was a little confident in his stamina, which was honed by a few years of working as a delivery driver, going up and down countless staircases. Lara bowed. He bowed back respectfully, mirroring her action. She seemed pleased. Good, maybe she start. George announced. Roy could see it as the little girl reached his side in a flash. He wanted to dodge it, but his body didn't move fast enough. He could only use his fists to receive Lara's hit, and then he flew into the air, hitting the exact same spot Pan hit before him. 0 points. George began to announce as Roy slid down, blood pouring out of his mouth. Uncle George, give him 1 point. Lara said, he managed to hit my fist back. She said, raising her little fist and making Iris nod. Oh, then, 1 point, it is. Take him to the infirmary. George nodded as Lara returned to her position. Next. That was the last thing Roy heard before he completely passed out. What a nice girl. It was about midnight when Cindy watched nervously as the old man returned from behind the large rock. The poor young man who was taken there was not with him, and it didn't take too much brain power to know what his fate was. The poison lord this time, the old man said absent-mindedly, sitting beside the bonfire and tending it slightly as he looked right into the flame. This doesn't add up, he kept saying. Too many variables. The girls didn't dare to make a voice. They just watched as he took off the cloak of his head, revealing his flowing silver hair and handsome face. Yes, he was old, but very handsome, more handsome than most of the men they saw in their lives, and this included pretty male toy slaves and elven princes. His build was sturdy, and through the tight garment, they could see the bulging muscles of his arms. And on top of that, he was a human. What was a human doing so deep in elf territory? Unimportant. Can a human be this handsome? They had no idea, as they lived their entire life in elven lands, and the only full humans they met were slaves. This included their fathers. This guy was also very powerful. They could tell from the way he easily subdued the slavers. Could he be one of those legendary human hero legends? The girls didn't know what to think as they observed the handsome face in front of them. The more they looked, the more they got enchanted and hooked. It was an hour later when the old man turned to face them. Cindy and Yos, right? He asked, making the 2 girls nod as they looked at each other. They never told him their names. This meant he had an appraisal skill and more than 10 authority points. Yes. They both quickly answered. Where were they taking you? He asked, pointing to the tightly tied and chained, still collapsed slavers. To a nearby town. There will be a market in the afternoon. Nearby town? Where is this place exactly? He asked. Ah, the Windless Desert, near the border of the Sun Elves' territory. This is also near the boundary of the Demon Lands. Cindy said, some melancholy in her voice. Oh. The old man frowned, taking a map from his ring, the one he got from the slavers. He made the girls help him point out their location. Although they couldn't read, they were smart enough to pinpoint the location thanks to geographic features. I see now. This is far from human territory, he said, looking in one direction as if he was following an invisible thread. Yes. Both the girls nodded. Oh. And how did the 2 of you end up as slaves with those guys? He asked. We were slaves before they bought us. We are not useful in the war, and our noble mistress didn't need dead weight when she left the fief, so she sold us to them, Cindy replied in a sad voice. In this world, authority and class decide everything. The war with the demons? Yes. Were you 2 born slaves? He asked. No, We were sold by our respective parents when we were young. They were refugees from the East, and they had no more money to feed us. We are just illegitimate half-blood daughters after all," she said, biting her lip. "The East?" he asked, raising one eyebrow. "Yes, it was when the demon army advanced and the Sun Elves betrayed the Moon Elves." The other girl, Yos, answered, some resentment in her voice. The old man seemed to have understood something. He nodded, deciding to change the subject. "Oh. Did you learn that tortoise shell binding method from your parents or your previous master?" he asked, pointing to the exotically tied slavers to the side. "They were still knocked out." "From our previous mistress," Cindy answered with a blush. This was the best way she knew to tie people. "Not bad." The old man nodded. "Will they wake up soon?" Cindy asked nervously. I used a higher dose fearing the sedative would not work, but it seemed unnecessary. They should be fine by the morning," he said, then went silent, pondering about a few things. Can I ask a question?" Cindy, who got her courage together, suddenly asked. "You already did," the old man said dismissively. Seemingly he didn't mind. "What do you plan to do with us?" Cindy asked, biting her lip. "What do you want me to do?" he asked, raising one eyebrow and not giving an answer. "Can we serve you?" Cindy said, seemingly making up her mind. "Oh." The old man raised one eyebrow. "Are you into old men?" he asked. No, not that." Cindy blushed. "But the two of us have been like sisters since we were young, and if you sold us, most likely we will end up in different places," she said. "Tell the truth." He interrupted her coldly. He could tell she was lying. "Please don't be angry." Both Cindy and Yos knelt, as if intuitively. We just don't want to be sold." Nowadays there is only one job for half-breed slaves like us, either to serve the soldiers on the battlefields or as meat shields. Especially in this frontier place," she said as she vibrated. Shook with tears in her eyes. "Oh." The old man seemed interested. "You could have asked me nicely to find some good masters for you." "We want to serve someone powerful enough," Cindy said, determination in her eyes. She was telling the truth, half of it. They also wanted a handsome master. "You could have asked me for your freedom," he said. "Two half-breed girls on the frontiers can't afford freedom," she quickly answered. "You don't even know my name." "What if I am some evil man who wants to control this entire world?" he asked. He did have that dangerous air around him. "You will be our master regardless." Cindy seemed determined. "Then if you find someone stronger than me, you would leave?" he asked. "Someone younger, handsomer?" he added, raising one eyebrow. "We already saw how cruel the world is." Cindy shook her head. Her former mistress's army of handsome men all died not being able to scratch one demon general's shield. And half-breeds like them would never get to have a happy ending. They could only do their best to survive. And this old man was more handsome than all of them. "Once you are our master, we will never betray until we die, or let us go," Cindy finally said after some hesitation. Then, as if reading each other's minds, she and Yos made a sign with their hands and then bowed down. This represented elven honor, something similar to a one-sided contract or a promise that the world observed. The old man paused as if reading something in midair, then he looked at them. "How exactly can you serve me?" he asked with a mischievous smile. Cindy looked at Yos, and then both of them stood up, then unwrapped the old garments that covered their bodies and let them fall to the ground, revealing their flawless bodies under the three moons' light. The answer was clear, in whatever way possible. Chapter 400, Rosette. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Master. A servant ran into the patriarch's chamber, startling him and waking him from his nap on the dragon leather seat he wanted to sit on for his entire life. "What? Did Dan return?" Marcos asked as he sat up abruptly. No, it is about young Master Bruno. You told us to keep an eye on the life jades." "What about him?" "1 hour ago, his jade cracked." "What?" Marcos stood up. "Elder Talon is already in the jaded room. And Bruno's mother, Lady Bruto, is also there." "I will go join them," Marcos said with a heavy voice as he grabbed his clock and headed out. Bruno was his and Talon's son. One of 5. Although not the best, he had a great future in front of him. He was the one who bravely volunteered to help trap Anne. Damn it. Besides the already died-down campfire, Victor slowly opened his eyes, looking tenderly at the two half-elf girls who hugged him from both sides with satisfied smiles on their faces. All of them were covered by his black cloak as they lay on the dirt. He was surprised they lasted that long last night, but they really tried earnestly to prove their worth, and he was completely satisfied. Although they were very weak and technically useless, he decided to take care of them from now on. He slowly gave each a kiss on their forehead, deciding that they were now a part of his collection. Harem. After that, he slowly slid up, then covered them back tightly with his cloak, leaving them to their dream. They would not wake up till noon. Standing up, he walked to the side, where he took a storage ring, and from it, he poured some water onto himself, taking a quick shower. Since he had a lot of storage rings, he made sure to stuff them with all the necessities he might need, including more than a few gallons of water. Finishing, he took some new black garments from his storage space and put them on, hiding his muscular build. He sighed, thinking about what learned yesterday. From Bruno's drunk mouth, he managed to get the gist of what was happening in the family. It all started with Talin, who was working for the Poison Lord. He seemed to have given her the mission to control the Von Weiss family more than 50 years ago, when in the Hall of Secrets she accidentally found an artifact that allowed her to talk to him. Ever since then, she and her lover, the Patriarch, had been secretly building their forces and setting things up for a grab. In fact, for the last 20 years or something, half of the Servant Awakening ceremony participants belonged to their faction, and many of those were not servants, but full-fledged heirs. They have been using the mines for years as a breeding ground to harvest the bloodlines of those suitable female miners there. The Patriarch and his men, who went the once a week to check on things, were responsible for impregnating the suitable mothers. And there, they allowed those heirs to grow secretly, away from the prying eyes of Anne and her men, faking it as if they were good seedlings that were getting promoted. A few years ago they even managed to secure an awakening artifact and no longer needed to rely solely on the family's orb. Although it cost a lot of gems, could only give 2 authority max, and killed the participants 50% of the time, it was very useful to create an army of slaves over a 10-year period. Ariana, the Supreme Elder back then, being responsible for the mines, seemed to have figured out something coincidentally after one hair naturally got purple hair since birth. This prompted Marcos to get rid of her before she could put things together, and just by chance the gate incident happened, allowing him to use it. Yes, and the gate did vanish back then, but it was found about a month later in a deeper chamber, but they kept silent about it, fearing that Anne would send an army to conquer the dungeon and let Ariana out. Everything was ready for the grab when Anne died naturally from the poison they gave her, as the only thing they really feared were the hidden protectors who were tasked to oversee the succession. Sadly, it all began to crumble when Anne was cured overnight, and the second problem arose when the ore broke and Anne ordered the exploration of the mine and seemed to want to replace Talin. They knew it was only a matter of time before she discovered something, so they decided to put their backup plan into action. Marcos quickly convinced her to do the trials for the tournament in the mines, and at the same time, they prompted the second branch to move to use them as a smoke screen and try to reduce the power that they might try to revolt after Anne was gone. This would also make Marcos, who would lose his back support, appear weaker to the other branches so that they would not fear him grabbing power. Victor sighed. In the other timeline, their initial plan must have worked. This explained why his father was severely weakened back then, and why Mike, the prime heir, was killed and no real investigation was launched afterward. Victor suspected that Bill and the other elite heirs must have had similar experiences, but it was all wrapped up nicely. It would also explain why the protectors didn't intervene when the family was destroyed. Talin must have secretly poisoned them at some point to avoid getting discovered. He was not sure, but this was the only logical explanation. Well, all of this was not his problem. His grandma would probably clean things neatly in a few days, once she figured out the entire plot. Victor slowly flexed his muscles and then turned to the captive slavers. It was time to deal with those. They were still knocked out, except for one who had been awake since last night, trying to get out of her rope but kept failing miserably, so she could only watch the show while pretending to be asleep. He was right, those with pure bloodlines were less susceptible to poisons. Litter, right? Victor asked as he took a wooden rocking chair from his storage space and then relaxed on it. After last night's action in the dirt, his back hurt. I didn't expect to see a pure castaway sun elf in my lifetime, he said, revealing that he already appraised her. She opened her eyes, not caring to pretend anymore. You are pretty impressive for an old man. A human nonetheless, she said, checking his body with her haughty eyes. Hidden deep within was a hint of disgust, not because he was old, but because he was a human. I don't need you to tell me that, he replied, smiling arrogantly. You have 3 old injuries. One on your back from wearing heavy armor for years, an arrow scar on your left knee, and lastly a hidden injury when a barbed whip penetrated your chest, barely missed your heart, and damaged your lungs. Combining all of this with the dragon breath on your body. If I had to guess, I would say you used to be one of those human Pleiadians who survived the sacking of the Empire of Zaramai when the demons first arrived. I didn't think any of you would survive, she said, proving that she knew his identity and testing him at the same time. Victor paused. It took him a few seconds to comprehend what she said. I don't know what you are talking about, he replied stoically. He needed to go visit the sacked Empire of Zaramai, which might have some dragon artifacts. Cheat. His to-do list kept getting longer. I believe you do. I guess it was my bad luck meeting an old fogey like you in the middle of nowhere. She sighed. She knew how bad her luck was better than anyone. No, I was the one who sought you. You have a guy I was hunting, Victor replied. He was your bad luck. That barbarian? She asked, her eyes shining with a strange light. A barbarian? No, that guy was another worlder. I could smell it on him. Victor shook his head. I felt his arrival when I was meditating in my cave and hurried here to catch him. Too bad you got him before me. Oh. Lita frowned, seeming she already knew, but wanted to test Victor, and his answer was logical. What do you want with him? Nothing that concerns you. When you caught him, did he have any artifacts? Victor asked directly. No, he was naked. She replied truthfully. And you already took all our belongings? She added, some anger in her voice. True. Damn. Well, at least I got his heart. Still need 3 more. He whispered to himself. 3 what? She asked, as if she didn't hear the previous sentence. Nothing. What did you do for your tribe to make you an outcast? He asked, changing the subject. I thought you guys were really protective of your own. She hesitated. About 20 years ago, I disregarded my orders to retreat and decided to help one of the Moon Elves' tribes when the demons advanced. She said, stubbornly. I have a lie detection skill, you know. He said in a cold voice. She looked away. Her plan to play the feelings card failed. How high was his authority exactly to be able to use his lie detection on her? This was troublesome. Her only way out was to either convince him that he needed her, then wait for a chance to strike. Then I guess you guys are no longer useful. It is time for you to move on, he said as he stood up. If you kill me, my tribe would definitely come after you. I might be an outcast, but the Sun Elves Covenant still protects my life, she said. I am more useful alive. Who said anything about killing? Victor frowned. I am going to sell you in the market. What? You can't do that. Lita lost her cool for the first time. She knew what it meant to be sold in a frontier. You were going to sell the other girls though, he said. They are filthy halves. She screamed. And even if you sell me, no one would dare to buy a sun elf here. There are always buyers for exquisite goods. I just have to go out of my way to search for one, he said. He was right. For every forbidden good, there would definitely be a buyer. No, wait. This is not legal. She began to stutter. Regardless, he said, taking a hit iron that he left in the campfire all night and bringing it toward Lita. This was the slave branding artifact he found in their luggage. Pretty useful. Wait, just wait. She quickly yelled. I know something that might interest you. She quickly said. What? He asked impatiently. You have to promise to let me go first. You have to make an oath. Depends on the info. What is this about? I know the place of some other worlders, she said nervously, making him pause. I can tell you everything. Just let me go, she said in a hoarse voice and watched as his eyes showed interest. She just needed to spin her words carefully from now on. If she didn't tell lies, He would not be able to know if she kept some important details. Well, this would depend on the credibility of what you will say. He paused, putting away the branding iron with interest. Let me get you a drink first, so we can talk clearly. He added. Thank you again, officer. Abe sat up in bed and told the police officer who helped him out. For the last 3 days, he had been locked in a warehouse and seemingly suffered a case of dehydration and lost consciousness. He woke up in the hospital. It is our duty, young man. The officer said. Don't worry, we will check on Lady M. If she is as notorious as you said, I will make sure to arrest her myself. He said as he stood up. Please do catch that beach. Abe said. Don't use that kind of language, young man. The officer scolded lightly. He seemed a little offended. Now rest up. I hope you get well soon. The officer said, leaving the room and closing the door behind him, then slowly left the hospital. He headed to his nearby parked police car and drove away until he reached a lakeside on the edge of the city, where he got down, then found a brick. Putting it on the pedal, he let the car go into the lake. Making sure the car was below the water, he turned and walked away, not as a man, but as a hot redhead young woman known as Margaret or Lady M. Finished already? Lynn, who was waiting for her in a nearby car, asked. Yup. Hopefully. The brainwashing drug seems to have worked perfectly. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen, she said, looking at the back seat where Hana was sitting. It will be okay. I don't know where you guys get that wine, but by using it with normal memory manipulation pills, they would be enough to permanently change the memory of a mortal like that bastard. Hana said. You could have used a normal brainwashing talisman though. It had already proved useful, as the Players' Council had been using it to erase witnesses' memories for ages. Why go the extra mile? She asked. Brainwashing talismans might not be strong enough if the other side decided to dig deep and use some kind of super skill or an artifact. And we are modifying memory, not erasing them. I just hope that all of our preparations would not be necessary. Margaret sighed as Lynn started the car. So, your tribe found a few other worlders about 2 decades ago? He asked. Yes, they were lost in the desert and we easily fooled them and then captured them. Litta, who was now unchained, sitting on a table against Victor, said as she drank another gulp. This was the best wine she had ever had. She needed to recommend this pub to her friends. Did they really expect us to help them? Damn, filthy humans. No offense, she said, raising her cup to him. None taken. He said, feeling a little sad about the amount of wine he had to use to drug her. She was a really heavy drinker. So, what did they do to them? We killed the men while keeping the women for breeding. Halves might be filthy, but they have their uses, she explained. It was a mistake though. She sighed. What do you mean? He asked. He was sure that the group from his family who crossed the portal 2 decades ago must have appeared somewhere in this desert. Although the portal threw people at random locations due to its movements, it couldn't be too far. For example, he found Bruno earlier after waking just for 2 hours. One of them managed to get hold of one of our locking artifacts when she was in the breeding chamber. Not only did she kill the guy who was impregnating her, she managed to free the others and they escaped. She said. Damn it. If it was not my shift at that time, I wouldn't have been punished. It was bad luck. He said. Damn it. That's what I said. I just happened to have gone out at that hour to get something to eat. But those old witches only told me that bad luck shall be my curse for the next 100 years. Damn it. Couldn't you get them a few replacement slaves or something? He asked. No, those guys were special. They had some kind of dragon bloodline. Those became extra rare after the sacking of Zaramai, she sighed. You guys helped the demons back then, right? Victor asked as he thought of something. Ah, don't say it like that. We would never band with the demons, Litta said, looking around, making sure no one was listening. We just let our warriors who were in the palace to help take the royal family to a safe place to protect them. It would be a waste for their bloodline to die, she said. This caused the empire to fall. It was only a matter of time. What if the demons attacked you next? Didn't you think of that? Don't blame me. I was still young back then, and no one would ever help a human. She sighed. The elders didn't expect that the demons who were pretty weak would be so treacherous, hiding their true strength. She sighed. Well, they got punished for their mistakes in the end when the moon elves failed to defeat the demons. We just wanted to weaken them a bit. We didn't expect the surge to be so fierce, and by the time we sent out men, the moon elves were already defeated. She shrugged. Victor looked at her with disgust. The elves' stupid pride and racism was their downfall. So, where are those other worlders now? He asked. They escaped into the human lands in the west, she said, though I heard that some demon general appeared somewhere on an island there, so I guess they will soon regret not staying in our hidden forest. They will. Victor said, well, I guess I have to go catch them before the demons get to them. What can you tell me about them? 5 women. Very strong. I didn't get their names though. Human names are stupid, she said. And why would I care for mere breeding slaves? You must know that his info is not enough, he said. Well, I know something, she said, whispering now. One of them, she was pregnant when we got her. She gave birth in the forest to a very beautiful girl even for a human. She had a strange bloodline or something, apparently. One of the princes liked her at first sight, and decided to take her as his personal toy. If she was still alive, that girl must still be in the palace, she said, making Victor frown and activate his fate eyes again. All the fate threads were still pointing to the west, but one of them was slightly to the north. This must be it. Can you remember her mother's name? I told you. Wait. I think it is something like a flower or a rose. Rosette? Victor asked. Yes, that's it. Cheat. That girl was probably his half-sister. Another damsel in distress for the ever-growing list.